everyone. Welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candace Marie. I'll be your astrologer this month, and this is going to be the horoscopes for the 12 rising signs for July 2025. Good to be back. I'm excited also to see some very new and exciting astrological kind of transits taking place at the beginning of the summer. So if this is your guys' first time here, it's nice to meet you. My name's Candace. I'm a Western astrologer as well as a tarot reader, and I like to put these out for you guys monthly to help you plan ahead. So I'm glad to have you guys here. And before we get into the horoscopes for the month, just a couple heads up in terms of offerings that I have. If you guys haven't already seen it, my latest webinar, my Saturn and Aries Bootcamp, is available now. It's over 2 hours of information on how to navigate this transit for the next 2 years. It includes predictions for the 12 rising signs, along with some tips and tricks and a free to-do list for all of the 12 signs to help you guys come up with a lasting plan for change as well as personal growth. So it's available for instant download. You can find that now on my website. Super helpful if you have any personal planets in Aries, like a sun, moon, or rising, or if you're going through your Saturn's return. There's lots of goodies in there for you guys. Now, if you guys like my work, there's a number of different ways that you can support me. You guys can consider joining my memberships that I have here on YouTube. I have 3 different levels, and level 3, you're going to get a reading with me once a month during one of my lives on Fridays. So we alternate between tarot and astrology. Also, you support me as a full-time content creator. I create 4 videos a week for you guys. I'm here Tuesday, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. We've got Sunday's astro weather, we've got horoscopes, we've got new and full moon reports, and everything in between. So thank you guys so much for your support. But you guys can also support me by scanning the QR code if you guys want to give me a tip in my cosmic tip jar, or you can just simply give me a thumbs up by liking my videos or sharing my videos on your socials, subscribing to the channel, or leaving me a comment. All of these things really help my channel grow. You guys have been following me for a while now, and we're getting closer and closer to 50,000 subscribers. So please don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And if you've already subscribed, click the bell button, make sure that your alerts are on for my videos. And remember that I'm here most every Friday at 6 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That's going to be 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and we alternate between tarot and astrology. So make sure you're not only subscribed to the channel, but checking the community tabs on Friday mornings. That's usually when I post my links. So if you guys would like to get a reading and sign up, you can do that. And it's a super fun way to kind of hang out on Friday as well. We have a good crowd there. Now, if you'd like to book a personal reading with me, I have openings available in September and October of 2025. So if you have like a birthday coming up, or if you have anything that you need insight on, I recommend checking out my calendar. It's live. You guys can book a reading with me, converts automatically to your time zone, and you can choose what kind of a reading you want. I do natal charts, Saturn return readings, solar return readings, election readings, astrocartography, relationship readings, the list goes on. So check all that stuff out. And if you've ever wanted to learn tarot or astrology, I'm your girl. Check out my courses page while you're there. And don't forget to sign up for my newsletter. You can find all of this, including my products and much more, at beyondtheveiltarot.com. All right, thanks guys for the shameless plug. And those of you guys who are new in these parts, it seems like these just get longer and longer and longer. But this month, we've got a lot of things that are kind of slowing down. We've got a lot of things also that are going to be, planets that are going to be in some new signs. So it's really important to get to the nitty gritty. You can find these dates down below. If you click the description, it'll give you all of these dates for the transits. Equally, you guys can take a screenshot of this particular slide. But these are the transits that I'm going to be going over for each and every one of the 12 rising signs. These are the ones that catch my eye. So I always talk about the ingresses. This is when planets change signs. I also talk about every new and full moon and give you guys a little bit of a preview of where it's taking place in your natal horoscope. I always touch on the retrogrades, and boy, this month they're important. And then all of the other transits that are kind of peppered in. Now, I am going to go through these and give you guys a brief kind of synopsis, especially because I haven't really been doing my monthly ahead videos. I kind of feel like it was like doubling down on information. So a lot of people now have been watching the horoscopes to kind of get my hot takes on the transits, and then they kind of watch their horoscope. So if you just want a general idea of what's happening in the world for July, listen to that in just a minute. I will make sure I go through all of these in order. So it's going to be in order according to the date when we get to your rising sign. I'm also going to be focusing on your planetary ruler. So if you guys don't want to hear the general, you can skip ahead. There are always like little markers and time codes that are down below. So if you just want to listen to your rising sign, your sun sign, your moon sign, you can do that as well. All right, so essentially, July 2025, this is where the astrology finally begins to change. The pressure cooker that we have been in for the last couple of months now finally starts to subside. So this month, it feels like it's very vibrant, especially with the sun going into Leo this month. However, there's a lot of introspective energy. So we're going to be kind of blending the fiery Aries energy, especially with retrogrades in Aries, with Leo's boldness. We've also got Uranus moving into Gemini. So that's going to spark, obviously, a lot of new intellectual kind of changes and technological changes in regards to how we're learning as well as how we're traveling. And we're going to see the tail end of Cancer season. And that always brings a lot of emotional depth. Now, Uranus's ingress into Gemini is going to be an interesting one because Venus will also be moving through the same sign. So I see this really shifting and igniting curiosity and innovation in communication as well as relationships. With the sun moving into Leo, it's going to amplify confidence for a lot of people as well as creativity. However, July 2025, we have 3 planets turning retrograde: Neptune, Saturn, as well as Mercury. Now, this is going to create a more of like a reflective undertone. What's interesting is that they are going to make aspects to each other. So we're going to see some fire trines happening in the midst of these retrogrades. And I really feel like, this is going to be a time where some of us might feel like we're slowing down our progress. And it's really urging us to review our ambitions as well as communication and all of our kind of ideals. Now, there will be a full moon in Capricorn and a new moon in Leo. And both of these are sparking pivotal turning points, moments for grounding as well as launching new creative intentions. But we will also see some oppositions to Pluto in Aquarius, which I feel like is going to add a little bit of intensity, some power struggles, but definitely some transformation. And that's coming from outside of ourselves in some way because it's an opposition. So in a nutshell, the vibe kind of feels like a dance between inspiration and caution. There will be bursts of kind of creative excitement. And also we're going to be feeling like there can be a need to kind of temper some of that excitement by delays and deeper self-awareness. So expect a mix of dynamic new ideas, emotional connections, and the need to revisit past efforts, okay? Nearly half of the zodiac are going to be experiencing their planetary ruler retrograde when you kind of think about it, about 5 different signs. So this will be impacting everybody, but especially if you happen to be ruled by Saturn or Neptune or equally Mercury, your chart ruler is retrograde, so you're definitely going to notice there's going to be some shifts going on in your life. Now, these 3 planets, their retrogrades are interesting. Neptune is currently in Aries. It's going to turn retrograde on July the 4th, and it will be retrograde clear into the end of 2025. Saturn will be retrograde starting on July the 12th. It will also retrograde in Aries, and Saturn and Neptune are still conjunct. So we're still feeling this need to kind of reassess our own personal boundaries, limits, as well as our confidence and our capabilities. And it will retrograde only until about the end of August in Aries, and then it's going to dip back into Pisces. Now, Mercury will turn retrograde in Leo, and this is going to happen on July 17th, and it will go clear until about August 11th. And something to think about is when July starts, we're already in the shadow. It was actually at the very end of June that Mercury enters into shadow around 4 degrees of Leo. So if you guys are watching these horoscopes early, just know that, it's still pre-Mercury retrograde shadow. So you can get a lot of stuff done in June if you're hoping to kind of avoid some of the miscommunication and the fallout issues. I feel like this retrograde trio, obviously retrogrades are introspective, but it's encouraging us to review our spiritual goals, especially with Saturn and Neptune in Aries, and also our long-term plans because Saturn is retrograde as well. So you definitely want to look at the area of Aries in your chart because there's a lot of reconstruction going on there. We're also going to be seeing communication and creative projects that are being kind of reorganized, and that's because of Mercury turning retrograde in Leo. I would avoid major launches during a Mercury retrograde personally. I like this one for getting back to old hobbies, feeling inspired, going back to creative projects, kind of tying up loose ends and creating more structure. And I would use Saturn and Neptune's retrograde to refine foundations and clarify some of your dreams and your goals. Now, the impact that we're going to see is that retrogrades create this energy where you really have to kind of look before you leap. So with this energy, particularly mid-July, you're going to start to see when all of these 3 retrogrades are kind of overlapping, and this is going to make patience as well as reflection key. Now, key dates that you want to think about is We've got some, I think, positive dates, and then we've got some challenging dates. And it might kind of vary for the different rising signs. I'm going to give you guys a couple different dates when I get into them. And then some of them also overlap. So there's going to be periods that's like, hey, the astrology is good, but it's challenging in other ways. I like July 1st through the 6th. I like this because it's pre-retrograde clarity. Also, Venus is going to be moving into Gemini. I feel like it's pretty charming, especially with some trines that we're going to see to Pluto. Also, we're going to be seeing around July 11th, the sun moving through the sign of Cancer. It's going to come into a trine with the North Node in Pisces. And then July 23rd and 24th, we're going to see the sun in the late degrees of Gemini coming into a sextile with the early degrees of Leo. It will be coming into a sextile with Uranus in Gemini. And we're also going to be seeing that that's right around the time that we're seeing the new moon. So those are the dates that I like. The dates that are going to be a little bit more challenging this month will be July through the 20th in a nutshell. And a lot of that's because that's when the retrograde, kind of periods are beginning. We're also going to see Mars coming into conjunction with the South Node in Virgo, and that's going to bring up some intensity, reactivations also as Mars hits about 23 degrees, kind of bringing up bits and pieces of the lunar eclipse that we had in Virgo in March earlier this year. Also, around July 25th through the 31st, we're going to start feeling the effects of the new moon in Leo, the sun in opposition to Pluto in Aquarius, and also, Mercury retrograde is going to be kind of perking up a little bit. So those are going to be some of the better and more challenging days. It may be different for you. You might notice that, hey, you're actually navigating things pretty well. A lot of that's going to be dependent on your own personal chart. Now, with that being said, I'm going to go in order now. We're going to talk first about some of the key transits, and then I'll be getting into the retrogrades, the ingresses, and the new and the full moon. Now, on July 11th, this is the first real big transit that we're going to be seeing in the month of July. We're going to see the sun in Cancer coming into a trine with the North Node in Pisces. I like this transit. I feel like this is about really the sun in a more nurturing sign, harmonizing with the North Node, which we know is like a destiny point. So in spiritual kind of Pisces, it's illuminating the path towards emotional and spiritual growth. The transit is going to be encouraging us to kind of align with our higher purpose, as well as paying attention to our intuition, being compassionate, being creative, and really fostering connections that feel faded. It can also be like very healing as we start to see some of these water trines. Now, on the 20th of the month, so there's a big jump here. You're going to see a bunch of retrogrades and ingresses in between. But around the 20th of the month, Mars will come into conjunction with the South Node in Virgo. In my opinion, because Mars is the ruler or the dispositor of Saturn and Neptune, this is a pretty challenging aspect. Remember that Mars is the planet of action and drive. So when it aligns with the South Node, which is our past karma, in the sign of Virgo, which is very analytical, it's going to stir up old habits and patterns relating to work, health, and service. So this can trigger impulsive actions tied to familiar routines. And I really feel like it's a time to release outdated behavior and really focus on present goals. This can also be a time where, there's more frustration, there's more agitation. Obviously, Mars is moving through the sign of Virgo, so it deals with health habits. It can also be about health practitioners. It can be about the service industry. Mars also rules over the military and anything revolving around action, and it can represent kind of loss or diffusing or backing away from something. Obviously, I'm hoping that's the case. Anyway, I think that transit, coming into conjunction with the South Node, and then a couple of days later, also activating the recent Pisces eclipse, pretty challenging energy. And we might find that we have to get out of old, outdated habits and patterns. Maybe a lot of people are changing jobs, can manifest as a number of layoffs for certain signs. Now, we're going to see on the 23rd of the month, Venus in Gemini will come into a square with Mars in Virgo. I'm of two kind of perspectives on this. When Mars and Venus square, it can create chemistry in a good way. But it can also mean with the mutable squares that they're kind of messy, that there is something confusing or something shifting or something that's breaking down. Obviously, Venus rules love and beauty and harmony, and Mars rules conflict, passion, and desire. So when they clash, it's like a battle of the sexes. So Venus in Gemini square Mars in Virgo, we're going to see that, in communication, there's going to be some clashes, right? Venus kind of in Gemini is about kind of love and communication, and it's going to be clashing with Mars's desire for action, or I think in Virgo, productivity, cleanup, responsibility. And this is where kind of like details in love and relationships or money create tension. This will materialize as tension in relationships, finances, or creative pursuits. So we might find that there's like misaligned desires that are kind of coming up, or maybe like nitpicking in relationships can spark conflict. We really want to balance communication with practicality to avoid any tension in relationships and to avoid frustration. On the 23rd of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Leo come into a sextile with Uranus and Gemini. This is an easy aspect, okay? A sextile is like you kind of have to do something to reap the benefits or the rewards of both planets. So the positive is that, the Sun is in its own sign. So there's a lot of strength in the dignity of the Sun in Leo. It's bold. It forms this supportive aspect to innovative Uranus and Gemini. And this is going to spark creativity, individuality, sudden breakthroughs. And I think the transit's really going to encourage embracing change, maybe experimenting with self-expression and connecting through unconventional ideas, especially in media, okay? Social media, journalism, performance, anything that's going to be art and also kind of like information related. And I like this one for going back to old creative projects and things. So if you're somebody who's been writing something, blogging, or if there's something that you want to go back and kind of revise in terms of like websites or media, it can be a good time to do that during the retrograde, actually. On the 24th of the month, we're going to see the Sun will trine Saturn and Neptune in Aries. So you're going to see it happen the same day. So fire trines are passionate. They're also very much kind of connected and associated with action and creativity and life and kind of like, passion. So when we see this trine happening, the Sun is harmonizing with disciplined Saturn and also dreamy Neptune in Aries. It's interesting that we're going to see Mercury make some of the same aspects when it's retrograde. It'll actually retrograde from about 15 degrees of Leo back to about 4 degrees of Leo, and it'll be in about a 2-degree trine to Saturn and Neptune. So this might be kind of showing some of the same themes. I think it's really going to be about kind of supporting and grounding some of our ambitious or spiritual goals, Saturn, Neptune, and Aries. And this can really offer us clarity to pursue dreams with discipline while staying inspired. Now, one challenging aspect you're going to see is on July 25th. And this is when the Sun in Leo comes into an opposition with Pluto in Aquarius. And this is also kind of baked into the new moon as well that we'll see in Leo. But the Sun is moving through Leo in its home sign. It will make that direct opposition to Pluto in Aquarius, which is retrograde. And Pluto is more futuristic in Aquarius. It is more about the future of technology, the future of humanity, anything revolving around going, along with the crowd or going against the grain. So this is going to highlight power struggles or intense transformations, I think, in identity, maybe in relationships or in public roles. And this transit really demands letting go of control and embracing authentic change, but it can feel a little confrontational. So this is a day where you don't want to be pushing things, pushing the limits, pushing other people. You want to be able to kind of notice that there is going to be some intensity that's going to be in the air. Now, on July 26th, we're going to see Mars in Virgo at the same degree as the March 2025 lunar eclipse in Virgo. So put on your thinking caps, go back to March, think about what happened in that particular eclipse period. This is now going to be reactivated because Mars is going along those degrees. So when it reactivates the eclipse, it's going to reignite some of the themes from that period. So think like, which house was it in? It's going to be topics relating to that house. Mars is obviously going to be about action. Obviously, it met with the South Node, so we saw something breaking down or something not working. And Virgo is going to be about health, work, or service breakthroughs. So actions taken now can have long-term consequences, and it will be kind of amplifying the drive to refine routines or address past eclipse-related issues. Very potent for my Virgo placements, very potent for my Aries and my Scorpio placements because Mars is tied to your chart. Now, on the 31st of the month, we will see the Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in Leo. This is also known as the inferior conjunction. This is the Cazimi, where Mercury and the Sun align. And this is considered to be a positive aspect. This is about some kind of an awareness, peak information, some kind of exchange, something is going on. And it's about a message being relayed to a king, especially when it's in, the Sun is in its own sign. I want to take you guys back, okay? Let's put it all together here. We saw in December of 2024, Mars started its retrograde in Leo in the early degrees of Leo, around 6 degrees. And it made several oppositions to Pluto in the process. We saw that happening in December going into January, actually right around New Year's Day. We also saw this happen again closer to April, like May. I don't remember the exact opposition, but 2 oppositions between planets, in this case, Mars was in the early degrees of Leo in opposition to Pluto and Aquarius. Lots of tension, lots of conflict. Obviously, we've seen how that's played out. Then we also have a Mercury retrograde, where Mercury is going to retrograde back 4 degrees and it's going to slightly oppose Pluto in Aquarius. Information wars, communication issues, power struggles, information coming to light that has been kind of hidden, or, now there is this purging that's going on in the collective and individuals are becoming aware of something. And then we have a Sun-Mercury conjunction that's going to be kind of happening all around similar degrees. I believe the conjunction here is around 8 or 9 degrees, if I remember correctly. This Sun-Mercury alignment is going to be intensifying focus on communication. And it could be, especially in Leo, creative, self-expression, matters of the heart, children, romance, that kind of stuff. And this moment is going to be bringing clarity amidst some of the retrograde confusion. So this will be like the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde. And this is where we can really look at things and go, okay, now we can reflect on some of our personal goals and realize what's been missing, or what do we need to fix, or what do we need to connect. Now, remember something, Mercury, right, is connected to Mars. So it's really great for people who are like, I want to start my own business. I want to start performing again. I want to start creating art again. I want to focus on healthier habits, but make it fun. I want to get my office in order. I want to get my kids in order. I want to prioritize health. All of these things you can do. The downside is, like, Leo is the sign of like romance and drama. So we could definitely see a lot of like relational issues with people who are in more casual relationships. I also anticipate we're going to see some stuff that's going to come up that's going to be pretty significant at some point in July going into August, revolving around information, data, and analytics connected to children's health, younger populations, even things revolving around reproductive health. So we're going to probably be hearing some more about that. Anyway, on to some of the other transits that we're going to be seeing, like the retrogrades, the ingresses, and the lunations. So like I said, we've got 3 retrogrades this month. So on July 4th, Neptune stations retrograde in Aries, and it will be station retrograde at 2 degrees. So obviously, Aries, you got 2 planets going retrograde in your sign, but also I would say Pisces risings, pay attention to this, as this is your modern day ruler. Neptune is the planet of dreams and illusions, and it's passing through, obviously, the sign of Aries, which is generally pretty assertive, but a retrograde is seen like a pause. And so this is going to kind of begin a several-month process where we're going to be deepening introspection around our personal ideas and ambitions. This can blur motivations, and it can really urge us to discern reality from fantasy when it comes to our goals, especially personally. On the 12th of the month, Saturn stations retrograde in Aries. This will be at 1 degree. So it goes without being said, if you have anything that's like about 0 to like, I would say 4 degrees of Aries, sun, moon, rising, or personal planet, very personal for you as you're under a Saturn and a Neptune transit at the same time. This is more significant for my Capricorns and also my Aquarius risings, as Saturn rules your chart. And this is the planet of structure and discipline. So when we see Saturn stationing retrograde, in Aries, it's prompting reflection on leadership, personal boundaries, independence, and our long-term goals. Now, delays or challenges can arise during a Saturn retrograde period, but this is really encouraging you to kind of like refine your foundations and confront unfinished business. Also, I always use the reference, Saturn is the teacher. When Saturn goes retrograde, it's like the teacher steps out of the room. And it gives us time to kind of see, okay, where we've been applying commitment, boundaries, responsibility, where we've been really kind of focusing and doing our Saturn work. Are we going to keep it going, or are we going to become a little bit more laxed? Now, you'll see in the fall, Saturn and Neptune are going to retrograde back into Pisces before both signs come back into Aries, and that'll be at the beginning of next year, where we will see the conjunction in February. So things will get a little murky, a little bit more emotional in the fall. And this is really a good time to reevaluate your own personal vision. And this is about accountability, Aries. Now, Mercury turns retrograde on the 17th. It starts its retrograde in Leo at 15 degrees. So if you have anything from about 3 to 16 degrees of the sign of Leo, sun, moon, rising, personal planet, Mercury will be retrograding over that. This is very significant for Leo, sun, moon, and rising, especially if you have planets between those degrees, or if you happen to be a Gemini or Virgo rising, because your chart ruler is on the move. So what this means is that Mercury is going to be governing, communication and technology, and these things are going to kind of slow down, and you'll start feeling the effects of it right off the bat at the beginning of July, because we're already going to be in the shadow. Dramatic Leo ruled by the sun, so it leads to obviously some dramatic communications, but also a need to really reevaluate matters of the heart. Now, obviously, Mercury retrogrades can create some communication issues. We see things like tech glitches, delays in creative projects, miscommunications, travel delays. So in the month of June, before you get into July, it's a good time to say, all right, if I have to sign something, if I have to send out an important letter, if I have to launch something, if I have to agree to something, buy a major purchase, move, have a conversation with a romantic partner, it's a good time to do it. Otherwise, you're going to see throughout the Mercury retrograde, there will be some supportive trines to Saturn and Neptune, which will be retrograde as well. That's to really reevaluate what you want. So this is especially important for artists, creatives, people who are also looking to make changes in their romantic relationships. However, you can wait until after the retrograde is over in August. We'll tackle that next month in the horoscopes, but just something to think about. And I think a lot of us will be reflecting on self-expression and maybe re-evaluating past ideas. But obviously, we want to try to avoid new commitments. And this one is like, if you want to launch your own business, if you want to start a new romantic relationship, if you want to have an important conversation with children or about children, if you want to get back in dating, like those things can be a little bit more tricky in this particular sign with this retrograde. July the 4th, we're going to see Venus move into the sign of Gemini. So this is good for my Gemini sun, moon, and risings. Also Taurus and Libra risings, your chart ruler is on the move. Venus, planet of love and relationships and values, will be entering into Gemini right after conjuncting Uranus in Taurus in the final degrees. And I think this is really interesting. It's going to trine Pluto, so it's going to enhance, I think, charm and flirting, intellectual connections and relationships and finances as well. And this transit really kind of fosters more of like a lighthearted, communicative energy. However, it is a mutable sign, so we can see some indecision in matters of the heart. Now, the big news on July 7th, we're going to see Uranus enter into the sign of Gemini. So this is a big transit. None of us have experienced this in our lifetime. Uranus will be spending a little bit of time here before it retrogrades back into Taurus, but for the next couple months, it'll be interesting because this is a planet of innovation. It's also about rebelliousness. So when it enters the mutable sign of Gemini, this is going to be sparking rapid changes in communication, technology, as well as education. I do think we might see some interesting news revolving around transportation. So think things like cars, buses, local kind of transit. And this is really previewing the longer transit of 2026 to 2033, where we see Uranus go through this sign. Now, Uranus always brings breakthroughs, but also disruption. So it's going to affect things like media, as well as the education kind of process or system or anything kind of connected maybe even to cell phones. That could be something else that could be kind of coming up. On the 22nd, the sun enters Leo. So July, happy birthday to my Cancers and my Leos if your birthday is this month. But the sun loves being in Leo. It's in its home sign, so it'll definitely amplify confidence, creativity, and self-expression. Now, this shift is really going to be encouraging a lot of people to really embrace your inner light and pursue passions and to be standing out. And I think the Mercury retrograde is doing the same thing. But it can also highlight like ego-driven conflict. So just something to kind of think about. At the end of the month, Venus will then leave Gemini and go into Cancer. So also important for my Cancer, sun, moon, and risings, and those of you guys ruled by Venus, Taurus, and Libra. Venus moving into this sign is very nurturing. Okay, this is a sign that's ruled by the moon, and it's feminine. So it's a fostering more like emotional depth. It's much more about sensitivity and comfort in relationships and finances, maybe what's familiar. And this transit's really going to prioritize security and heartfelt connections. But one thing I noticed with Venus in Cancer is that it can lead to like clinginess or oversensitivity. However, something you will see going into August is like Venus is going to kind of dance with Jupiter. So it can actually be a really sweet transit. But right off the bat, right at the end of the month, Venus goes into Cancer, and then it's going to actually start coming into a square with Saturn and Neptune. So it's going to go through some of the same squares that we saw during the solstice, right, with the Sun square Saturn and Neptune. So we're going to see some similarities maybe kind of happening around that degree. Now, on the 10th of the month, we will see the first lunation. That's going to be the full moon in Capricorn, which will be around 18 degrees. So if you have anything around 17, 18, 19 degrees in Capricorn, you'll be having a full moon that's going to be hitting either a planet angle or it'll be in your sign. What can I say about this? Well, Saturn is stationing. It'll be like 2 days later that Saturn's going to turn retrograde. So I think that's pretty significant. That's kind of indicating that some of the big conclusions or completions connecting to Capricorn is going to be about Capricorn themes. So government, responsibility, jobs, leadership, long-term goals. And Saturn turning retrograde or getting ready to turn retrograde in Aries, 10 signs away, basically means that there is this theme revolving around what personal goals you have, right, for yourself. What are you personally hoping to achieve or can kind of make possible when it comes to your reputation, your professional life? And a lot of people are reassessing and reevaluating the way they look at leadership, the way they look at leaders. This could be bosses, this could be parents, this could be people in government, and kind of reevaluating something. Now, the other thing that's interesting about this is it does slightly trine Mars and Virgo, so it does give it a little bit more oomph. And obviously, a full moon is about kind of like a culmination. So because it's harmonizing with Mars and Saturn, it's really highlighting like achievements in career or long-term goals. It's also bringing up a very powerful moment for grounding out your ambitions. I just think Saturn stationing adds a little bit of weight, and it is urging personal responsibility. Now, at the end of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Leo, and this will be at 2 degrees. So if you have anything, I would say 0 to 4 degrees of Leo, sun, moon, rising, your personal planet, this is very personal for you. This is a little intense. It's going to oppose Pluto retrograde in Aquarius. However, it will trine Saturn and Neptune in Aries, which by the end of the month will be retrograde. So a very bold new moon. I kind of look at this and it's like do or die. That's how I see it. And obviously, we know Leo is more the individual. It's very dramatic and bold, and it's very kind of like, authentic and, its own kind of character. And Aquarius can be a little bit more detached. It can be more about what's going on collectively and kind of like following the trends with what's going on in society. So, whenever we see a new moon, it's about setting new intentions. And in this case, it's about creativity, self-expression, and leadership. But the opposition to Pluto and Aquarius brings very intense transformation or power dynamics, and this will be baked into the astrology for the next 6 months until this becomes a full moon in Leo. Now, that'll be in, obviously, 2026, but I think that this is intense. It's very do or die. It's like, I have to do this. I have to do this now. Mirroring some of the retrogrades that we have seen in Leo, both the Mars retrograde earlier this year, as well as the Mercury retrograde taking place at the same time. I like the trines that are happening to Saturn and Neptune in Aries. I feel like it's providing discipline, also new personal boundaries and goals, and also feeling more inspired. And I think the retrograde in Aries in itself, Saturn and Neptune, is like learning how to build confidence, learning how to take, the wheel, learning how to take charge. And the retrograde in Leo is like, well, how can I show my own inner kind of like leader? How can I learn how to lead by example? How can leadership be fun? And letting the heart kind of lead the way. So there is definitely some support if you lean into the trines that you're going to see with Saturn and Neptune. There's also still a sextile that's happening to Uranus and Gemini too. So it's going to make some of these new kind of intentions that are being set very communication-based, very travel-based, and it's also going to be really encouraging a lot more community activity because Uranus and Gemini is going to create some changes in some of our local kind of communities. All right, guys, so there you have it. That is the July in a nutshell. These are the transits that I will be going through for the 12 rising signs. Now, obviously, I'm a Western astrologer, so people are always asking me, are you a Vedic astrologer? No, if you follow Vedic astrology, it's going to be a very different system. I practice tropical Western astrology, and I like to show you guys the predictions from the perspective of the whole rising sign. Why? Because when you listen to your rising sign, you know exactly where your chart ruler is in the sky, which is going to tell you how things are going in your life. And also it's going to dictate and determine the zodiacal kind of order of where the planets are transiting. So I really recommend listening to your rising sign because it's going to tell you quite literally what's going to happen for the month. You can listen to your sun sign. Your sun sign is going to help you with your overall vitality, your joy, creative projects, even your career. But it's more likely going to tell you what you want to hear. There might be some bits that kind of stick, but we'll see. And then the moon sign can be really important because this is going to be telling you what you need to know about your emotions, your home, your private life, even your family. I love to listen to all three. I feel like even when I listen to other astrological interpretations, I find a little bit of like goodness from all three that apply to what's going on in my life in different ways. And the moon sign predictions can be really beneficial, especially when you're listening to the new and the full moon. They may really resonate with you guys emotionally. So choose your own adventure. You will not see the chart move. You're just going to hear me kind of go through some of these transits, transit by transit. And once again, you guys can find all of the dates for this in the description below. With that being said, this is the July 2025 12 Rising Sign Horoscopes. let's go ahead and get right into it. And we're going to be starting with the first sign, Aries and Aries rising. What's up, Aries and Aries rising? Welcome to your July 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to chat with you just about all of the stuff going on for you guys this month, because there's definitely a lot of things happening in the area of Aries. So in a nutshell, for the next month, for July, the next month is going to feel, I think, very introspective for Aries risings. And I think a lot of that is because you're seeing Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your sign. Equally, your chart ruler, Mars, is moving through Virgo. Okay, so we've got the retrogrades on your ascendant. Let me get my marker here. Sorry, guys. We've got the retrogrades on your ascendant, and then we've got Mars that's going to be turning or coming into conjunction with the South Node in Virgo. While Mars continues its path through your 6th house, this is going to be really focusing on your work and your health routines. So organizing your office, finding a new job, taking care of your health, getting your to-do list kind of done, any service-oriented tasks is going to be the focus. Watch on the 20th when you see Mars come into conjunction with the South Node. That can definitely be where there can be some trickiness. And it can kind of pull you towards old habits, and you want to focus on being efficient and being present in the right now. Now, something else that you're going to notice is that with Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your 1st house, this is really focusing on reflection of your identity. This is also going to be making some aspects to Uranus, which will be moving into Gemini in your 3rd house, which is going to spark new communication shifts. I would just watch for overworking and also like impulsive reactions to potential delays that can happen this month. And let's see what else. Mars in Virgo is going to be really focusing on precision and productivity in your daily health routines. So, some of you guys may have an experience where you're returning to a job, South Node, that you've worked in the past. You are returning back to a gym. You're reconnecting with a doctor that you haven't seen in a while. It can mean also, obviously, touch wood, you're more prone to having conflicts and arguments with coworkers. You're more prone also to having to deal with like health matters or accidents. Okay, so this might be like cutting out inflammation, making dietary changes. It can mean that, you're changing doctor's offices, you're changing gyms, something like that can kind of come up. And then having Saturn and Neptune retrograde in the 1st house of the body, while Mars is the ruler, meeting with the South Node in like the 6th, is definitely saying you're having to get more serious about your health and productivity. There can be changes in the office. Some of you guys might experience like layoffs at work. Some of you guys may also notice that there's just changes going on with scheduling, or that there's people who are, leaving the office, or things that are changing with other employees. So that's something else I would watch for. This month, I also want you guys to be aware that, it's possible you could be overanalyzing tasks with Mars conjuncting the South Node, and potentially even like reacting impulsively to setbacks. So what you want to do is you want to ground your ambition with some of these retrogrades that are kind of going on in your sign. The days that I think are going to be best for my Aries risings will be July 11th and then the 23rd and the 24th. However, the challenging dates are going to be July 12th through the 17th, July 20th, and July 25th. So those are the days that you guys want to watch for. Now, if we get into the transits and what's kind of taking place, at the very top of the month on July the 4th, Neptune is going to station retrograde in your 1st house. 1st house brings attention to the body and the identity, your appearance, and anything revolving around, I would say, just you in general. So with this retrograde, it may potentially lift some of the fog revolving around self-identity, urging you to clarify who you are versus who you have been pretending to be. So it can be like a major moment where there's like a shift in your like perspective about yourself. Neptune's connected to the 12th house, so this is about reflecting on personal dreams and authenticity. Just avoid any impulsive like self-reinvention, or maybe watch out for like delusional self-perception. This is a chance really to align your actions with your true self. On the 4th of the month, you're going to see Venus is going to enter into the sign of Gemini. So Venus is tied to your self-esteem, money, resources, as well as relationships. So with Venus going into your 3rd house, this is about charming communication, maybe with siblings or with locals. It's about connecting, intellectually. Certainly love can be found in like a local coffee shop or a bookstore. It can also mean that there is an opportunity for you to indulge in a little bit of like a short distance road trip, or maybe you're picking up a new gadget or a laptop or a new phone. And communication with relationships should actually be quite sweet. On the 7th of the month, then you're going to see Uranus enter into your 3rd house, and Uranus deals with networks, communities, and your goals. So when Uranus goes into the 3rd, you're taking those themes and you're putting it in the 3rd house. So this is about sudden insights in communication or travel. It's also about embracing new ideas. So some of you guys might join astrology groups. Some of you guys might decide you have a new goal about learning a language or about starting a network or launching a new social media platform. Maybe it's like you're trying to join a new online group and there's going to be local meetups. I could also see there being some changes or something erratic revolving around your goals connected to education as well as transportation or travel. On the 10th of the month, you're going to see a full moon that's going to be in your 10th house of Capricorn. If you happen to have anything that's going to be around like 17, 18, 19 degrees, Aries, sun, moon, or rising, the full moon will square you, okay? And this has been a 6-month buildup since the new moon that we had in Capricorn this last year. To major shifts and conclusions and completions in regards to your career, your public image, your reputation, your professional life. So a full moon in the 10th house, a lot of you guys might experience, well, okay, there's a career milestone that's kind of coming up, and maybe it's about taking responsibility for your goals. It's interesting that Saturn is the ruler and it will be retrograde in your sign. So this could be a moment where you're like deciding, okay, do I want to stay in this job? Or is there a lot of like success and like positivity and a lot of responsibility coming through? Obviously, it's going to trine Mars in your 6th. It is possible that somebody at work leaves, whether they get fired or they quit or whatever. And then all of a sudden it's like, now there's more responsibility on you. And now you're like trying to like lead a team or take care of like a boss, or now there's just more kind of on your shoulders. It can be a time for some of you guys at the full moon of the 10th house, especially with a trine to Mars, where if you're feeling like, hey, the office I'm working at, it's not productive. It's not conducive for having good health. I'm not getting along with people. There's a lot of conflict. It can mean that you may consider making a change in your career. All right. On the 11th of the month, we're going to see the sun trine the north node from your 4th to the 12th house. So the sun will be in the 4th house of home. It's trining the north node in Pisces in the 12th house. Honestly, I feel like this is about being at home, being close to loved ones, getting comfortable, and getting some much needed peace. And it can bring emotional clarity at home, and it can be like aligning with spiritual growth. So it might mean that, you're experiencing some quality one-on-one time with one of your kids, or maybe you're reevaluating a home or a family matter and like something kind of comes to like a peaceful kind of conclusion, or there's like a definitive like turning point, which does not need to be negative, but it can be very emotional for you or your family. On the 12th of the month, Saturn is going to station retrograde in your 1st house. So this is going to be now a several month period of the Saturn retrograde. It's only, I think, going to be retrograde in your sign until about the end of August. So it'll be about 2 months. That's more personal for you. And what you're going to find is during this particular retrograde, this is about you reassessing leadership and identity. Saturn represents your career and your goals, and it's retrograde in the 1st house. So there's a lot of like, am I necessarily what I do? Could I be something more? Is it time to change directions? What am I taking responsibility for in my own life? That kind of stuff. And you might feel that there's like some delays that are kind of coming up for you personally with some of your personal, your career goals, but this is helping you build resilience. So like keeping on, like don't kind of take don't take the foot off the gas pedal. Continue to focus on your long-term goals and also your personal boundaries. On the 17th of the month, you're going to see Mercury station retrograde in Leo in your natal 5th house. So Mercury is tied to communication, contracts, negotiations. It could also be anything revolving around travel, websites, blogs, media, and it's going to retrograde in your 5th house of creativity. This is also connected to romance. This is also connected to hobbies and fun time. So if you are a single Aries or Aries rising, this is a time where you could get back into dating. This is a time where you could reconnect with an old romantic kind of flame. It could be a time where you're reevaluating or reassessing just exactly like what the heart wants, right? And, you could be a little critical because Mercury is tied to the 6th house of your children. You could be more critical of the art that you create or the creative projects that you have. But this can also be a time to get back on the horse and say, you know what, it's time to make time for fun. It's time to make time for dating. It's time to make time for creativity and self-expression or like a hobby or going back to some of those things. So look for, I think, something else that may come up for you is like creative or romantic miscommunications and just really focusing on revisiting your passion. especially towards the end of that retrograde, you're going to see trines to Saturn and Neptune, and you might feel like you can bring your joy back as you get into August. On the 20th of the month, Mars will conjunct the South Node. So this is going to be a little tricky for you guys. Like I said, changes at work, watch your health, anything revolving around people quitting or you feeling frustrated with coworkers. This is about releasing outdated work or health habits, and you really want to focus on efficiency. On the 22nd of the month, the sun will ingress into Leo. So you've got some cosmic support here with the sun moving through a fellow sister fire sign, obviously trining some of your personal planets as well as Saturn and Neptune in your sign. So something to kind of consider is that when the sun moves into the 5th, it's going to boost creativity. It's going to boost romance and, good luck and anything revolving around shining and being seen and kind of being like main character energy. And this is also about being playful and being youthful and creative. So it's about having fun here. On the 23rd of the month, you're going to see Venus square Mars. So Venus is going to be in your 3rd house of communication, short distance travel, and siblings. And it's going to come into a square with Mars that will be in your 6th house. So that makes me feel like there's going to be some tension in communication versus work demands. Watch for nitpicking. Like you can feel like either you or somebody is being very critical of another person. Especially if it's going to be like office emails, or if you're maybe communicating or talking to a sibling or a neighbor or even like a coworker, communication is not so friendly that day. So just keep that in the back of your mind. We're going to then see on the 23rd of the month, the sun in Leo will sextile Uranus in Gemini. So the sun will be in your 5th house of creativity and romance, and it's going to sextile Uranus. Small aspect, but I still like it. This is great for communication breakthrough, as well as like creativity. It's also really good for experimenting boldly with, new social media, new websites, new creative self-expression, and having fun or planning like a little getaway trip. And then on the 24th of the month, you're going to see the sun in Leo trine Saturn and Neptune in your sign. I think you guys are going to like this. And I think this is like glimmers of what the Mercury retrograde in Leo is about as well. This for you, I feel like, is going to help ground out your creative goals with personal discipline and intuition. But it could also mean that through personal discipline and, being very clear about your boundaries, what you can and cannot afford to do in a romantic relationship. You know how to be more, practical and grounded when it comes to dealing with children, communicating with younger people, talking about children, anything of that nature, and also taking risks and taking chances. So there can be a sense of you being like, I don't know if I feel so good about taking a chance on this project or this investment. You're going to have to listen to your intuition. You'll find on the 24th of the month also, there is this new moon that's going to be happening in Leo, and that'll be a new moon in your 5th house. So what I like about this is that it's trining Saturn and Neptune in your sign. So, I would be setting intentions for creativity. I would be also focusing on matters of the heart or, romantic partners, children, fostering more confidence for self-expression and creativity, committing to some of your creative goals and your heart's desire. However, you're going to see with this new moon that it is going to oppose Pluto and Aquarius, and it means that you're having to focus on what you can create that you can share with an audience or with the collective. But you might find that there's some tension revolving around collaborating with teams and other people or with some friends. So it can create some kind of intense social dynamics at the time of the new moon. I would just say watch for intense transformation in friendships because what you're going to find the next day on the 25th is the sun officially opposes Pluto. And this is about letting go of control over friends or friends going through crisis, or could even be a situation where it's like you're focusing on your joy and you're like, you know what, I need to call all the energy back to me. I can't be getting consumed with what's going on the internet, what's going on with friends, other people's kind of bad habits or crisis. Like I need to be focusing on me and finding small ways to kind of bring joy back into your life. And then you're going to see on the 26th of the month, Mars will sit around 23 degrees, and it's going to reactivate the eclipse that we had in Virgo in March of this year. So you want to think back to what's been going on since March of 2025, what's been happening with your work, with your health, and act thoughtfully as you go through this Mars transit for a couple of days. Then on the 30th of the month, you're going to see Venus go into the sign of Cancer, where it's going to be transiting your 4th house. I see this as, something that's positive for home, property, family, home decor, real estate related things, going home and visiting family. Usually Venus in the 4th can mean a woman's coming to visit you or coming to stay in your home, or there is an opportunity to kind of beautify your home space. So emotional home connections, nurturing family bonds, opportunity for love to kind of be on the home front. And then on the 31st, you're going to be seeing the Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in Leo in your 5th house, where you're going to get clarity on your creative or your romantic goals. This is about reflecting deeply. I feel like because Mercury is tied to the Mars transit, there is going to be some Aries and Aries risings that are going to go, I'm going to quit my job and work for myself. Or I'm going to, take a step back away from work and focus on having a family or being home or relocating or, focusing on doing something that's going to be more personal rather than feeling super consumed and focused on what's going on with work. There's like a shift going on here. And it could be kids, it could be family, it could be home related matters. But I think some people might be trying to figure out how they can actually set things up so they can start becoming more independent. If they do want to segue away from, a day job to doing something that's going to be more kind of on their own. Anyway, that is the transit in a nutshell, the transits for the month of July. So let's see what the cards have to say for you, my Aries and Aries risings. Ooh, the card that I got for you is the Ace of Coins. Beautiful card. Money, resources, stability, grounding. I could see that with Venus in your 2nd. Sure. New opportunities, resources, abundance, prosperity, security, stability, and manifestation. So manifestation and material abundance. You're on the cusp of a new venture or opportunity that has the potential to bring financial and material prosperity. I think that this might be the full moon in Capricorn because it's happening in an earth sign. This could also be Mars going through your 6th house in an earth sign. So this is really, I think, about like new job, new career advancements, material success, financial stability, and opportunities for growth. Look for that in the next month. Great card for you guys. You'll have to let me know what happens. I'll catch you guys back here in August. Enjoy the next month. All right, we got Taurus and Taurus rising. What's up, my Tauruses? Welcome to July of 2025. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about what's going on. Can we get a hell yeah? Uranus is leaving your guys' side. It's brief, but you guys get a little bit of a break, right? You've also got some really nice Venus transits that are going to be happening this month. I think you guys are going to like this. So, the synopsis that I have for July of 2025 for you guys is that there's going to be a focus on finances. And a lot of that is because your chart ruler, Venus, is going to be spending most all of the month in your 2nd house of income, resources, and self-esteem. So, we will see it shift from Gemini right at the end of the month into Cancer, where it's going to be really enhancing charm and emotional growth. But this could also mean that you are going on a road trip, you're traveling, you're investing in new communication. Maybe you're looking at a new car. Maybe you're thinking about taking on a new program. Maybe you're moving. More relationships with siblings as well as neighbors kind of come up here. And the other thing to kind of think about is that Neptune will be retrograde, as will Saturn, in your 12th house. So this is going to prompt spiritual reflection. It's going to be really reevaluating what you do when you're behind the scenes, what you do when you have time alone, reevaluating self-undoing patterns, but also it can be reevaluating spiritual matters. While Uranus is going to shake things up, get ready, Taurus and Taurus risings. Uranus moving into your 2nd house of income is about to electrify your financial zone. This means that it's going to shake up resources, and Uranus is obviously directly tied to your career. So it may mean that some of you guys are suddenly experiencing some fluctuations with work. Some of you guys might bring in a secondary line of income. All right, so just watch for that. And that will bring sudden financial shifts. Now, Venus moving to the 2nd house will boost financial opportunity and also intellectual approaches towards money until July 30th. And then it'll move into Cancer, where it's going to focus more on connection with locals and siblings. I would just say avoid indecisions early in the month because they can kind of come up for you guys. What to watch for, I would say, well, Venus going through the second house, there can be some impulsive spending, but I'm not mad at it. I think with Pluto and Venus trine right at the beginning of the month, it's actually really great for if you've made, major radical changes and transformations in your professional life. It could actually serve you very well when it comes to your money. And obviously clarify some of your values during some of the retrogrades because Mercury is tied to your second house of resources. Best dates for you guys is going to be July 4th through the 6th, July 11th, and the 23rd through the 24th. Challenging dates for the month of July will be July 12th through the 17th, July 20th, and July 25th. These are going to be a little bit more difficult for you. Now, if we start at the top of the month on July the 4th, this is when Neptune is going to turn retrograde in Aries in your 12th house. Thankfully, the Saturn and Neptune retrograde is a little bit more private. It's behind the scenes, so I don't think a lot of the stuff that's going to be shifting is going to be so visible. But Neptune retrograde, it lifts the veil when it comes to subconscious fears or spiritual insights. So I think this is going to encourage you guys to focus more on deep reflection and maybe hidden motivations. You might notice there's more vivid dreams or intuitive nudges, and you want to use this to heal old wounds, but avoid any escapist tendencies, okay? So keep that in mind. On July 4th, you're going to see Venus enter into Gemini. So it's going to go into your second house where it's going to spend pretty much all but one day this month. And this is really good for financial opportunities, making money, feeling more confident, exploring new income streams. It could also mean you're investing in communication devices. You're investing potentially in transportation. Maybe you're going to be investing in health or anything revolving around stuff for your office space or things for your pets. Because Venus is connected to your sixth house. Eating healthy, learning about how to eat healthy could be something else that could be popping up for you as well. On the 7th of the month, you're going to see Uranus enter into your second house, where you're getting a preview of just how wild and wacky financial things are about to become. I actually like this. I think Uranus in the second house, especially the aspect of Pluto, sudden financial or value shift, innovating earnings, finding a way to create secondary income. It might mean you're making, you're working more than one job. And remember, this is all connected to Mercury. So when Mercury turns retrograde later in the month, it's going to be about how you can maybe make money through working at home or using your intuition or working in property or real estate or a family business, so that some of the changes that's happening financially is kind of connected to expenses relating to home and family. All right. And then we're going to see on the 10th of the month, you will have a full moon in Capricorn in your 9th house. All right. So it's in a fellow sister earth sign. So if you're like 17, 18, 19 degrees of Taurus, sun, moon, or rising, this will trine your placement. So it should be a little bit more friendly for you guys. This creates more of a focus on a completion when it comes to education or travel, maybe grounding your beliefs, publishing, teaching, legal matters, all kind of reach a turning point. And this is ruled by Saturn, which is retrograde in the 12th. So some of you guys might be like really trying to focus on publishing, teaching, traveling. That could be something else that could be coming up for you. And sometimes you have a full moon in the 9th house and you're like, oh, I'm at the airport, I'm on a plane, or I'm, booking a trip, or I'm having to meet with a mentor or a teacher, or I'm taking an exam. So these things can kind of happen here. On the 11th of the month, you're going to see the sun trine the north node, and the sun's going through Pisces in your 11th house of friends, allies, and networks. And it's going to trine the sun is in the 3rd house, of Cancer, and it's trining the north node in Pisces in your 11th house of friends, goals, and networks. So I kind of see this aspect for you guys about communications aligning with spiritual destiny. Jupiter's in that house, so it can mean that you guys are getting active on social media, you're putting out websites, you're going to be writing, you're going to be connecting more. And this can be a time to really reach an audience. So I really like this for getting a lot of attention and recognition from other people. Then you're going to see on the 12th of the month, Saturn will turn retrograde in Aries. So it's going to be joining Neptune in its retrograde. They're both going to still be conjunct. And Saturn in the 12th house is about reflecting on subconscious fears, maybe releasing any limitations that you have spiritually, socially, any fears revolving around taking a step back or making changes at work or even your career and your beliefs about that, because Saturn is connected to your 9th and your 10th house. On the 17th of the month, you're going to see this is when Mercury is going to start its retrograde in the sign of Leo. And if you have any Taurus placements, I would say like 3 to 16 degrees, sun, moon, or rising, the Mercury retrograde, it's going to be taking place in the 4th house of home. So the reorganization, reconnection, re-evaluation will be on home and family matters, or things that are private or things that are emotional. But it will square you by sign. Okay, so when we look at what Mercury represents, 2nd house, personal possessions, money, resources, and then 5th house, children, creativity, self-expression. I could see a lot of Taurus and Taurus risings being like, okay, it's time to, clean house. It's time to clean out the closets. It's time to have a garage sale. It's time to finally put the house back on the market, or it's time to start looking for a new apartment. And I would say be careful with any aesthetic like designs, like buying furniture, bringing in art, anything like that. Some of you guys may actually be reorganizing your home because of children. So you might have like a kid going from like one bedroom to like, where they're in a crib to like moving to an actual bed, right? Or there is going to be some reassessment of funds and resources connecting to home because it may connect to children. That's possible. Getting creative with how you reorganize or navigate home and family matters is a huge theme. What you don't want to do, buy houses, sign leases, move, home or family miscommunications can happen, delays can happen, and definitely revisit dynamics. And I would say, especially Taurus and Taurus risings who are wanting to purchase homes, be very careful, because I do get the impression that things can be revealed to you that can come up during like an inspection that could be a lot more financially involved than you think. And if you've already moved into something, then you can see there could be some breakdown going on at home, which could actually be kind of costly. So be careful with that. All right, on the 20th of the month, we're going to see Mars conjunct the South Node in Virgo, which is interesting because Mars rules your one-on-one relationships, spouses, partners, clients. It's also connected to things that are hidden and kind of subconscious or behind the scenes. So, Mars hitting the South Node in the 5th house, a release of old creative or romantic patterns, right? Maybe focusing on joy. Maybe you are a little bit more critical of your children. Maybe you're a little bit more critical of the art that you create. Maybe you're more critical when it comes to, your hobbies. And maybe there is a need to address old relationship stuff, old inner child issues, things that you've been holding back and not saying or not talking about. Think about what happened with the eclipse in March. This is reactivating pretty much from the South Node conjunction on until the end of the month, that there is a need to kind of deal with the past or maybe cut ties with the past. And it looks like that conjunction is actually going to happen at 19 degrees. So a lot of Taurus and Taurus risings are finally like letting someone or something go. And it can be a period also where, you're taking a step back and you're like not being so critical of your creative projects or your children, and you're kind of letting them kind of grow up and do their own thing. And you're giving them a little bit of like a pass, to be more independent. On the 22nd of the month, you're going to see the sun ingress into Leo, and it's going to be highlighting your natal 4th house of home and family. So sun in Leo is confident. So I feel like this is about kind of taking on some of these home and family things with confidence, maybe shining privately. A lot of the things that are bringing you joy are not going to be things coming on for your career or whatever. It's going to be, look at this new room that I painted, or look at this new hobby corner that I have, or like, look at what I'm doing with my friends and my family at home this weekend. It's going to be stuff that's going to be closer to the heart. Then on the 23rd of the month, you're going to see Venus in Gemini coming into a square with Mars in Virgo. Tension in finances versus creative desires, okay? Venus in the 2nd house is like, yeah, I want to indulge, I want to splurge, right? I want to get the nice things. And it could be spending money on travel, on vehicles, spending money on gadgets. But the square to Mars is like your partner reminding you, yeah, but the kids need new shoes, Yeah, but, like Joey's got soccer and that's going to be expensive this summer, like that kind of stuff. So there could be a little bit of tension revolving around preserving what you have versus maybe spending. It could also mean that if you do want to indulge a little bit, just don't go like ham. Especially if it's like gambling or in investments or kind of stuff with the market. There could be a sense of something not kind of seeing eye to eye. All right, on the 23rd of the month, the sun will sextile Uranus. So the sun's in your 4th house. It's sextiling Uranus in your 2nd house. which makes me feel like there is an opportunity for you to have a breakthrough when it comes to your home and your financial situation. Something changes in regards to your living situation because there's a financial shift. Oh, there's now a new secondary line of income. I have a second job, or I got a promotion. Boom. Guess what? We can actually remodel the deck. We can pay off the mortgage. We can move into a bigger apartment. So I do think that I would say experiment. Some of you guys might be experimenting making money with property. So you're like, well, I'm going to rent out my Airbnb. I'm going to rent out my house as an Airbnb and move in with my partner, right? Something like that could happen. So experiment. I don't think that this is necessarily defined yet because Uranus will go back into Taurus, actually going in the beginning of the year. Mercury's retrograde. You can try spending a little bit of time out of the house and see if you like it. But yeah, see how that works between money and home. And then on the 24th, you're going to see the Sun trine Saturn and Neptune. So the Sun will be in your 4th house. It'll trine Saturn and Neptune. I feel like this is giving you the opportunity to rest and recharge. I feel like this is where you're grounding out your home goals and you're doing it with some kind of spiritual insight. What is it? Are you listening to astrology? Are you meditating on, how to best navigate what's going on with your home and your family? Did you have an epiphany or a dream that kind of told you hey, it's time to get the show on the road, or something's about to change at home or with the family? And then what you're also going to see on the 24th is a new moon that will happen in your 4th house. So traditionally with a new moon in the 4th house, the moon loves being in the 4th house, we can say, all right, well, in the next 6 months, I'd like to finish renovating the kitchen. I'd like to save enough money for a down payment on a home. Maybe I'm planning to relocate and move back home. Maybe I'm moving in back with a family member. It really depends on your situation. The moon is connected to the 3rd house, so it's at least traveling with family to see family, maybe lots of community involvement. Maybe it's going to be moving. Certainly Jupiter in your 3rd house could be. Some Taurus and Taurus risings are going to start thinking about moving in the next year. But I would say this is kind of saying, for a lot of you guys, the new moon is about setting intentions for home and safety and security. However, especially if you are an early degree Taurus, sun, moon, or rising, I would say the first 5 degrees, this is going to square you. And this new moon is going to be in opposition to Pluto. So herein lies part of the challenge here is that Pluto represents conflict. Okay, because 7th house is about dealing with conflict head on in relationships and partnerships. So when you have a new moon, it's like, hi, this is the action I want to take to create new things at home. However, it's interfering with my career. It's interfering with, the business that I own, the boss that I have, and there is a little bit of a power struggle. So I don't know if it's going to be a back and forth where you're feeling stretched between home and family, or it's a back and forth and a power struggle revolving around a relationship matter. What I can tell you is that watch for some of this, intense kind of dynamic at play. Try to navigate it the best you can. On the 25th, you will see the sun actually come into an opposition with Pluto, where if you didn't see it during the new moon, the power struggles in home and career are going to come up, and it's going to be about transforming roles. So it's interesting that you have Saturn and Neptune in the 12th house, where it's about taking a step back and being actually, I need more quiet time. I need more rest. I need more recuperation. I need to be behind the scenes. This is trining what will be the sun coming into Leo, the new moon, the Mercury retrograde, and needing to kind of get your house in order so you can do some of those things. Now, on the 25th of the month, you'll see the Sun-Pluto opposition. On the 26th of the month, Mars will be in Virgo at the eclipse degree from March. Put your thinking caps on, go back to what happened in March of 2025. This is basically saying, you have an opportunity now to really focus on creative themes. I would act wisely. Obviously, Mars is going to be your subconscious desires, and, Mars is connected to relationships. So you might feel like there is some tension coming up in relationships subconsciously. Maybe there is, I had a dream about somebody, and then boom, I reconnect with them or I hear from them. Could also mean that now is the time to kind of get active when it comes to some of your self-expression, creative projects, and not beating yourself up over your creative process. On the 30th of the month, Venus will enter into Cancer. So it's going to be moving into your 3rd house of siblings, communications, your local environment, vehicles, as well as media. And this is going to be much more of an emotional tone when it comes to communication. It's about nurturing bonds. Sisters, aunts, female relatives, female neighbors kind of pop up here. Sweet, kind communication is what I'm expecting. Maybe indulging a little bit more in education or travel or vehicles. Luxury is Venus, you know that. On the 31st of the month, you're finally going to see the Sun conjunct Mercury in your 4th house of home and family. Now, Mercury represents, well, taking chances, creativity in children, money, investment, resources, and possessions. You may find out whether or not some family change is actually going to take place, whether or not a house is going to sell, if you're going to buy something, if you're waiting for money to kind of come in from a property-related venture, all of that stuff. But also, this is highlighting clarity in home matters and reflecting on family and communication with family. So it can mean that there is some challenging communication, especially with the Sun being in opposition to Pluto, where there's like some tension with a parent or an in-law. I don't know who it's going to be, so just kind of keep an open mind, whether you're single or you're in a relationship. Your 10th house can be one of your in-laws, so I'm looking at the Sun going into the 4th house, opposing that, where it's like, well, is there an issue with an in-law or is there an issue with the boss? I don't know. But there could be some tension with one of those two people. This will also be the halfway point, so if you've been questioning whether or not you should put your home up for sale, if you should reorganize your home, if you should move, or if you're needing to kind of sort out a family communication or financial matter, likely you're going to start to see kind of that turning a corner. Okay? All right. So I hope that's helpful for you, my Taurus and my Taurus risings. Let's see what card you guys get for the month of July. The card that I get is the Queen of Cups. Okay? Which makes sense. Venus is going into Cancer at the end of the month, so that could very much be about a relationship with a water sign. It can be a Cancer, it can be a Scorpio, it can be a Pisces. But this can also be about you communicating in a much more compassionate manner, which I definitely think you're going to see. This is about warmth, kindness, intuition, healing, counseling, as well as support. And when you pull this card, it's about emotional intelligence and empathy. You have a deep understanding for your own emotions and those of others, and it's about being compassionate and having a nurturing experience and presence. So in terms of this card, obviously it can be good for love and being more sympathetic and practicing empathy. For career, it can be about counseling, healing, professions. For finance, it can be financial stability and fulfillment. And interestingly enough, this is about June 21st through July 22nd. So it can mean that you notice this real shift in your intuition, your emotions, and the way that you kind of connect and communicate with people, particularly this month. That's definitely highlighted with the Venus transit and with the Sun and Jupiter going through there as well. So pay attention to your communication. Good luck, Taurus. I'll catch you guys back here next month in August. All right, we've got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's up, Gem? How are you guys doing? My, oh my, this is a big month for you guys. For a number of reasons. So essentially, the synopsis for July 2025 for Gemini risings, number one is your chart ruler is going to go retrograde. Okay, so you are Mercury, wherever Mercury is where you are. Mercury will retrograde in your 3rd house, a communication house, a travel house, a vehicle house, learning sibling house. And Mercury is also directly tied to your 4th house of home and family. Mercury is also tied to the Uranus transit that you're going to be having as well. So putting it all together, Mercury retrograde, amplifying self-expression and then reflection. And then obviously we're going to see Uranus kind of diving into your sign, and that's going to spark some new personal reinvention. I do think there could be some communication mishaps that can happen this month. And you're going to see Neptune and Saturn retrograde in your 11th house to help kind of clarify your social ideals, who your true friends are, and what your goals are. Now, from basically the 17th of July until the beginning of August, you're going to see Mercury retrograde in the 3rd house. So this is going to really boost old communication and learning. And, then I think it's going to be about kind of prompting a revisit of those ideas. Travel plans can change. Sibling dynamics can change. Don't be buying cars. Don't be signing leases, important contracts. Don't recommend it this month. You're going to see some issues in these departments. Double check any details to avoid confusion. And I say specifically cars because it's the 3rd house, communication issues with siblings, 3rd house. But Mercury represents home and family. So you may have some, unpleasant communication with relatives, with neighbors, and then we can see cars that can kind of break down. That's very common with Mercury retrograde. And this would be a month that I would say, well, communicating with family about, what's changing at home or what assistance you need with a parent. Maybe kind of communicating, with neighbors and recognizing and realizing that certain issues with neighbors can prompt moves. And any documents pertaining to home and property, you got to really kind of study very closely. Okay. All right. And travel plans here too. So the retrograde means that if you're planning on going on a road trip, or if you're booking a flight, or if you're doing anything, there could be some challenges or delays, primarily because you may change your mind, but it could also mean there's some changes going on the home front. Now, what you want to watch for is impulsive identity shifts with Uranus in your sign. Uranus obviously is about your beliefs. It's also about long distance travel, philosophy, the bigger meaning of life. You've got a really interesting Pluto transit there that's shaking all of that up, and it's trining Uranus, where I think you're really going to be open to the idea of just reinventing yourself, but you don't want to do it too quickly. This is just a preview the next couple of months of having Uranus in your sign. I would also clarify social roles. I think that's going to be really important with Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your 11th house. And because you're going to see Mercury that's going to trine Saturn and Neptune, a lot of that's about how you're connecting with your friends, how you're connecting with your audience, how you're connecting with some social groups, or maybe making plans to reconnect with some of these people. Now, the best dates for you this month are going to be July 7th through the 10th, as well as the 23rd through the 24th. Challenging dates are going to be July 17th through the 25th and the 31st. Now, if we take this from the top of the month, we're going to start with July the 4th, where Neptune is going to station retrograde in your natal 11th house. Neptune's connected to your career, your professional life, and your goals. And I think with Saturn kind of being in the mix here, Neptune going retrograde first in the 11th house, it can actually clarify illusions revolving around friendships or your group ideals, and it can help you see others' true intentions. I would reflect on your own personal vision and avoid any unrealistic expectations of others, and really focus on aligning with authentic people. And this could be like networking professionally. It could be people at work. Maybe you become aware of where somebody is not taking accountability or not taking responsibility in a group kind of dynamic at work. And then on the 4th, we're also going to see Venus ingress into Gemini. So Venus is going to move into your sign, and it's pretty much going to spend most of the month kind of going through your sign up until the very end. So for my Gemini sun, moon, and risings, you're going to notice there's going to be a personal kind of charm boost, boosting confidence, attracting, also other people through wit. Take a picture, especially with Venus and Uranus on your sign. I think a lot of you will be you got a, drastic makeover, or there's a new hair change or a new color palette that you're working with or something, and you're just attracting a lot more people. And Venus is connected to your 5th house of children, romance, and creativity. And it's very youthful. So I think that a lot of you guys are going to find that there's just going to be a little bit more youthfulness and a little bit more opportunity for love and connection during this transit. Very alluring also, as Venus is connected to your 12th house. Now, on the 7th of the month, you're going to see Uranus enter into your sign. So that's why I said the 4th through the 7th, it's going to be an interesting time because there's a lot of changes happening on your ascendant. I could see this as sudden identity or appearance changes, embracing innovation, spontaneous traveling, teaching, or education, focusing on law, philosophy, or publishing. And I would just say embrace innovation. Just don't do it too quickly. And then on the 10th of the month, you're going to have a full moon in Capricorn in your natal 8th house. What's interesting about this is that I could see for you guys, a full moon in the 8th house. This is about kind of facing, or there being some kind of culmination in finances or intimacy. So think joint finances, tax-related matters, inheritance, partners' money. This can also be about really facing responsibilities and some kind of karma, because this is connected to Saturn. Saturn is a ruler, and Saturn is in the 11th house. So there could be some dramatic changes to your financial goal, your joint spending and resources. There could be a major change in a friendship, there could be an ending that feels like a loss, right? And then it's also going to trine Mars in your 4th house. So a lot of the changes that are kind of coming may be that your goals are shifting, revolving around budgeting, home and family matters, property matters. I could see Uranus on your ascendant as a lot of Gemini risings get a little flighty. And I can also see Mars going through Virgo, hitting the South node in your 4th house as people being we're moving, we're leaving, we're changing direction with a home build or a family matter. So that can happen as well. So watch for the full moon change in the 8th. And then on the 11th of the month, you're going to see the sun trine the north node. So the sun's going through your financial zone, the second house of personal finances and resources, where Jupiter is, where the sun is. Venus is going to be at the end of the month. I mean, things are actually looking very good for you guys financially this month and next month. But the sun trine the north node is actually very positive, because this can mean that there is some kind of financial growth that's aligning with your career or your destiny. So you're feeling good emotionally about some of those changes. Now, on the 12th of the month, you're going to see now Saturn stations retrograde. It's joining Neptune in the retrograde in your friend and networking zone, giving you the opportunity to reassess group roles. You might find that there's some delays in social connections, friends that can be a little icy or be a little cold, a little difficult maybe to kind of connect with. And maybe you're just kind of like reevaluating, like, wow, the people who I was closest to, like, are these my people? Can also be a time, I think, with Saturn and Neptune retrograde in the 11th, where it's just you feel like you're not as social, or maybe there is some shift in your kind of social goals. Maybe you're reevaluating connections that you've made. And remember, Mercury will trine throughout its retrograde, so it's going to give you the opportunity to kind of reach out to people if you feel like they're not as kind of available. Now, what you want to watch for is on the 17th of the month, when Mercury turns retrograde in your third house, and it's going to be retrograde into August. Communication chaos, revisiting old ideas or plans. You are Mercury, so you might decide, I was going to trade in my car, but now I'm not. Or I was going to plan this trip, but now I'm not. Or, and Mercury's connected to Uranus in your sign as well. So it makes me feel like your mind is going a mile a minute. You were planning on going or doing one thing, and then suddenly something pivots or something changes. A miscommunication with a sibling or also like with a neighbor can kind of set you off. Definitely pay close attention and revisit old ideas and old plans during that retrograde. Now, on the 20th of the month, Mars will conjunct the South Node, which will be in your 4th house. And this is a little tricky because this is about releasing old family patterns and focusing on independence. Well, interesting that Mercury rules your chart, but it's also connected to Mars. So this tells me before you make a move, you're having to double or triple check some kind of communication, some kind of travel. Maybe you're looking at a lease or a document. Maybe you're having to talk to a sibling or a relative about something going on with a home or a family matter. Maybe a plan suddenly change in regards to like a living situation, and you're having to kind of scramble and kind of figure out what the next step is. All I can tell you is that with the conjunction of the South Node, what it's bringing up is the 6th house of like needing service or needing assistance. So like cars could need services. You might be calling on a neighbor for a friend or a friend for some support. This can also mean that there is like a change with your schedule. I would say focus on independence. This is about kind of breaking away from being stuck in the past, highly emotional, great for organizing and cleaning out your house. Like this is like very spring cleaning vibes. So if you are wanting to declutter, if you're wanting to throw a bunch of stuff away, if you want to have like a garage sale, if you want to organize your office or your kitchen, good time to do it, especially because I think a lot of you guys might be like moving. That might be happening. So let me know. And let go of some of those family patterns. On the 22nd of the month, you're going to see then the sun is going to enter into Leo, and it's going to be moving through your 3rd house, which is putting the spotlight on communication, shining in writing or learning, short distance trips as well. I think a lot of you guys are going to be really honing in on your communication skills this month, but I think a lot of you guys are also going to be thinking about, I want to revamp my social media. I want to get back to blogging. I want to update a website. I want to make a change to some form of like communication. Maybe you're taking a social media detox, if you're getting off of social media at the retrograde. I don't know. But if you're focusing on writing or learning, this is a good time to do it while the sun goes through this house. And then on the 23rd, you're going to see Venus in your sign square Mars in Virgo in your 4th house. Now, this is personal because Venus in the 1st is like, genuinely, you want peace. You want communication. You want things to be a little bit more kind of like lighthearted. And maybe you're trying to kind of like make it a little bit more lighthearted when it comes to home and family matters. However, there's tension with the square. The tension is between yourself and home dynamics. So there could be conflicts that you're having with, a pet. It could be somebody who is a realtor. It could be somebody who is that you have hired to be your assistant or somebody to take care of a home matter. and you just get a little flustered or a little frustrated in how you're kind of dealing with them. So watch for that. On the 23rd, you will also see the sun sextile Uranus in your sign. Now, I feel like this is probably also kind of adding a little bit of fuel to the fire where you're already feeling a little bit more spastic with Uranus going into your sign. You know, it's like sticking your finger in a light socket. And I could see a lot of Gemini and Gemini risings being like so agitated and annoyed with what's going on with home or family that you get flighty and you're like, that's it. I'm leaving. I need to go away. I'm going on a road trip. I'm getting on a plane. I'm going somewhere. And I would just say, try to just take note of when those impulses come up, but you can't always be running away, right? So it's going to be about communicating and expressing yourself. And that's a good expression day. You might have a breakthrough with communication, and maybe you're experimenting new ways of expressing yourself, and maybe you're writing things out or sending letters or, you know, meditating on things before you say something. And on the 24th of the month, we're going to see the sun, and it will be trining Saturn and Neptune. So the sun will be in your third house of communication in Leo. It'll trine Saturn and Neptune. And honestly, you get by with a little help from your friends. You know, this can be really about grounding out your communication and getting some feedback from people who are reliable and people that you trust. This is also good for communicating with an audience or anything in regards to like your social vision or being able to express your goals. And also on the 24th, you're going to have a new moon that's going to be in this same house. So new moon in the third house is about setting intentions for communication. Things like, I want to create a new website. I want to launch a new business online. I want to start learning a new language. I want to move. I want to travel. And being that Mercury is your chart ruler and it's in the same sign, it's pretty potent. Like your mind is on learning new ways of communication and self-expression. However, it will oppose Pluto. This new moon will oppose Pluto in the ninth, which means, you know, it can bring up legal conflicts or disputes. It can bring up issues revolving around personal belief systems and philosophy. You could see that there could be power struggles going on with in-laws, teachers, legal, people, anything kind of connected to education. And, you know, it's a tense aspect. I would say not a good time to be initiating anything new, ironically, even though it's a new moon, because you're having to shift something about your beliefs or your ideals, especially when it comes to work, health, or productivity. Then you will see the very next day, on the 25th, the sun in the third house, lighting up your communication, will oppose Pluto. So I think I've pretty much said this to everybody, but if you don't see the sun-Pluto opposition in the new moon, you'll see it on the 25th. And this is like a little bit of like a back and forth. You know, I see this as intense shifts in beliefs or travel, perhaps transforming your ideas in some way or some spark of like an intellectual or philosophical debate. And on the 26th of the month, you're going to see Mars at the eclipse degree from March of 2025. Go back to March, think about what happened. That eclipse, by sign, it squared you. Probably there was some realization that's like, actually, we have to clean out the garage, or maybe it is time to move back home, or I got to get out of the house, I got to get back to work, or just some kind of like emotions or moods that have been coming up for you. Well, now that Mars is hitting this, it's kind of bringing those things back up to the surface. So any home or family, things that are kind of coming up. Remember, Mars hit the South Node, and now Mars is going to hit the eclipse degree. Act decisively. This might mean that you're getting advice from friends, or people who can kind of help you when it comes to navigating home or family matters. You can definitely hit a snag with some of your home or family goals. On the 30th of the month, Venus will then enter into the sign of Cancer, where it's going to be going into your financial zone, where it will be into August. Good for money, good for resources. Obviously, Venus rules kind of what's hidden and behind the scenes and sometimes self-undoing. Fifth house of pleasure, personal expression, creativity, and children. So there can be a sense of feeling like you want or need to indulge. But Venus is moving through a water sign. So this is about emotional charm, nurturing your personal connections. It will eventually come into conjunction with Jupiter next month. So I'm seeing a lot of good financial stuff on the horizon for Gemini and Gemini rising. I think that for a lot of you guys, you're investing in art, beauty, anything connected to pleasure, socializing, children, romantic partners. And just watch out for a little bit of like overly indulging or spending. That can definitely happen here as well, especially if you're like stress shopping. I could kind of see that with Venus trine to the 12th. And on the 31st, we will see the Sun conjunct Mercury, the Mercury Cazimi in Leo. So that's important for you because it basically means that you're going to get a document, get a letter, maybe an email that's been missing, maybe a document that you've been waiting for in the mail, maybe finally somebody agreeing or signing something, or a turning point revolving around a home, property, or vehicle matter finally comes to light. So you'll get more clarity on the situation. It's about reflecting on what's kind of going on there. And I think for a lot of you guys, it's going to be more about what direction is my family going, what's happening with changes with communication with siblings or neighbors, and how you're going to be navigating, the potential changes on the home front, because there's a couple different triggers for that. So I'm wondering how that kind of manifests for a lot of my Gemini and Gemini risings. You guys, quite the month for you, man. Wow. All right. So let's take a look and let's see what the cards have in store for my Gemini and Gemini risings and what you guys are likely going to be experiencing the month ahead. Oh, that's the card that you want to see. Nine of Cups. For me, this is my wish granted card. It's like pass go, collect the $200, you get everything you want. Wish is coming true, contentment, satisfaction, success, achievement, recognition, and pleasure. When you pull this card, contentment and satisfaction are key. You have achieved a sense of emotional, material satisfaction, and you're feeling fulfilled. You get what you want. It can be really good for Venus going into your second house at the end of the month. But I also feel like this is just about finally feeling like you're abundant, finally feeling like you have what you need. And I really feel like Gemini risings are going to see this a lot more than Gemini suns, unless you happen to be sun and rising. A lot of that is connected to planets going through your second house of money. A lot of that's also kind of connected to the fact that Uranus is on your ascendant now. It's trining Pluto. And you're like, anything is possible. Like it can feel like some of the changes that are happening are amazing. I do think that at the end of the day, you're getting what you want. But it is possible with some of the squares that you're going to see or some of the activations in Virgo that in order to get to where you want to go, you'll have to make the necessary changes. So I don't know if it's emotionally or if it's going to be at home, but be more willing to kind of let go and break away from the past so you can bring in all of the things that you guys ultimately do want. I hope that's helpful for you guys. Let me know. I'll catch you guys back here in August. All right, we've got Cancer and Cancer rising. What's up, Cancer? Welcome to your July 2025 horoscopes. And if you are a July Cancer, happy birthday to you. I hope it's a good one. My goodness. I'm sure you've already heard some of the other signs, or you heard kind of the intro, so you know the deal. Lots of stuff changing this month, lots of retrogrades this month. The synopsis that I have for July for you guys, obviously, there is going to be an emphasis on career and also on spirituality. And I think that with your ruler being the moon, we're really going to focus on the lunation. So the new and the full moons will be my focus for you guys this month. Neptune and Saturn will be retrograde in your 10th house of career, which will clarify your career ideas. Well, Uranus is going to move into Gemini. That's going to go into your 12th house, where you guys might notice some really strange and unusual precognitive dreams. Your intuition is going to kick up, or some subconscious sparks. Watch for emotional intensity and miscommunications, as we are going to see a Mercury retrograde as well. Now, because you are ruled by the moon, we're always going to focus on the lunation. So just as a heads up, we will be having a full moon in Capricorn, okay? And that full moon is going to be in your 7th house of relationships. And this will be happening around July 10th in your 7th house. This might highlight relationship milestones and also urging emotional responsibility. Obviously, the ruler is Saturn, which is in your 10th house of career. So it's more about the relationships that you have to your clients, your business managers, or business partners, anybody who you kind of partner with out in the world. And a little tricky because the full moon is in aspect to Jupiter in your sign, and it's also kind of slightly, it's a wide square, but slightly squaring Saturn. So it's kind of can you keep the peace and the balance with certain people professionally? And I think it's going to be people at work. Although you can see major turning points for romantic relationships, big decisions in relationships, coming together, separations, proposals, marriages, that kind of stuff. Certainly status changes come up here. So there could be a new status change where you go from being kind of single to being committed, from being married to being single, that kind of stuff. The new moon in Leo. And the 24th of the month is going to be in your second house of money, personal possessions, and resources. So you're really focusing on setting intentions for finances and self-worth. However, you'll be navigating some rather intense dynamics because the new moon will oppose Pluto in your house of joint finances. So dramatic stuff kind of going on with borrowing, lending, debt, loans, finances connected to romantic partners or children, anything kind of connected to gambling or risks or investments can also come up, as well as Pluto's tied to your fifth house. So we'll kind of get more into this as we go throughout this video. What to watch for? Well, I would say overreacting to relationship dynamics can happen with the full moon, especially in aspect to Jupiter in your sign. Watch for potentially some financial tensions with oppositions between your second and your eighth house. And also clarify boundaries during this retrograde, especially because Mercury is tied to communication, documents, traveling, vehicles, siblings, things that you don't know. So if you have questions about clarifying, how much is the car payment going to be? How much is it going to cost me to move? What is the fine print on this document? What is it going to cost me is something I'd be asking myself this month, figuratively or literally, and have those conversations about money and resources and budgeting. Now, it goes without being said, financial tensions can come from the retrograde in your second house. So I always tell people, when you have a retrograde coming up in your second, you can have changes with your income. Suddenly you can go from not working to working and making money. Suddenly you can go from 2 income streams to 1. There could be unexpected expenses, and also there can be budget changes. So expensive purchases, luxury purchases, keep your tags, keep your receipts in case you need to take something back. All right. So the best dates for you guys in July is going to be July 10th and 11th, and also the 23rd and the 24th. The days that I find more challenging for Cancer will be July the 12th, and this will go until the 17th, and also the 25th of July. If we take this to the top of the months, on July the 4th, you're going to see Neptune turn retrograde in your natal 10th house. Now, if you're an early degree Cancer, if you're like 0 to about maybe 4 degrees, Saturn and Neptune are squaring you, okay, whether it's sun, moon, or rising. So there's kind of this going back and forth between setbacks and limitations and challenges, or upheaval, and also like clarity. So the good news is Neptune turning retrograde in the 10th house can really help clear up like illusions revolving around career, legacy, or your public image. So it can really help you see, I think, your professional path a little bit more clearly. I would be reflecting on long-term goals and really avoid chasing unrealistic ambitions, and really focusing on aligning with your authentic purpose professionally. I think that's also tied to Saturn going retrograde as well. Now, on the 4th of the month, we're going to see Venus ingress into Gemini. So Venus will go into your 12th house, and she's tied to home and family in the past. She's also tied to friends and social networks and community and goals. So this has a little bit more subtle charm, in private. Maybe you're reflecting on hidden desires. Maybe there's some kind of romantic opportunity going on behind the scenes. There's some whining and dining, but it's not going to be very visible. And this could also be like a very spiritual transit. And then on the 7th of the month, you're going to see Uranus enter into Gemini. And the 12th house is what's hidden in private, right? So Uranus represents your 8th house of joint resources, finances, other people's money, intimacy, sexual related matters. And Uranus kind of going in there, I feel like, it's a slow start for the transit. Maybe some of you guys will see it off the bat, but, sudden shifts in your subconscious insight, trusting your intuition, getting really into learning about divination, also like psychic development, mentorship with intuitive development. There can also be opportunities to learn more about like metaphysics, the occult, that kind of stuff, because Uranus is tied to the 8th house. So especially astrology, karmic astrology, past life astrology, hypnosis, meditation, these things might really interest you. On the 10th of the month, we'll see that full moon in Capricorn, which we talked about, which is going to be about some major relationship culmination, really grounding your partnerships and really focusing on long-term goals and status. And then on the 11th, the sun in your sign is going to trine the North Node in Pisces. Now, I like this for you guys because I feel like this is about some kind of personal growth, confidence expanding, feeling sure of yourself, and maybe feeling more optimistic about where you're going, what you're learning, and your spiritual destiny. Well, on the 12th of the month, now Saturn is going to station retrograde alongside Neptune in Aries in your career zone. So Saturn is connected to partnerships and joint money. And now Saturn and Neptune has you going, oh my gosh, does my boss see things very clearly? Is this a solid or a sustainable, job for me in the long term? Is this going to pay my bills? So there can definitely be a sense of reassessing career structures, and you might feel like you're kind of experiencing delays that are really testing your discipline and your commitment to your job or your occupation. On the 17th of the month, this is when the Mercury retrograde begins, and Mercury will turn retrograde in Leo and your financial zone. Mercury rules documents, communication, cars, as well as travel or movement. It's also directly connected to the 12th house of what's subconscious, hidden, or things that you don't see coming. So check your spam box, look for missing emails. Don't be surprised if you miss phone calls and other things, important conversations, dreams, or premonitions about money, okay? Now, I would recommend during a Mercury retrograde in your second to really watch for financial miscommunications, revisit old budgets. And what's really interesting is that Mercury is also tied to Mars. So there could be some unexpected expenses revolving around travel or transportation. So think like car repairs, like losing or, breaking a phone, having some kind of, conflict in communicating with a partner, a sibling about money. Somebody's like, are you going to pay me back? Or are you going to cover my expenses? There could be a back and forth like that. And then on the 20th, you're going to see Mars conjunct the South Node in Virgo in your third house. While Mars deals with romantic partners, younger people, creativity, children, and having fun, it's also tied to your career and reputation. So with Mars conjunct the South Node, I don't know. I could see some Cancers and Cancer risings that are like, I'm giving my resignation. I quit, right? Because it's tied to your 10th. It could also mean that you have some kind of potential conflict with a boss, a parent, or a superior, and you decide to kind of zip it and keep your mouth shut and not create any drama. It's also possible that you're releasing old communication patterns, you're focusing more on clarity, and learning to be a little bit more willing to negotiate. South of Mars, a lot of people are going to get frustrated. So don't be speeding, take your time, don't rush through things or conversations. Make sure you take time to listen and hear other people out. On the 22nd of the month, the sun will go into Leo, so it's going to then be highlighting for the rest of the month your financial zone. Having more confidence in finance, really feeling like your self-worth and self-esteem is really shining. And it's going to come into a trine with Saturn and Neptune right off the bat. So I think this is about being confident that whatever's getting reworked in your professional zone, you have the capability, you have the talent, you have the grit to make it happen. And I do think that, leading into the 23rd, when we see Venus in Gemini in your 12th house coming into a square with Mars, there is going to be some hidden tension. And it's going to kind of come up in regards to communication and desire. Venus can be about home and family. It can also be connected to friends. And there could be some stuff that, some of these people are not aware of, what's kind of changing or going on in your life. And you might be kind of feeling like, okay, I'm going through some changes, but I don't want to talk about it. And you could have people kind of pressing you to be like, why aren't you, calling me back? What's happening? Tell me what's going on. And you can get a little feisty there. So try to avoid conflicts in communication. And then on the 23rd, you're going to see the sun sextile Uranus. So the sun in your money house coming into a sextile with Uranus might mean that there is a opportunity for a financial breakthrough that comes to you via dream or intuition, or the willingness to say, hey, I'm going to kind of ask my spirit team for help, or, I'm going to ask the universe to kind of intervene and help me kind of come through this financial kind of challenge. And on the 24th, the sun in your money house will trine Saturn and Neptune. So this is very positive, grounding your finances with career discipline and intuition, feeling your way into feeling confident about some of the new things that you're taking on professionally. So if you're quitting a job, if you're taking a new job, if you're going into a new industry, all of these things can feel scary. I'm you can have a turning point where there is a couple of weeks where there is changes with your money and money's not coming in, or you're getting back to work and you're making money and you're feeling more confident. So it's going to depend on your chart. But this is about grounding your finances with career discipline and intuition. Now, on the 24th, there will also be a new moon in Leo, and that's going to be in your second house. So this is the one time a year, Cancer, where you can set intentions and you can manifest more money, better self-esteem, more resources. So you want to do all of your financial intentions under this new moon. Something to think about is that obviously, you're ruled by the moon, so the new and the full moons impact you, but this is going to oppose Pluto in your 8th house. So wow, power struggles much, power dynamics, especially, when it comes to finances. The second house is what I personally own and what I'm able to spend versus the 8th house is my debt, my student loans, my fear revolving around not having enough, not feeling secure. And I could see a lot of Cancer and Cancer risings trying to negotiate something in regards to loans. And being like, I'm short on something, I need a loan, or, I need to get an advance, or I need to increase my credit. And there's a little bit of a back and forth here. Some of you guys might also be deciding that, you're really focusing on trying to make changes in your budget so you can pay things down or off. Trading, gambling, all that stuff is connected to Pluto as well. And I would say do not take any risks when it comes to feeling safe or secure. You need to really focus on that this month. Now, after the new moon on the 25th, we will see the Sun-Pluto opposition. So that's also going to be bringing up a little bit of drama in regards to intense financial or intimate shifts. So it can help transform values, but usually this is the day where it's like you're trying to overcome some of the financial hurdles, which were kind of baked into the new moon in the new moon in Leo. And then on the 26th of the month, we're going to see Mars at the eclipse degree. So Mars will be hitting 23 degrees. And it's going to reactivate the eclipse that we had in March of this year. So if you think about what was going on then with that eclipse, you could have, maybe moved, you could have been traveling, you could have bought a car, you could have been thinking about making a change with education. There could have been something involving a sibling or a neighbor or a conversation with somebody that got kind of active. And so now Mars hitting that means it's going to bring it back up again. And Mars is about career responsibility, and it's also about creativity. So I could see a lot of Cancer and Cancer risings running around town, doing, odd-end jobs, maybe doing something where, they're having to change something about transportation. Maybe they're trying to find a new way to approach their career where they're more focused on media or something creative as well. And this is all, I think, really about being mindful and communicating and acting clearly, because communication issues can come up with the South Node Mars and Mars hitting the eclipse point. Now, on the 30th, I think this is some of the best news all month, is that you're going to have Venus coming into your sign. So when Venus comes into your sign, it's going to put an emphasis on, emotional charm, maybe feeling more nurturing or nurtured in personal connections. It's good for beauty and appearance. So definitely, I think when it comes to socializing, getting more compliments, being seen, changing a LinkedIn photo, changing a user photo on social media would be a good time for that. It's good for just beauty as well. And Venus is also connected to home and family. So there's like a lot of maybe feeling more support, more love from home and family, being able to connect with them, and just feeling a little bit more comfortable in your skin. And then finally, on the 31st of the month, you're going to see the Sun conjunct Mercury in Leo in your financial house. And this is the Cazimi. So this is where, if there's been some back and forth about financial matters, now it's like you're starting to kind of see like the turning point. There could be more clarity in finances. You're being asked to reflect on values. Maybe you're being asked to let something go. Mercury could mean, hey, it's time to actually trade in or trade up my car. I say that because I see a lot of that for you guys. Mars South Node, Mercury is with vehicles. Some of you guys will go from not having a car to having one, or maybe you're getting back into a walking routine and you're deciding to ditch your car. I don't know. I could also see this as like a time where if you've been waiting to get some financial news or a financial document, or maybe you weren't anticipating getting a check in the mail and, there was a delay in getting it and then you get it. That could happen. But yeah, you'll have more clarity on your finances and you'll kind of know what direction you're kind of going forward with that, especially if you're negotiating anything. That could be another way to look at it. Anyway, that is July. In a nutshell, quite the month for you guys. Let's see what the cards have to say in terms of its predictions and its guidance for the month ahead. The card that I got for you is the King of Wands. Keep your eyes out for an Aries, a Leo, a Sag, okay? It can be a man. Usually this is a man. But this can also be talking about you're finally tapping into leadership. And I think a lot of that is like the Saturn, Neptune in your 10th. You're tapping into leadership. You're focusing on your vision with Saturn, Neptune there, the bigger picture and taking control. Maybe feeling like you're taking some daring decisions that's maybe a little bolder than what you would usually do, or being a little bit more optimistic, which I could definitely see with Jupiter in your sign. You guys are really going to like this transit as we get into the year. Now, basically it means that you're focusing on leadership and vision, and you're confident, charismatic, and capable of inspiring others to follow your lead. But a lot of, the Saturn and Neptune trines to planets in Leo this month is you have to believe it. You have to invest in yourself. You have to walk the walk and talk the talk. And when you're carrying yourself in that way and you're believing in yourself and you're working on your values and your self-esteem and you're investing in yourself, that is going to radiate outwards when it comes to your career. So I think that is the focus. It's really embodying that energy of the King of Wands. And if not, somebody who has that similar kind of personality is going to come in and kind of help you channel that. Okay? Good luck, Cancer. And if you guys have a birthday, happy birthday. I'll see you next month in August. All right, we've got Leo and Leo rising. What's up, Leo? Welcome to your July 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are well. I'm excited to chat with you. And happy birthday to my July Leos. Whoosh. You guys know what I'm going to tell you, right? Don't cut your hair, okay? Trust me. I know a lot of you guys are going to do this. You've done it every single time. You had a Mercury retrograde in your sign last summer. You had a Mars retrograde the beginning of 2025 in your sign. And now you get a Mercury retrograde. Like the gods really just blessed you with a lot of reflection and reassessment. All right, so in a nutshell, the synopsis for July of 2025. Good news is, as we get into Leo season, which is going to be the second half of the month, there is going to be a lot of visibility for Leo risings, okay? So your chart ruler, the sun, is going to move from the 12th house, which has been more introspective. It's been fostering alone time, private time, sleep, rest, and healing, up until the 22nd, and that's when it's going to enter into your first house. So this is really going to be amplifying your confidence, your self-expression. We're going to have a new moon that's going to be in your sign, new moon, new you. We're going to have a Kazini that's going to be at the end of the month in your sign, which is going to highlight some personal reinvention. On top of that, we're also going to see Neptune retrograde in your 9th house, which is really helping clarify your beliefs, especially revolving around your philosophy about life, where you're traveling, what you're learning, what you believe in. And we're also going to see Saturn retrograde in that house as well. And then we're going to see Gemini go into Uranus, which is friendly. It's going to be in a sign that is going to be sextiling you. You'll see some sextiles to early Leo this month, which is going to spark some new friends, social shifts, opportunity to connect with new groups. I would say watch for some ego clashes and some communication delays. That's kind of expected with Mercury retrograde in your sign. What you want to watch for, I think, is overreacting to Pluto's intensity. You're going to see some stuff where other people can get your goat. Pluto can mean that it's intense family members, changing home or family dynamics, a partner of some kind going through some major change and transformation, their trauma, drama triggering you. I'm going to keep bringing this up. Mars went retrograde in opposition to Pluto earlier this year, okay? And you saw the drama in relationship. Now you've got Mercury that's going to go retrograde in opposition to Pluto. So it could be a lot of learning how to define your values, without getting recognition or attention from other people, getting paid back, having money come back to you, or going back and forth about what somebody took from you or what they owe you. It could also be about a difficulty, because Mercury represents your social networks, in communicating with certain people. And it might mean that, you're like, I'm going through my own stuff. I can't always be like, on call for when my friends are going through some kind of crisis. Like I'm there, but like I can only do so much right now. And you could really see some major changes with friendships as a result of that. So it is what it is. Clarify beliefs during the retrograde. I think that's important. Really lean into some of the trines with Saturn and Neptune, some kind of faith-based practice or a spiritual-based practice, or a mentor, a teacher, a program, an author, somebody can really help you stay grounded, and traveling and education can also be really helpful as well. For you guys, best dates this month, I think, are July 11th and the 22nd through the 24th. Challenging dates are going to be July 17th through the 25th, as well as the 31st. So if we start at the beginning of the month on July 4th, we're going to see Neptune is going to station retrograde in your 9th house. Well, Neptune deals with joint finances, resources, expenses, transformation of some kind. And when it retrogrades in your 9th house, it's going to be lifting the fog revolving around beliefs, education, or travel, and hopefully helping you discern true philosophies from illusions, what you really believe in versus what you've learned. Or there can be some shift revolving around education or traveling that can happen. I would reflect on your worldview, just really avoid dogmatic pursuits and align with authentic growth. Also on the 4th, we're going to see Venus enter into Gemini, which is going to light up your social zone, which is really great for charming social connections, networking with groups, meeting other people, joining groups, starting groups, especially online or in your local community, as Venus is connected to your 3rd. Professional connections and collaborations are powerful here as well. And on the 7th of the month, Uranus enters into Gemini, where it is going to be showing you some sudden shifts in friendships, good or bad. It's hard to say. I think with sextiles to your ascendant and some trines to Pluto, it might mean that, suddenly there are some new allies and, new partnerships or new clients that are coming in, or because you're doing some professional networking or networking online or within your community, you meet new people. But it could also mean that you just notice that some of your friends are acting kind of crazy or erratic. I think that you're supposed to be embracing innovative networks, but also kind of taking note of where other people are, needing to just be who they are. And you might see that they're acting kind of eccentric or kind of radically. On the 10th of the month, you're going to see a full moon in Capricorn, and this will be taking place in your natal 6th house in a sign that inconjuncts or quincunxes you. So don't really have a lot in common. I feel like the full moon is really highlighting a lot of focus on either work, the workspace, your schedule, your office space, or your health. So I would focus on routines, and the fact that you're going to have a full moon in your 6th house of health while you have a Mercury retrograde in the 1st, you are definitely one of the signs. I would say you, and also, Aries is going to have this, that could potentially have some health issues. Okay, so this is where you really tune into, when the full moon comes up, you might feel like you have a lot of work to do. But it's ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is in the 9th. So it means that you're trying to navigate work and responsibility or anything revolving around your career, maybe with travel, with education. Maybe you're seeking somebody who can teach you more about natural, holistic ways or healing or taking care of yourself. It could also mean there are some scheduling challenges that can be coming up also. On the 10th of the month, you're going to see the sun trine the North Node. So the sun will be moving through the 12th house in Cancer. It's going to trine the North Node in Pisces in your 8th house. And I feel like this is about spiritual rest and retreat, where, spiritual growth really aligns with destiny, but you need time to rest and kind of trust the process, or be behind the scenes in some way, or doing some deep meditation, spiritual healing, maybe some retreat work, or being in another country. On the 12th, Saturn stations retrograde, so it's going to join Neptune in the 9th house. And Saturn's tied to relationships as well as, being helpful, being, I think, on task, on time, and getting your work done. So the reevaluation in the 9th is going to talk more about reassessing your beliefs or travel plans. And it might create some delays with, publishing a book, going back to school, going on a trip, traveling, but I think it's actually a good thing, because it's really kind of testing your patience and seeing how persistent you are to learn. And then on the 17th of the month, Mercury stations retrograde in your 1st house. Now, Leo, hopefully you're watching this in June, because by the time you get to July, Mercury is already in shadow. So even though the Mercury retrograde won't happen until the 17th, by the end of June, the retrograde is already happening. So what happens when we have a Mercury retrograde in the 1st house? Well, I can tell you, you want to change something with your mane, with your hair. I don't know why you guys all do this. I love you, but trust me, something is going to go down where you're going to feel like you either need to make a big investment in your appearance, or you're going to change your style. You're going to buy new clothes. Suddenly you're going to decide that you want to have some kind of expenditure, and it could result in a loss, right? So it could be like you go and spend a bunch of money on clothes that you think you really like, and it's all final sale. And then you try them, and a month later when the retrograde's like ending, you're like, this isn't my style, and you can't take it back. So hear me out on this. Personal style and major expenses relating to your appearance, you want to watch for. Mercury is directly tied to the south node in your second, which is going to represent losses. And it could also mean that you're feeling like you have little less confidence that's kind of coming through. And it's because, maybe you're feeling like you don't have as much money to spend. Maybe it's because you're not feeling as action-oriented, Mars South Node, or you're not feeling as willing to kind of put yourself out there. So you may feel like you have to overcompensate with getting fancy clothes or changing your hair or whatever. Mercury is also tied in your chart to your 11th house of friends and your goals. So it's on the other hand, Leo and Leo risings who have been really working on their appearance, you might find that people are saying, hey, you look great. I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been doing? What's your secret? Teach me your ways. And maybe you're getting more compliments, or you're just reconnecting with friends from the past. But Mercury retrograde is notorious for personal communication misfires in the first house and the need to really revisit self-expression. So you might make purchases, you might say things, you might, decide that you really value something and then change your mind. And so there's going to be a lot of changes revolving around friendships, money, and your personal values and your personal style. My advice is let the Mercury retrograde roll, right? You'll see when Mercury is in the early degrees of Leo, it's going to trine Saturn and Neptune. So if you want to write a book, you want to travel, you want to put out a course, you have some shift in your philosophy, it's going to be more so grounded in reality. You're going to have something around the end of the month where you have the Cazimi, where you realize what you do value, how much you do want to spend on a course, how much you do want to spend on a trip, and you're going to have more clarity about just what you're going to be able to physically do or afford. So watch for the communication issues starting on the 17th, although you might feel them from the beginning of the month. And then on the 20th of the month, you're going to see Mars conjunct the South Node in the second house, also connected to Mercury. This is why I think you're personally going to experience a loss if you buy something you can't return, or if you make a permanent change and you're like, it doesn't make me feel good. This is also about releasing old financial patterns and focusing on self-worth. So it might mean that you're like, you know what, I thought I had to go back to school and get a college degree, and I'm realizing I don't have to do that. There's another path. Mars is connected to your ninth. It could mean that you finally decide, you know what, I'm going to clean out my house. Mars is connected to your fourth. I have stuff here that I can get rid of, that I can sell, and I could, make some money off of it. Sure. Mars is connected to Scorpio, things that you can recycle. Virgo is do you have old furniture in your office space at home? Do you have old fitness equipment? Do you have old tools in a tool shed? You have a lawnmower you want to get rid of, something that's going to be cutting, or something that's heat related, or vehicle related. Maybe you're selling an old vehicle that you have stored in a garage for scrap metal. Just ideas. Get crafty with it. I remember when I had the South Node transit, my natal Mars in the second house, and I had a ton of occult books and tarot decks and a bunch of things that I had just collected because I'm a second houser. And I was like, I don't need all this stuff. I have so many. I literally had 4 or 5 different copies of the same deck. Sold a bunch of it, made money, got rid of a bunch of things, cleaned house. It was great. Use this as an opportunity to look at what you can get rid of and how you can make money doing that. Clothing could be good too. All right, focus on self-worth. And then on the 22nd of the month, the sun will ingress into Leo. So then it's your season. So there's going to be a boost in personal radiance, and you'll shine and all eyes are on you, even though you're in the middle of your Mercury retrograde. And the sun's going to start trining Saturn and Neptune. So you're going to feel more inspired. You're going to feel more focused on a path where you have a philosophical or spiritual or religious plan or teacher that you're kind of working with. This could also mean that, you're feeling a little bit more divinely guided, maybe. And then also something you're going to see is there will be an opposition to Pluto and some other stuff. So that's a couple days away. So on the 22nd, the sun moves into your sign. On the 23rd, Venus switches in your friendship zone, and Gemini will come into a square with Mars in your second house of money and resources. Watch on this day for tension in social and financials. Avoid conflicts. It could be something like you have a tiff with a friend. Obviously, Mercury retrograde is tied to Venus. you changed your mind and you changed plans, and, somebody's like, well, I already paid for the tickets, already paid for the event, or, I've already bought the stuff for the party, and it's kind of like a little bit of a tension between you and another person. And avoid conflicts if you can. And then on the 23rd, the sun in your sign will sextile Uranus. So this is giving you the opportunity to smooth it over, maybe have some personal breakthroughs, or be able to better communicate or confront or deal with a friend that maybe is acting a little crazy or erratic. And it's going to help you communicate and embrace change. And then on the 24th, the sun in your sign will trine Saturn and Neptune in the 9th. So this is where I said you're going to have stability, grounding out your identity with belief and discipline and intuition. Possibly the help or assistance of a teacher or a guide can help you. And on the 24th, you get your new moon in your sign. So this is going to be around 2 degrees of Leo. So if you have anything, I would say 0 to 4 degrees, sun, moon, or rising, Leo, very personal for you. New moon, new you. So something to think about is you have the new moon on the 24th, but Mercury is still retrograde. So it's almost like you're setting intentions about what you're going to change and what you're investing into. However, Mercury is not done with its process. So you'll continue to keep going through this until August. Well, the new moon is in direct opposition to Pluto in the 7th. So that's about setting intentions for personal growth and navigating power struggles with other people. So this could be clients, this could be friends, Aquarius, it could be spouses, 7th house, and Pluto rules the 4th. So it's about confronting issues with partnerships from the past, perhaps. And the Mercury retrograde could be whether or not, you're changing the way that you communicate, and if you value even going back and forth with some of these people. So it's going to take on a similar theme as the Mars retrograde. Now, on the 25th, the sun will oppose Pluto, which is a challenging day for you because you're the sun. Pluto is going to be somebody else's personal power. They're trying to have power over you, or there's going to be some toxic something that's going to come up in a relationship dynamic, or somebody's going to try to check you or knock off your crown. And I would say this is about transforming your identity and, feeling like you don't have to be in a situation where, somebody is challenging you. You can really lead and, lead by example and not get kind of taunted into creating some kind of drama. So transforming your identity. On the 26th of the month, Mars will be in Virgo at the eclipse degree from March of this year. Now, this is important because, number one, Mars is tied to Saturn and Neptune, okay? And number two, when it's conjunct the South Node, we're dealing with the past. When it conjuncts the eclipse degree, it's bringing up some of the themes from March. So think about what's been happening since March. What's been going on financially? Did you lose an income stream? Have you been a little tight on money? Did you do a massive haul and like a clearing out of stuff? Has there been more of a focus on your goals and your budgets? What's been happening here? Because you're going to see some of the same themes that are going to kind of come up again. And once again, Mercury is tied to Mars. So it's going to be about how you are navigating spending, expenses, and anything like that. And just from my personal experience, when the North Node went through my 8th house, it was more me going, I'm going to invest in things that are going to be quality in the long term. And when the South Node was going through my 2nd house, I was more particular about what I ate, what I spent money on, what I was willing to kind of invest my time or energy into. And for you, it could be home goods, home or living situation, travel, or education. So revisit financial issues, act wisely. And then on the 30th, we're going to see Venus is going to enter into Cancer in your natal 12th house, where you're focusing on emotional, healing. It can also mean that with Venus going into the 12th house, there is going to be much more of a need to kind of have private romantic time behind the scenes, really focusing on any spiritual practices, any hypnosis, devotion to Venus, meditation, anything like that. And working on projects behind closed doors, Venus in the 12th, even working from home might be a theme. And communicating with people in a much more intuitive or sympathetic way. And then on the 31st of the month, you will see the Mercury Cazimi in Leo. So Mercury will be conjunct the sun. Now, on one hand, I could look at this and go, all right, something that was supposed to be given to you, you may finally get. It could be an item, it could be money, it could be a refund, it could be, something that's owed to you. So if a friend owes you money, if an old partnership owes you money, if you're going through a settlement or a lawsuit, something valuable can come your way. However, I think that this is also a moment of clarity and self-expression. This is a really potent time, especially if you have anything around like 8 or 9 degrees of Leo where the Kazemi is going to be, where you might just feel like super checked in and you know exactly what you want and how to better kind of express your values. So clarity on self-expression and also reflecting on your identity. And this is the turning point, the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde, where you're going to have a better understanding of how do I want to look? How do I want to carry myself? Who am I? And what do I value? So definitely wait for that moment. All right, well, let's take a look and let's see what the cards have to say for you for this next month, for the month of July, for my Leo and Leo risings. Boom, great card. You guys get the World card, okay? So the World card is about completion, achievement, fulfillment, sense of belonging, wholeness, and harmony, which you will have once we're kind of getting through the retrograde. I think a lot of this is about coming home to yourself, feeling like you are enough, especially with transits going through the second house. The short meaning is completion, fulfillment. You have reached a major milestone and you're ready to move to the next phase or journey. So this is about completing one cycle and moving to another. My goodness, having so many similar aspects with planets in Leo in opposition to Pluto is like, how much are you going to let the past bother you? How much are you going to let partnership or relationship drama or people challenging you feel like you're not enough? And like now you're finally overcoming it and you're like, it's about me. It's about what I believe. It's not about what other people are doing. It's not about what didn't work in relationships or what's not working, with friendships. It's about what's best for me. So it seems like you're finally getting that lesson and you're like getting the message and you're going to work through it. And I would say really lean on the trines of Saturn and Neptune. You guys either need an advisor, a mentor, a teacher, an author, a guru, some kind of practice that's going to keep you grounded so you feel like you are really grounded in a belief that can help you get through some of the tension that you're going to have with other people later in the month. Good luck, my Leos. I hope it's a good month for you guys. And once again, if it's your birthday, happy birthday. Otherwise, I'll catch you guys back here in August. All right, we have got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's up, Virgo? Welcome to your July 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you. And well, it's that time of the year again. Mercury is turning retrograde. So keep that in the back of your mind. Your chart ruler, Mercury, is on the move. And he is going retrograde in a part of the sky that is going to be very active spiritually when it comes to your dreams, when it comes to your sleep. Opportunity to be clearing up some kind of karmic or subconscious things, focusing also on health, healing, or maybe even some travel. Now, the synopsis for July of 2025, essentially there's a lot of energy connected to your career. There's a lot of also reevaluating communication with your ruler going retrograde in the 12th house. It's also connected to your career. So with it going retrograde, it's going to be amplifying professional expression and reflection on your career. Neptune will retrograde in the 8th house alongside Saturn, and that's going to be helping work through issues revolving around clarifying shared resources and limitations or kind of karmic binding with other people. In aspect to Uranus in your 10th house, where it's going to be sparking some major career shifts. Obviously, Mercury is you, so you got to watch out for communication or miscommunication issues. I would really focus on the Mercury retrograde. So starting on July 17th, and it's going to go into August, we will see Mercury retrograde in your 12th house, and it will go retrograde truly through the 12th house. Positive is that it boosts intuition, and also it can give you some pretty significant dreams. However, when it's retrograde, you're revisiting like hidden thoughts, spiritual insights, maybe returning back to meditation practice. Maybe you are making changes in your sleep routine, reorganizing your bedroom. Maybe you're going back to therapy. Maybe you're deciding that it's time to, travel to a place that you've been before. It's going to be different for all of you guys, but introspective is what happens. When planets are in the 12th house, you feel very introspective. So you do need more rest, recuperation, meditation time to kind of heal. I would watch for overanalyzing professional goals because I feel like you could be getting in your head a lot about changes going on at work. And also really clarify financial agreements during the retrogrades. Best dates for you guys in the month of July will be the 7th through the 10th and the 23rd and the 24th. Challenging dates are going to be July 17th through the 25th and the 31st. Now, something to think about, okay, is, we'll just start at the top, but I'm looking at not just the retrograde. Mars going through your sign, continuing to go through your sign is definitely going to have a get up, get stuff done type of vibe. The South Node Mars conjunction and the Mars reactivation point of the eclipse is very potent, as well as Uranus going into your 10th house. Especially if you're an early degree Virgo rising, it's going to be squaring you. So very, very big energies. But if we start at the beginning of the month, on July 7th, Neptune is going to turn retrograde in Aries in your 8th house. Now, Neptune is connected to relationships. So this could be business partnerships, this could be spouses, this could be therapists. And it's retrograde in Aries in your 8th. So this is really about clearing out any illusions around shared finances. Maybe any issues revolving around intimacy or transformation, and helping you see the motivation, for deep connections. This is about reflecting on trust and avoiding any escapist financial decisions and really aligning with authentic intimacy, okay? And on the 4th, we're also going to see Venus enter into Gemini. So Venus is going to go into your 10th house of career. So it's about nurturing those relationships with people professionally, charming career connections. It's really good because Venus is about money and resources and generosity of other people. It's also kind of tied to travel and education. So some of you guys, if you're involved in travel, education, art, or beauty, you'll find this as a good transit. Others will find that this is an opportunity to really nurture relationships at work. Love can be found at work as well. An opportunity maybe to have increased cash or income as a result of Venus going through the 10th. Getting recognition, being kind of celebrated is definitely connected to that transit. On the 7th of the month, Uranus enters Gemini, and this is very, very big for my early degree Virgo rising. So if you're about 0 to, I would say, 5 degrees of Virgo rising in particular, Uranus is now entering your 10th house, and the angular houses are very potent. So when an outer planet enters into an angle, it's squaring your ascendant, which is you. It's squaring your descendant, which is others. It's opposing your 4th, which is home. So Uranus wants radical change, okay? And it's in regards to your health habits, your staff, your fellow employees, your, schedule, anything revolving around like solutions and fixing things. So it is definitely going to bring up a sudden career or public role change. And I would say this is about embracing innovation. So maybe you're now going to start working for yourself and you're going to be like a contractor. Maybe it means that you're launching a second business. Maybe it means that you're getting involved in Gemini things, media, teaching, traveling, and maybe your schedule is suddenly changing because of changes that are going on with your workflow or even your health. It's hard to say. Some of you guys may go into technology. Some of you guys may go into health and healing related fields, or a combination of the two. Now, this will be a transit that's just for a brief couple of months, and then it's going to retrograde back, but it's a preview of what's coming in 2026 in terms of some of the changes going on with your professional life or your status. Now, then you're going to see on July the 10th, there is going to be a full moon in Capricorn in your 5th house. And this will be in a fellow Earth sign. So if you have anything 17 to 19 degrees Virgo, sun, moon, or rising, this full moon in your 5th house is going to trine your personal planets. And I think this is great. Full moon in the 5th house is all about creativity. It's about romance. It's also about creative projects, having fun. But obviously, it's serious. It's the Saturn sign. So it's about kind of grounding your passions and making them real. What I like about this full moon is it's going to trine Mars in your sign. So you're feeling very passionate. You're feeling very motivated to go after who or what you want. Big changes can be happening when it comes to investing, especially anything speculative like the markets. Pregnancies can happen with the full moon in the 5th house, or big changes with romantic partners or children. This can also be a time where you're completing a creative project as well. And this is ruled by Saturn, which is retrograde in the 8th house a couple days later, and it's conjunct Neptune. So that means that really it's about kind of going deeper when it comes to intimacy and like being vulnerable and really experiencing love and being transparent. It could also mean that you're taking some of the money that you have been able to make if you are involved in investing, and you're paying off debt or any loans, or maybe you're trying to save money. This could also be bringing up expenses, joint expenses revolving around children. So think of like child support, health insurance, and it can also be bringing up like healing of the inner child, especially through therapy or, the joys of potential changes in relationships with children. On the 11th of the month, the sun will trine the North Node. So the sun will be in your 11th house of friendships and associations where, look, you could be at a networking event, you could be at a party, you could be at a friend's house. And there is an opportunity to make a destined connection with another person. So if you're looking for a therapist, if you're looking for an astrologer, if you're looking for a coach, if you're looking for a manager, if you're looking to meet somebody new romantically, a friend might actually hook you up. Where they can give you some kind of direction or some kind of social growth is going to align with like partnership destiny. So watch for that as a day to potentially meet someone. Now then on the 12th of July, Saturn is going to start its retrograde in Aries alongside Neptune in your 8th house, where this is about reassessing financial or intimate commitments. And, there can be some delays with intimacy, with children, with investments. There could be some delays also emotionally that can be coming up. So I know this is in an uncomfortable part of the chart. It does not make an aspect traditionally to Virgo. But something to keep in mind, Virgo, is that Saturn and Neptune retrograde in the 8th house wants internal personal transformation on the soul level, ruled by Mars, and Mars is going through your first, which means it's asking you to give up the fight, to not fight change, to not fight resistance. And whether that's dealing with a financial matter, tackling debt, getting pregnant, being vulnerable, merging your expenses with another person. It's about not fighting, merging more into becoming a part of a pair, right? Anyway, on the 17th, you're going to see Mercury will station retrograde, and that's going to turn retrograde in your 12th house. So this is when you're going to start your several week period of rest, reflection, and all that fun stuff in the 12th. So, subconscious communication, misfires happen. This is about revisiting maybe meditation. This might mean that you're reevaluating or reassessing, personal changes, taking a change or in a new direction work-wise. I think a lot of Virgos would actually really benefit the end of July going into August to take a break from work, to be like, hey, I'm going on a trip, or, I'm taking some time away, or I'm taking some time in between gigs or between projects. It could be really good for you. So that might be something you want to think about. Definitely this is a time where your dreams can be very active. Your sleep cycles can kind of change a little bit here as well. Now, on the 20th of the month, this is the day you want to watch for. Mars will conjunct the South Node in the first house. So if you've got anything 18, 19, 20 degrees of Virgo, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you guys have been forewarned, okay? First of all, Mars can deal with cutting heat. It can deal with accidents. It can deal with speed, fevers, illness. And when it's conjunct the South Node, overthinking or overstressing or over worrying about things you have no control over can have an impact on your physical body. Equally, Mars is connected to Saturn and Neptune. So if you don't have a proper way to detox, to clear things out, for some people, it could spark up some realization or recognition of, oh my God, I have an injury, I need surgery, or I'm needing to detox something, or I'm needing to clear something out. And it can involve sugar or your diet. It could be connected to the blood. It's hard to say, but there's definitely a sense of recognizing or realizing that there is excess heat or inflammation that can be coming up. So what you want to focus on with Mars in the South Node is being hey, I'm going to release old patterns. I'm not going to resist. And also focus on your personal identity. And I feel because Mercury is tied to that, it's still retrograde, you need some time to kind of pause and reflect before you make any necessary moves. Otherwise, you get kind of agitated. Now, on the 22nd of the month, the sun will then enter into Leo. So you're going to have the sun and Mercury in your 12th house, where you'll have confidence in spiritual matters. You'll be shining kind of privately behind the scenes. This is also a time where you need more rest or recuperation, or time to really indulge in romance, love affairs, film, creativity, and your own little hobbies behind closed doors. On the 23rd of the month, Venus will square Mars. So you will have Venus in your career house squaring Mars in your first house. Tension between career and personal desires. Well, with Mars conjunct the South Node and kind of working off of the 8th house, you're tapped out, you need a break, you need a change, and there may be some push for you to come back into the office, be answering emails, be showing up and working with clients, be working or making money. And it just does not seem like that's what you want. It seems like you feel less motivated with Mars conjunct the South Node. So there can be a little bit of conflict between what's expected of you versus what you feel like doing. Then on the 23rd of the month, the sun will sextile Uranus. So the sun will be hanging out in your 12th house, sextiling Uranus in your 10th house, where you're like, you know what? There might be crazy stuff going on at work. It is what it is. Like, I'm taking a couple days off, or learning to leave it at the office and not taking it home with you. Likely you'll have a spiritual breakthrough via career changes. And this is about being open to some of these changes and trusting your intuition. Then on the 24th of the month, you're going to see the sun in Leo in your 12th house, trining Saturn as well as Neptune in your 8th house. Now, this is interesting because it's very emotional in the 12th and the 8th house, but I think this is about kind of grounding out some of your spiritual goals, taking time to take a step back, rest and recuperate with financial discipline. So if you're like, hey, I'm taking some time off of work, you got to look at your budget and your expenses. If for whatever reason you quit or you get laid off, it's about being like, okay, I'm going to take this time to rest, but I also need to be on top of, what my expenses are and, where I'm pulling money from, or if I'm going to have the ability to tap into something that I've been saving. Now, on the 24th of the month, you'll have a new moon in Leo, which will be in your 12th house. Usually this is where we set intentions for spiritual growth and, we take a little bit of time alone, maybe to be in nature, maybe to be away, to be traveling, to be healing in some capacity. And what's interesting is that the new moon in the 12th house also features Mercury, your chart ruler, retrograde. So you've already been in the vibe of what's changing for me kind of in the ethers and what's about to become, kind of present in my life. And you've been setting intentions for spiritual growth already. So I think this will be a time to kind of get into your quiet space, have some time alone where you can feel creatively inspired or, watch your movies or work on something that's going to be fulfilling or have a little romance. The only challenge is that new moon is going to oppose Pluto in your 6th. So the 12th house is more about spiritual health, sleep, and also your kind of emotions versus the 6th house, which is like, are you eating your vegetables? Are you working out? Are you getting all of your to-do lists done? So it represents the mind-body kind of balance. And I feel like the more that you're kind of taking care of your emotions, the better you can tackle health, habit, or scheduling kind of stressors and work through them much better, especially when it comes to communication. Now, on the 25th, you will feel the Sun-Pluto opposition if you didn't already on the 24th with the new moon. And it's possible this is what really shows you there is intense work or health shifts that are happening. And you're like transforming your routines. Some of you guys might actually take time off, or you might travel, or you might deal with a health issue that makes you realize, wow, like I really needed this. I really needed a little bit of a break. Like I've been like running on fumes. And watch for some of the intensity that can kind of come from changes with health habits or people at work. Now, on the 26th of the month, you will see Mars at the eclipse degree. So if you have anything 22, 23, 24 degrees of Virgo, you had an eclipse in March that was conjunct these degrees. And when you have the Mars South Node and then the Mars eclipse activation, it's going to be bringing up themes from that eclipse. I know some Virgos and Virgo risings, when you had that eclipse, it was, in opposition to stuff that was going on in your 7th house. So it represented like letting go of old identities or making changes to your appearance and like learning how to receive support from other people, maybe physical changes, health changes. So you really want to pay attention to this particular eclipse aspect that's coming up. You're going to see some of the personal themes that are going to be returning, and you want to act thoughtfully. And once again, Mars is connected to change and how you communicate and discuss change or vulnerability. And I think a lot of it's about you talking to people about money and travel or resources. That comes up a lot for Virgo risings. On the 30th of the month, Venus will move into Cancer, which is a great placement to have. She moves out of your career zone and into your social zone, where there's more emotional focus on connection with some of your friends, your networks, your allies, going to parties, meeting new people, indulging, especially because Venus is going to be about values and resources. It's also going to be connected to travel. So you might have opportunities to travel with friends, see friends, go to parties, family gatherings, and connections. And certainly love can be found in social settings with that transit. And then on the 31st, you'll see the Sun-Mercury conjunction, which I feel like is very important for you. This is going to be probably a day where you have some kind of clarity in spiritual matters. You'll have a dream, an epiphany, or you'll feel like there's a message from the universe. So pay attention because it will come through. And it might give you some clarity and help you kind of reflect very deeply on what talents you have within yourself, where you need to be more confident, and what you're ready to let go of. All right. Well, that is the month in a nutshell. Quite action-oriented for my Mercury-ruled charts and my mutables. So let's see what the cards have to say for my Virgo and Virgo risings for this next month. Ooh, I like this. You get the Emperor, which is really, really great. Matching outfits. I like this because it's really emphasizing the connection between Mars in your sign and Saturn and Neptune in your 8th house, which is ruled by Mars. So stability, structure, protection, authority, control, practicality, focus, and discipline. Taking charge of your life and establishing order and stability, you have the power and authority to make things happen. So maybe the South Node Mars is a reminder of that you don't have to get agitated or angry or self-critical to make things happen. It's trying to get you to lean into the North Node, which is receiving support from other people, be that a partner, a therapist, an astrologer, whatever, somebody who's going to kind of help you. And Mars, directly connected to Saturn and Neptune in the 8th, is about reevaluating why you're afraid of fear, vulnerability, opening up, maybe being a little bit more transparent about intimate matters, about where you have dealt with some trauma or some hurt, and finally kind of getting back down to healing that. So I think that's going to come up for you guys. I feel like you have the power to create change. Having Mars in your sign is definitely going to give you the opportunity to put on your war face while planets go through your 12th house and go retrograde, where you are really reevaluating what's going on the spiritual level, really tapping into your own personal creativity as well as some new kind of confidence. So hope it's a good one for you, my Virgos and Virgo risings. I will catch you guys back here in the month of August as we prepare for your birthday season. I'll see you soon. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to your July 2025 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to be here with you to chat with you about what's going on for the next month. Now, obviously, I'm going to start with focusing on Venus, as Venus is your chart ruler. And Venus is going to be spending most all of the month going through Gemini. So it's going to be hanging out in a fellow sister air sign, which is really beneficial for you guys because you're going to be experiencing some trine to either your sun, moon, or rising, as well as right off the bat, you will see Venus come into a trine with Pluto in the 5th house, which is very powerful for learning, traveling, having fun, anything that is going to feel youthful, romantic, or creative. Now, July in a nutshell, you're going to see that this is really going to be emphasizing learning, as well as the sun going through Cancer the first half of the month. There is a huge focus still on your career, Libra. Now, while Venus is shifting into Gemini, you will enjoy opportunity for education, travel, indulging in learning. And then at the end of the month, Venus is actually going to be moving into Cancer, where it will be blessing you when it comes to your career, your reputation, and your professional life. This will also enhance connections with people more emotionally, and it's going to be really good for visibility. Now, Neptune will be retrograde in the sign of Aries, in your opposite sign, along with Saturn. We will see both of those planets retrograding through your 7th house of relationships. If you are a early Libra rising, okay, so I would say 0 to about 3 degrees, Saturn and Neptune are in opposition to you by sign, but you have some support. Pluto in your 5th house of creativity and self-expression is trining, as is Uranus. And you see aspects between Pluto, Saturn, and Neptune and Uranus. So work with some of those sextiles. Now, Neptune retrograde in your 7th house, it's going to help create opportunities to get clarification on relationships and partnerships. It can be clients, business relationships, or partners like spouses. And I think Uranus in Gemini is sparking new opportunities when it comes to your beliefs. And obviously Saturn here is going to be testing some of the karmic bounds of some of your relationships. And that can be both committed as well as relationships with family, people from the past, as well as children and romantic partners. Now, I think the most important transit, honestly, is just going to be watching Venus all month. Watch for those extra boosts in charm or communication, education, and travel. That'll be until the end of the month. And then it's going to be more focusing on fostering security and getting recognition in your professional pursuits. Maybe just avoid any indecisiveness when it comes to travel, education, or learning, because that can definitely come up this month. Now, this is all about balancing your career also with your personal growth. There is a real need to clarify partnerships during the retrograde, so keep in mind that's going to be happening for the next couple of months. Now, the best dates for you, Libra, are going to be July 4th through the 6th, July 11th, and the 23rd through the 24th. Challenging dates for you will be July 17th through the 25th, as well as the 31st of July. If we take this from the very top of the month, we're going to start off with on the 4th of July, you're going to be seeing that Neptune will turn retrograde in your 7th house of committed partnerships. Could be a therapist, could be a spouse, could be a business partner, or even a client. The Neptune retrograde is all about lifting the veil and illusions around partnerships and commitments. Might be revealing other people's true intentions. I would just be reflecting on relationship ideals and avoid unrealistic expectation of other people. Focus on aligning with people in an authentic way. Now, also on the 4th, Venus will change signs. She's going to go into Gemini. Some Libras or Libra risings will be catching flights, taking courses, learning, dealing with legal matters. And this is really about intellectual pursuits and exploring your belief. Really strong for you guys if you're involved in publishing, legal matters, or travel. Now, on the 7th of the month, Uranus will ingress into Gemini. And this is a pretty big ingress. Obviously, it's very friendly for Libra and Libra risings, especially the first couple of degrees, because you're going to experience a trine. And, I always give you guys a little bit of personal kind of philosophies, but how fun is it to be a Libra rising right now with Uranus trine your ascendant? And I could see this as new opportunities for spontaneous travel. And also Pluto trining your ascendant as well. So you're one of the signs that's going to get a grand air trine. I hope you guys feel curious and kind of enthusiastic and more open-minded. I do think that, Uranus is kind of like an anything goes. So there can be sudden shifts that can be happening in education. So think college education or even travel. And this is about really embracing new perspectives when it comes to creative hobbies, romance, children, as well as having fun. So I think your inner child is definitely going to come out and play during this transit. Now, on the 10th of the month, we're going to see a full moon in Capricorn. This will be happening in your natal 4th house. If you're a Libra rising 17, 18, 19 degrees, this full moon happening in your home zone will square you. Okay. And it's kind of interesting because Libra, you're like the focal point between a full moon in Capricorn. You got planets in Aries, you got the sun. Obviously, that's going to be in Cancer, and then you're also going to have your planets in Libra. So that'll create, it's loose, but it's a grand, cardinal cross by sign. Pressure is usually something that you feel when you have transits in Capricorn, where you're being kind of pulled in between what's going on the work front versus what needs to happen on the home and family front. All I can tell you is that a full moon in the 4th house brings a culmination when it comes to home or family. Sometimes closing deals on houses, sometimes moving, sometimes there's something going on with the family and dealing with the past. And this is a full moon ruled by Saturn, which is in your 7th, which means actually it's about dealing with, clearing out some family challenges, some boundaries that need to kind of happen between relationships and home, maybe hearing from old partnerships from the past, and also kind of working with another person to figure out a home or family matter. So watch for that. On the 11th of the month, you're going to see the sun trine the North Node in Pisces. Okay, so the sun will be going through your career house where it's really lighting up, getting recognition from other people, really focusing on your professional goals. And that trine to the North Node is pretty nice, actually. Career growth will be aligning with work destiny. It's about staying healthy. It's about staying on task and organized. On the 12th of the month, Saturn joins Neptune in a retrograde in your 7th house of relationships. This means that this is now time to reassess partnerships, whatever has been going on for the last couple of months, what's working, what's not working. Saturn and Neptune are conjunct, so we might see that there are some delays or confusions that really test our closest commitments. On the 17th of the month, Mercury turns retrograde, and this is going to be a Mercury retrograde in the sign of Leo in your natal 11th house. Now, this is really about reconnecting with old friends, reconnecting with people socially, maybe getting some feedback from your audience or from some kind of group dynamic. Mercury is tied to the 12th house of things that are hidden and subconscious, as well as the 9th house of beliefs, maybe travel or educational pursuits. So if you're planning on traveling to connect with friends, there could be some challenges or some setbacks that can kind of come up. I also think there could be some social miscommunications and a need to revisit group goals. Mercury is also directly tied to Mars, which is still moving through the 12th house. So Libra risings, you guys might be feeling like you need a little bit more rest, recuperation, and downtime. It might mean that a friend or somebody gives you some insight about, what you need to release or what you need to let go of. So on the 20th of July, Mars will conjunct with the South Node in your 12th house. Got to be honest, as Libra rising, I've been looking at this transit all year going, what kind of a shit show is going to happen? I think that if we just look at Mars conjunct the South Node, it means that it's time to clear out anything subconscious or any fears or self-undoing habits that keep you from being able to partner in relationships. It can be a romantic partner that says, hey, you know what, I think that this has been kind of coming up or this isn't working. It could be a therapist that points something out that you need to see. But this could also mean that it's about releasing hidden patterns, and that can be in relationships, that could be revolving around money and security or, self-esteem issues. Equally, Mercury is directly tied to Mars. So I feel like there can be, for some Libra or Libra risings, an experience where somebody who you thought was a friend, who had your back, is kind of running their mouth a little bit, and it makes you kind of question and go, oh my God, I thought I could trust that person, or I thought they had my back, or coming to find out that a more casual relationship, is becoming a little bit more difficult or challenging because of things that your friends are saying, or maybe because you're finding out that somebody that you're casually dating is keeping their options open. Regardless, watch for some of the miscommunication socially. And I feel like, you may feel like retreating, but I feel like it's about dealing with issues head on and getting out of these patterns where you can kind of limit yourself from confronting other people a little bit. Now, on the 22nd of July, you're going to see the sun ingress into Leo, where there is going to be a huge emphasis now on socializing, connecting with groups, being confident in your friendships, shining, and participating with other people. I think you'll like it. It's definitely setting up what can be a pretty active social life. And with the Mercury retrograde, maybe you're ready to kind of come out of hiding and kind of connect with people again. On the 23rd of the month, Venus will square Mars, and this will impact you as Venus goes through Gemini, the house of the higher mind, and it's squaring Mars in the 12th house. So maybe there is some tension between your beliefs and your hidden desires, Mars in the 12th. We could see some kind of like, ideological clashes. We could also see that there could be a clash going on revolving around traveling and relationships, and where there is some drama revolving around whether or not somebody can go or will go with you somewhere. Now, on the 23rd of the month, the sun in the sign of Leo in your 11th house will sextile Uranus in Gemini. And I feel like that's great for meeting with other people. It's great for networking, for social breakthroughs, and also new ideas. And it will come through networking boldly. Travel with friends, education with groups also get highlighted with this aspect. Then on the 24th of the month, you're going to see the sun trine Saturn and Neptune in Aries. So the sun in the 11th house means that you're going to have a friend, an ally, somebody who is going to be a part of a group or something socially that is willing to offer you some support. And whether this is like physical support, emotional support, giving you some feedback about, a relationship situation that you're going through, I would really use this as a time to really ground your connection with some of your friends and, set goals when it comes to like partnerships and maybe feeling like you're making time for your friends, not just relationships. Maybe friends are telling you, hey, maybe there's, too much togetherness going on. It's time for you to kind of get back out there, hang out with the crew. Your relationship will still be there. And they can also be giving you guidance about some of your blind spots and relationships as well. You just want to kind of ground out all of your social stuff with discipline with trines to Saturn. Then on the 24th of the month, you have a new moon that's going to be happening in the sign of Leo in your 11th house. This is a new moon where you set intentions for making new friends. It's going to be also for networking and socializing. Maybe there's going to be some party planning going on. Maybe there's going to be some kind of news that you're going to be getting ready to tell other people after the Mercury retrograde. I could also see this as a time that's very potent for setting goals and wishes. Okay, the 11th house is like kind of blowing out the birthday candles on a birthday cake. So the challenge here with this particular new moon is that the 11th house is others, it's groups, it's community. And the 5th house, where you're going to see the new moon oppose Pluto, definitely brings up themes revolving around where there can be some trauma drama when it comes to creating and collaborating with other people. And so maybe for some of you guys, this is going to be like navigating power dynamics in groups and what's happening with friends or other people versus what's happening with you, and whether or not you're going to let it have an impact on your happiness, your creativity, and even, anything connecting to dating or children. So we always see with oppositions, there's something at odds. Well, the very next day, the sun on the 25th comes into that opposition with Pluto. So if you don't see it on the 24th, you'll see it on the 25th. This is intense social versus creative dynamics. So this is like the feedback you're getting from friends or your audience or other people about how you create, how you date, how you express yourself. And there could be definitely a need to kind of change and transform your roles within networks, or quite frankly, like whether or not you feel like certain friends are people who you want to keep around. Then on the 26th of the month, we're going to see Mars come into 23 degrees. Now, this is the eclipse degree that we had in March earlier this year. So you'll be revisiting themes that came up during the eclipse in March. Obviously, the 12th house is hidden issues, hidden enemies, and there's a lot of that going on this month. Mars conjunct the South Node, also seeing Mars making trines to the full moon in Capricorn. You're also going to see Mars reactivating the eclipse point. And the truth is like, I don't know what it is, Libra. I don't know if it's like subconscious issues that you have where there is scarcity mindset because it's tied to money. If there's things that you're unwilling to let go of, if you're holding grudges against other people, or if there are certain truths that are being revealed about relationships and partnerships and their real persona, their real, their real intentions, I guess, are going to start to become kind of clear to you. So, revisit some of these hidden issues, act introspectively. Be mindful with like Mars conjunct the South Node and Mars hitting the eclipse point. It's about like repressed frustration and anger that can be coming up, and the need to rest, recuperate, and prioritize your health. Now, on the 30th of the month, Venus then enters into Cancer. She's going to go into your 10th house of career and reputation, where end of July into August is going to be a really beautiful time where you're getting a lot more recognition in your career. Focus on emotionally, nurturing some of the relationships professionally. This is about being more vulnerable, being more personable, and maybe showing a little bit of a softer side to yourself at work. And then finally, on the 31st of the month, the sun will conjunct Mercury in the sign of Leo, and this will be the Mercury Cazimi in your 11th house. So because Mercury represents what you can't see, what you don't know, and it's also about things connected to your beliefs, legal matters, travel, education, the conjunction happening in the 11th house could be a really powerful moment of clarity. And it can mean that you get clarity on your social goals. You have reflected on your friendships. Now you know who's going to go or who's going to stay or who has your back. This can also be a time where you're really reevaluating whether or not, you're wanting to share information that can be quite private with some of your closest like friends and allies. One other thing I would say with Mars going through the 12th house and the conjunction to the South Node is that this tells me that there can be some like subconscious things that are kind of happening that can be impacting relationships. It can also be like sleep disturbances, nightmares, and be very careful if you're traveling at night. If you're going to be out and about by yourself at night, especially with the Mars South Node and the Mars conjunct to the eclipse point, you're more prone to having issues with crime, okay? You're more prone to having issues with feeling like you're in some situations that can be dangerous. Obviously, touch wood, but just putting that out there. Keep a lookout when, you're out and about by yourself, especially at nighttime, okay? All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for my Libras and my Libra risings. What do you guys need to be aware of for the month of July? What does the tarot have to say? Of course, Four of Swords. I really rising. I kind of feel that. This is about rest, relaxation, peace, sanctuary, recuperation, self-protection, and feeling rejuvenated. So this card is really about needing recovery, maybe taking a break from the hustle and bustle of life to rest and recharge your batteries. Easier said than done at the end of the month when you have Venus going into your 10th house, but just know that that's going to be a very important time in your career. Jupiter is also in your 10th house, really kind of blowing up your career opportunities. But I keep looking at Mars going through the 12th house, and I'm like, for Libras and Libra risings, if you guys are not taking time away from people, if you're feeling overwhelmed by relationship matters, by clients, if you're feeling overwhelmed by work or even family matters, the South Node Mars transit will put you down. It will literally put you in bed. You will get sick if you're not careful. So this is about pacing yourself, taking it easy, not doing too much, and maybe willingly taking a little bit more time where you're kind of resting, or even spending time with friends, socializing, or taking some time apart from romantic partners because you need more introspection here. So the Four of Swords is saying that is necessary, and take that time whenever you can. Good luck, Libra. I'll catch you guys back here next month in August. What's up, Scorpio and Scorpio rising? How are you guys doing? Welcome to your July 2025 horoscopes. I'm glad to have you here. Very excited to talk to you about what's going on this month because there is a lot of Mars stuff. There's a lot of Pluto stuff too. So you're getting a little bit of that from kind of both directions. So obviously, your traditional ruler is Mars. We're going to be really honing in on Mars continuing its transit through your 11th house, where there's lots of action kind of going on in the friend, goal, and social kind of networks. Equally, we will see that there is going to be some oppositions between Pluto and planets in Leo, where there is tension between what is getting reworked with your professional life and what changes are happening emotionally or on the home front. Now, this is a very transformative month for Scorpio risings. Mars in Virgo is really driving focus on your social goals, networking and connecting with other people. So wanting to socialize and be where your friends are. We are seeing Neptune retrograde in your 6th house at the beginning of the month, where this is clarifying health and work routines. Saturn is there as well, showing you your limits, while Uranus is moving into Gemini, and it's going to be going into your 8th house, where this is going to spark a lot of change in regards to sex, intimacy, and finances. I would be watching for sudden potential shifts that can be happening in investments, finances, home and property matters, family estate matters, and anything where you're kind of joint with another person. Something else that I would say is specifically for Scorpio risings, especially if you're an early degree, if you're 0 to 3 degrees, you've got Uranus that's in conjunct or quincunx your ascendant. You've got Saturn and Neptune that's in conjunct or quincunx your ascendant. I would take that very seriously. That's where it's kind of putting the themes of Scorpio, the need to change and transform or shed old skin, front and center. And it can mean that, you're shifting something about your health and your habits, what you're eating, what you're drinking, what you're consuming, what you're cutting off, and the energetic, sexual, or psychological impact that has on you could be detoxing. And how that's helping you change or evolve. But yeah, in conjuncts or quincunx both sides to the ascendant can create some real changes to your physical body. Anyway, the other thing that you're going to want to watch, obviously, is, Mars is really fueling ambition in friendships and group projects. It's really pushing for practical progress. Another couple of weeks of having Mars going through here. I would watch the South Node Mars conjunction on July 20th, okay? Because a couple of things can happen here. One is it might pull you towards old social patterns. You might reconnect with friends you haven't seen in a while. They might add you on social media. It might mean that you're kind of reconnecting with people that you haven't seen in a while. But it can also mean that there's something that's not working or breaking down about a group project or a group collaboration. Okay. And South Node Mars means that you're going to lose a little bit of oomph and motivation. I think others are going to kind of realize where they need to cut the dead weight in friendships and which friendships are kind of falling away. And it can also bring up some kind of conflict that can be happening with friends or with people on at work on the work front. Now, Pluto is going to continue its retrograde in Aquarius. Nothing's really changing here. It's still reevaluating and reworking, breaking down and kind of tearing apart stuff in regards to your private life, your home, or your family. Some of you guys are still working through family drama, trying to figure out where you want to live. Maybe you're remodeling a home. But something you're going to see this month is there will be some intense power struggles that will be coming up, especially when the sun goes into Leo. It will start opposing Pluto. When we have the new moon that's going to be in your 10th house of career opposing Pluto. And then you're going to have a Mercury retrograde that's going to go all the way into August, which is opposing Pluto. Scorpios, what happened, okay, in the summer of 2024 when you had Mercury retrograde here in opposition to Pluto? What happened when you had Mars retrograde December into the spring of this year in opposition to Pluto? Some of you guys got thrown back into work. You didn't want to. You're going through a lot of private, emotional, family stuff. You didn't want to be in the spotlight. Now Mercury is doing that. So there's something very similar to that. And Mercury represents groups, goals, and also anything connected to change and transformation. 8th house could also be death, endings, financial shifts. So there can be some sense of like needing to kind of communicate professionally. Hi, I'm going through something right now. I'm dealing with a crisis. I'm dealing with a health issue. I'm dealing with a loss, or I'm grieving, and like needing to kind of shift gears revolving around being at work. As much as I hate to say that, I hope I'm wrong, but it's very possible for some Scorpios. What you want to watch for is intense power struggles, clarify work routines during the retrogrades, obviously, because they're very much work, productivity, and health related in your 10th and in your 6th house. And Mercury will be making aspects, actually, to Saturn and Neptune at the same time. So that really helps you. Best dates for you are going to be July 7th through the 10th and the 23rd and the 24th. Challenging days for the month are going to be July 17th through the 25th and the 31st. If we take this at the top of the month, you're going to see first thing that happens on July 4th will be a Neptune retrograde in Aries in your natal 6th house. Saturn and Neptune in the fall are going to go back into Pisces. So if you're like a later degree Scorpio, you're going to get a reprieve in a couple months' time where it's going to be more focused on creativity and self-expression and all that stuff. But right now, you've had just a brief sneak preview the last couple of months of Saturn and Neptune in Aries. How are you guys doing? Neptune in your 6th house, it wants to help clear illusions revolving around work, health, and your daily routines. It can be revealing overlooked issues. So health concerns or issues with work and coworkers can definitely come up, or even pets. I would be really encouraging guys to reflect on holistic practices and avoid unrealistic work expectations, and really kind of align your schedule with some kind of practical self-care or making time for creative self-expression. That's very important. Maybe you're reevaluating, having made changes in your health and how you're feeling and how the progress is doing. Then on the 4th of the month, Venus is going to ingress into Gemini. So it'll go into your 8th house. Venus deals with the subconscious, things that are hidden, and also relationships and partnerships. So Venus going into your 8th house is sexy. It's very good, I think, also for, financial or intimate bonds. It's about exploring trust. But it's also going to be maybe a point where a partner is going to have a boost in income. People might be more generous with you. If you're like in a tip-based business, you might notice you're getting more tips. And right before Venus goes into Gemini, it's going to conjunct Uranus at 29 degrees. So it's like Venus and Uranus will conjunct in the 7th. So there is some kind of dramatic turning point with a relationship. And then both planets will shift into your 8th. The good news is that Gemini is double. So it can mean that, you have some kind of bonus or benefit or something coming your way that you don't expect. Now on the 7th of the month, Uranus then enters into your 8th house. Uranus deals with your home, your family, property matters, the past, and anything revolving around your private life. So it's been my experience, having gone through this transit, that when Uranus went into my 8th house, it definitely went off with a bang. It was like the week that it went into my 8th house, there was a lot of 8th house things that happened. Merging finances, people dying, having to put pets down. It is what it is. I was also in an 8th house year, so it might be a little different. But I think about how, Mercury is directly tied to the Uranus and the Venus transit. So it looks like with Mercury going retrograde later in the month, some change that you're doing with your status, your professional life, your work, you're negotiating something, it's impacting the money that you receive from other people. Anyway, Uranus brings sudden change. So this sudden change could be financial or intimate changes. You want to embrace flexibility. Thankfully, Uranus is within a 2-degree trine to Pluto, your modern day ruler. So some of you guys are suddenly going to go, oh my God, I got a windfall. I didn't see it coming. And it could happen anytime while Uranus is in Gemini. It could be this year, but I don't know if it's going to be right off the bat. You guys might see it next year too. This could also mean breakthroughs in therapy or anything in regards to psychological healing. Because Uranus is in the 8th house, it could deal with mortgages, funding, lending, debt, anything like that. And it's not unusual for there to be some kind of unexpected financial fluctuation. And I think it's actually going to come more connected to work. Okay. All right. On the 10th of July, we have a full moon in Capricorn, which will be hanging out in your natal 3rd house. It's sex house Scorpio, so it's friendly for Scorpio. A full moon in the 3rd house is really going to be highlighting communication, some kind of major, culmination, communication, or learning. And it's also about grounding out your ideas, signing contracts, traveling, moving, things involving siblings or neighbors, vehicles, all of these things kind of come up. Now, Saturn is the ruler at the time of this particular full moon, and you've got Saturn that's getting ready to turn retrograde in your 6th. So it's going to be about how you're communicating and expressing your schedule, your health, your routine, how you're talking to coworkers, how you're dealing with getting projects done, mental health stuff, right? Car servicing things, scheduling for travel, that kind of stuff. So it does definitely make it a little bit more interesting in how you're communicating with people professionally. But, short distance trips, finalizing, signing a contract, negotiating something can happen under this full moon. On the 11th of the month, the sun will trine the north node. So we'll have the sun in Cancer in the 9th house, and it's going to trine the north node in Pisces in the 5th. Good for you, Scorpio, especially if you have anything that's going to be around that. I don't know. I think it's going to be like around 19, 20, 21 degrees. It will trine your sun, moon, or rising, so you'll have a grand water trine. Most likely what you're going to notice is that this is about beliefs aligning with creative destiny, trusting your passion, some kind of creative project or something revolving around education, traveling, or publishing comes together, especially if it's something creative related, or maybe even traveling when it comes to, children or romantic partner. On the 12th of the month, Saturn will station retrograde. So Saturn's going to turn retrograde with Neptune. They're conjunct each other in your natal 6th house of health. So now it's time to reassess work or health routines, and there could be some delays that might kind of test your discipline. It's very similar to the full moon that you had in the 3rd house, where it's really highlighting like Saturn and Neptune in the 6th and like the need to kind of communicate. Saturn rules communication with siblings and relatives, as well as home and family. So this is the time where maybe you feel like your mental health is top priority. What you do or do not have time to be talking to family about, working on, kind of organizing, and you're reassessing some of that stuff. And I would say with both of those planets being in your 6th house, it's definitely reassessing your work and your health routines at the very least. Now, on the 17th of the month, Mercury turns retrograde in Leo, and it will turn retrograde around 15 degrees. So if you have anything around 16 degrees of Leo to about 3 or 4 degrees, if you have anything around 15, 16 degrees of Scorpio, or anything around 4 or 5 degrees of Scorpio, this Mercury retrograde will square you by sign, okay? And Leo is 10 signs away from you. So it's kind of representing like a Saturn energy where there is a lot of responsibility, there's a lot of visibility, there's a lot of weight on your shoulders, and it deals with your career and your reputation. So when Mercury turns retrograde in the 10th house, there can be changing of jobs, going back to old jobs, hearing back from old employers, maybe renegotiating your status or your title. It could also mean that there is a change in direction that's going on revolving around a boss or a leader, especially in how they navigate working with groups. And Mercury is also tied to joint finances and money. So, Uranus in your 10th house and some retrogrades also in your 10th. Some of you guys will experience, the company is downsizing, or they're laying people off, or they're looking for new management. There could just be a lot of like miscommunication at work. So revise maybe some of your professional plans. It can be a time where you're talking to friends, or you're networking or connecting with a group to navigate and figure out how to be able to overcome some of the challenges that you're experiencing. What I like about the retrograde is eventually it will start coming back into a trine with Saturn and Neptune, so you can get back on schedule. What I don't like is that it will slightly oppose Pluto. which means that, you need to rework something that's going on with your work routine to better kind of support your emotions or your private life. Now, on the 20th of the month, this is when Mars conjuncts the South Node. Like I said, this is about releasing old social patterns, focusing on being authentic in your social or kind of work-related life. But watch for disconnecting with friends, not getting along with friends, having to cut people off. And being that Mercury is retrograde and it's tied to Mars, I feel like this is going to be where there's lots of issues where people who you're working with in a group setting who you thought was going to like help you or assist you in some way or was going to take responsibility for their end of the project, like they're not, they can kind of throw you under the bus. Okay. The other thing is that, it can give you the opportunity to reconnect with people who can kind of help boost your career. So if you have a friend that's like in headhunting or in, job placement or somebody who's doing recruiting, like connecting with them can be really helpful if you want to kind of go in a different direction with your career. And I would connect with people who you've worked with in the past. All right. Then on the 22nd of the month, you're going to be seeing the sun's ingress into Leo, which is going to start another several week period where now the focus is going to be on confidence at work, confidence in your career, shining professionally. Yes, I know maybe with the Mercury retrograde, you're not feeling as confident about some of the things that are happening, but the show must go on. What you'll find is, right around the time the sun's going in there, it's a moment where you can get like your moment in the sun. So if you feel like you have been not getting the recognition that you want between the Mercury retrograde and the sun, you might actually get it. Now on the 23rd, you're going to see Venus in Gemini square Mars, and that's not so friendly for a Mars-ruled chart. Does create a little bit of tension and can be kind of good chemistry and maybe kind of sexy, maybe. But I think that this is about tension in finances versus social desire. So, Venus and Gemini in the 8th is going to be about other people's money, resources, or desire coming into disharmony with some of your goals or what you're hoping to achieve, especially like socially or in a group setting. Avoid power struggles is what I would say. And there can definitely be a sense of like over expenditures on social things. Then on the 23rd, we're also going to see the sun in Leo sextile Uranus. Okay, so where the sun highlights your career aspects, the sextile to Uranus is sudden, prominent changes that can happen on a dime, physically or financially, when it comes to your career. And I actually feel like this could give some Scorpios a career breakthrough through financial shifts. You end up getting a job offer that's going to give you a higher salary. You end up getting the okay for a business loan. You end up, dipping into your savings to focus on creating a plan where you can kind of launch your own business. That kind of stuff can happen, and it can be through some of like the unconventional ways that you're maybe bringing in money from property, family, or some support that you're getting from a partner. Now, on the 24th of the month, you're going to see the sun in your 10th house of career, trine Saturn and Neptune. And this is where you start to feel, I think, a little bit better about some of the reorganization that's going on with your professional life. Obviously, the sun is going to be about power and authority, and the trine to Saturn and Neptune in your 6th house is about grounding your career goals with discipline and also your intuition, knowing when to show up and be of service to get things done and when to take a step back and let other people handle the details. Scheduling, productivity, as well as your personal commitment to your health will be important on this day. On the 24th, we will have a new moon in Leo. So this is the once in a year opportunity to set new intentions when it comes to your visibility, your career, your goals, how people see you. So even if you're retired, it's like, well, who am I out in the world? You get a refresh for that. And what I like is like, look, if you're looking for a new job, maybe the new moon is going to help bring something in. I do think one of the challenges, though, is because that new moon is going to be around 2 degrees, it's going to oppose Pluto in Aquarius in your home zone, which means it's challenging you. Where new opportunities to shine, be seen, or grow your career comes at the cost of your emotions, your home, your family, maybe having to move or change your living situation to really embrace this new opportunity professionally. Watch for power dynamics, especially going into the 25th when the sun does oppose Pluto exactly. And likely you will experience an intense career versus home dynamic, and it's about a transformation of roles. What's going to change? Your career, or is it going to be your home? Now, on the 26th, you're going to see Mars at 23 degrees in your 11th house of Virgo, and this is going to be reactivating the eclipse that we saw in March of 2025. This is important because it means that you as a Scorpio ruled by Mars are going to have to revisit some of the social issues that have come up earlier this year. That might mean a conflict you had with a friend or falling out, or maybe that there has been some kind of feeling agitated. I just really encourage you guys to act thoughtfully and really think things through before you decide to kind of stir the pot when it comes to people at work or potentially with some of your friends. And just pace yourself. Sometimes the South Node Mars means that we're learning to kind of give up any frustration or agitation, right? Or maybe some hostility that can kind of pop up socially. Then you're going to see on the 30th of the month, Venus will ingress into Cancer. So she's going to go into the 9th house, where maybe you're traveling, you're at an airport, you're indulging in education and anything revolving around spirituality, philosophy. And this is really good because I feel like this is about you shifting gears and realizing what it is you need in relationships. Venus is tied to relationships. So you could be traveling and then you meet somebody. There could be a long distance relationship. You could be traveling with an existing partner. And I think that this is really amazing, especially if you're really wanting to focus on legal matters, publishing, or anything connected to your belief system and your philosophy. So planning trips can be good under some of those transits going into August of next month. And then finally, on the 31st of the month, you're going to see the Sun-Mercury Cazimi, where the Sun and Mercury collide in your 10th house of career. So it's a very powerful moment when it comes to getting clarity on your career goals and who you are out in the world, who you want to work with, how you want to work, what you're hoping to achieve. Big announcements perhaps can be happening. It's going to be around like 8 or 9 degrees. So this could be a moment where you're getting ready to make some grand announcement professionally, especially if you have like a newsletter or if you have an audience or a group of people. You could definitely get a lot of like traction and visibility for what you're putting out there. But definitely reflect on your personal goals and know that this is the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde. We are going to be figuring out just exactly what direction you're going in your career. Hope that's helpful for you, my Scorpio and Scorpio risings. Definitely quite the month with some of the aspects. And let's see what the tarot has to say in terms of its guidance for July. Ooh, I like this. You get the 9 of Coins. Feeling enough, right? Feeling content. Feeling like you're being rewarded for your efforts, achievement, independence, success, leisure, material security, and self-sufficiency. So when this card comes up, it's about luxury and having achieved a level of financial stability that allows you to enjoy the finer things in life and pursue your passions. Could that not be more true this month? Some Scorpio risings are going to find that there's going to be some sudden breakthrough with something financially, and you're going to go, now I can do what I want, right? Or now I can start thinking about launching my business, or now I've got the capital to do more of what I want to do, or now I have the opportunity. I also think that, having Venus go through the 8th house can be about having the ability to kind of indulge in things and being able to enjoy and getting all the recognition that you deserve for some of the really challenging things you've been kind of encountering in terms of your professional life. I think this is the time that you're going to get that recognition and you're going to see your career kind of grow. Okay. So let me know what happens, Scorpio. I'm excited to see how this month plays out for you. I will catch you guys back here in August next month. We've got Sag and Sag rising. What's up, Sag? Welcome to your July 2025 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you. Good news is nothing is really happening with Jupiter right now. Okay, so Jupiter is finally out of the square to Saturn and Neptune. Probably felt like a bit of like a test of faith June last month, or if you're watching this in June, you're just coming out of it, so it's going to get better. Also, you're going to be finding that there is some major emphasis in the month of July when it comes to some radical changes in relationships. Now, Jupiter in the 8th house is fostering emotional growth and intimacy. It's also really great for inheritances, investments, windfalls, investing in property, land, or getting resources for family or some kind of joint investment between you and a partner. You're also going to see Neptune continue its retrograde will turn retrograde in your 5th house. And this is going to help you clarify some of your creative and romantic ideas. And Saturn is there as well. That's creating some kind of need to reevaluate matters of the heart, creativity, dating, or children. But I'm kind of thinking, man, looking at Uranus in your 7th house, definitely watch for sudden partnership shifts. okay? And also opportunities for creative clarity. Now, because Jupiter is in your 8th house, nothing is really going on. Nothing is touching Jupiter in July. You're not really missing anything. You already had the Sun-Jupiter conjunction. Next month in August, you're going to have the Venus-Jupiter conjunction. You're kind of good. So nothing's really happening there. But you might find that focus on intimacy, transformation, and encouraging growth through trust and vulnerability is still a continuing theme. Stay grounded to avoid maybe over-idealizing financial or intimate matters. Watch for overextending yourself in relationships. That can happen. And definitely, clarify creative goals during the retrograde. Best dates for you guys are going to be the July 7th through the 10th and also the 23rd and 24th. Most challenging days will be July 17th through the 25th and the 31st. Now, we start at the beginning of the month. You guys are going to see Neptune on July the 4th is going to turn retrograde in your 5th house. Thankfully, we've got quite a few planets that are going to be in fire signs this month. So even though there's retrogrades happening, that you can navigate it pretty well. It's going to be trining your sun, moon, or rising. So it's going to give you the opportunity to be more creative, more dynamic, more active. It could also be more passionate. So work with the retrogrades because I feel like they can be very beneficial for you. But Neptune retrograde in the 5th is lifting the veil or illusions revolving around creativity, romance, your love life, children, and helping you see your true passions more so clearly. Now, this is about reflecting on artistic or romantic ideas. Just avoid unrealistic pursuits and focus on aligning with your true joy. This will be a several-month period of Neptune retrograde here. On the 4th, also, we see Venus ingress into Gemini. So good transit. Venus going into Gemini is definitely going to boost partnerships and relationships, doing business, sales, anything connecting to bringing in clients. If you're single, you can meet people with this transit for the next couple of weeks. You'll connect through communication or travel. You might find, because Venus is also about social groups and friends, that you can meet people through parties, get-togethers, and gatherings, or you're meeting people through coworkers, work, or health pursuits. Now, on the 7th of the month, you will see the big Uranus ingress into Gemini. So if you happen to be an early degree Sag, let's say 0 to about 2 degrees, for the next year, Uranus is going to be opposing your sun, moon, or rising. Uranus going into the 7th house means get ready for a major shakeup in regards to your romantic relationships. Being someone who's gone through this, I got to tell you, the beginning and the ending of this transit over a 7-year period was just absolutely wild. I think that, you can expect sudden partnership changes. It's about embracing flexibility. Uranus represents your siblings. It also represents communication, your neighbors, and short distance trips. So spontaneous road trips with partners can happen here. Suddenly, feeling like you need to communicate and express yourself with that nosy neighbor, or maybe there is more phone calls between you and a sibling or an extended relative. On the downside, Uranus going into the 7th house could mean suddenly, boom, like out of nowhere, a partner gets restless, a relationship ends. Uranus can be about divorce. So, yes, some of you guys will go through separations, breakups, and stuff, but some of you guys are also going to suddenly elope. Some of you guys are going to meet people online. You're going to meet people while you're walking in your neighborhood or while you're doing like a short road trip. When Uranus first went into my 7th house, that's right when it was a very long time ago, but that was the first time that I got engaged. And then when it went retrograde back into my 6th house, I changed my job. When I went back to my 7th house, less than a year later, that engagement ended. And then 7 years of Uranus through my 7th house was just a lot of back and forth with relationships. And right when Uranus was leaving my 7th house was when I got married. So definitely easy to navigate for single. If you are in a committed relationship, you're going to see that the way that your partners are communicating is a little erratic. And there's going to be spontaneous communication, travel. And maybe it's going to be more with your siblings. I don't know. You guys will have to let me know. But I know a lot of you guys are quickly rushing to the altar. Is that because of baby things, right? Saturn and Neptune sextile that transit. All right, on the 10th of the month, you're going to see a full moon in Capricorn in your 2nd house. Okay, so this is a full moon that's bringing your attention to some kind of shift in regard to your finances. So there could be a major culmination in your financial life, maybe stuff revolving around having to make a purchase, maybe having to make a payment. This is also self-worth, and it's about grounding out your values and focusing on what it is that you do want to commit to, own, or possess. Ruled by Saturn, Saturn is in Aries, getting ready to go retrograde at the time of the full moon in your 5th house, which means Are you feeling like you're ready to take on physical or financial responsibility for a hobby, for a child? Are you ready to take a financial risk? Are you deciding to be more cautious and careful? Are you investing more in your creative kind of talents? That kind of stuff kind of comes up for me. And on the 11th, you're going to see the sun trine the North Node. The sun will be moving through the 8th house of joint finances, resources, and psychological matters. And when it trines the North Node, it's very emotional. This can also be about, I think financial growth aligning with home and destiny. So there could be a change or a transformation in the home. It could be something revolving around mortgage shifts, buying, selling, dealing with property or real estate matters. And it can be also about releasing and letting something go, being like, okay, I can finally sell that house, or I can, finally move away from my hometown, or there's some kind of change that's going to happen there. On the 12th of the month, Saturn stations retrograde, joining Neptune in his retrograde in your 5th. So they're retrograding side by side. And this is about reassessing creative or romantic goals. And obviously it could be children, self-expression, inner child matters, anything in regards to hobbies and your personal goals. Saturn rules money and resources. It also has a connection to communication. So it can feel like a time where you're still working through some of the blocks in having fun, dating, romance, having children. I've seen a lot of Sag and Sag risings that are like, I really want to have kids, but like my relationships are so sporadic and inconsistent. How am I going to do that? I've heard that from a lot of you guys. Or kids come in and then suddenly it changes the relationship. So, I think that I would work with these two planets sextiling Uranus. I would work, especially if you're early Sag or Sag rising, with the trines, that you're really focusing on cultivating your own happiness and your own vision for what you would like to create and staying true to that. Now, on the 17th of the month, you're going to see Mercury retrograde in your 9th house. Sag, listen to me, okay? When you have a Mercury retrograde in your 9th house, I want you to go back to last summer. What happened last summer? Were you supposed to, fly to a foreign land? Were you supposed to take a course? Were you supposed to publish your book? Was there some kind of delay or setback? What happened? Because you've had a Mercury retrograde there, there's been a Mars retrograde there, and now we have another Mercury retrograde here. Mercury represents relationships and partnerships. It's also directly connected to your career and your status. So I look at this and I'm like, could be that some Sagittariuses planned a trip and the retrograde hits and there's some changes to your travel plans and you're having to kind of communicate and tell your sibling, Gemini, your romantic partner, 7th house, your friend, whatever, hey, I've actually had a change in my schedule. I was going to be traveling, now I'm not. Or, hey, we got to reschedule the flights or the accommodations. Obviously, touch wood, but that can happen. You don't want to be booking travel in July with these retrogrades. You don't want to be traveling during these retrogrades either, because you're going to see there's going to be some setbacks or delays. Those of you guys who think that you're going to be planning a wedding, because 9th house is ceremonies, I really recommend do not elope in July, okay? I know some of you guys are going to want to do it with Uranus in your 7th. Please don't. With Uranus on an angle and your 7th house ruler retrograde in the 9th is the worst time to get married. And I'm sorry, if some of you guys have some of those things planned, contact me and get a session. I can talk about when you guys can actually file the paperwork. That would be better. But I could see some people who thought they were getting married suddenly realize maybe we're not. And other people have met somebody while traveling. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, this is my person. And also talking about getting married for documents, legal reasons, travel reasons also can come up because that's Mercury. Anyway, watch for miscommunications in belief or travel, revisit old ideas, reconnect maybe to an old teacher or mentor, put ID tags on all your bags is all I can tell you. Get that trip insurance. And I don't recommend booking travel during this particular period if you guys can help it. On the 20th of the month, Mars will conjunct the South Node in Virgo. All right. So Sag, South Node's going through your 10th house. Some of you guys are employed and you're like, whatever, I'm just kind of cruise control. Like I'm not really focused on work right now. There's other things that are more kind of important to me and on the horizon. Others have been out of work or they've lost their job or they've changed direction in their career. Others are looking to maybe get back into the workforce. So it depends on your chart. But with Mars conjunct the South Node, unfortunately, you are one of the signs that is much more likely to change jobs, quit your jobs, or get laid off. I hope I'm wrong, but it is possible because Mars conjunct the South Node means there is a loss of motivation, desire, power in regards to your career and your work. And what's interesting is this is ruled by Mercury, which is retrograde in the ninth. So some of you guys might be going, I got wrongfully terminated, now I'm looking for a lawyer. Or there's something going on that's keeping me from being able to work or run my business. Now I'm seeking some kind of assistance or help. Could also mean some of you guys are like, I'm taking a break from work. Why? Mars represents having fun or having children. Could also mean that you're trying to travel or you're taking a little bit of time off. So any of these things are possible. Just keep in mind that you're releasing old career patterns and you're focusing on being more authentic in your professional life and endeavors. July 22nd, the sun ingresses into Leo, shining a light on everything going on in terms of career, in terms of travel, your belief system, and also your philosophy. So more confidence in travel. Maybe you feel like you're really shining intellectually. Certainly the sun trine Saturn and Neptune in your 5th house means that it could be a time where you're really excited to be traveling or learning about something creative or going somewhere with kids. And I think that optimism is great, but you're going to see with like the Mercury retrograde and the new moon that there could definitely be some communication challenges. So just keep that in the back of your mind. On the 23rd of the month, Venus will square Mars. So Venus in your 7th house, which is a good transit. Venus likes being there. It's in your opposite sign as well. And Venus coming into a square with Mars represents tension that's going to be brewing between relationships and career. Avoid conflicts, right? With romantic partners, with bosses, business partners, with clients. It's almost like there's going to be a woman or somebody who's going to want something and you're going to be like, I just can't please this person. I can't please this client. Or, you know, my business partner wants something or they're hoping that I can like fulfill something, or a friend or a group has expectations for me. And I'm sorry, it's just, I'm not working, I'm out of town. And there could be a little bit of tension between you and another person. On the 23rd of the month, the sun will sextile Uranus. So it'll be in your 8th house and it's going to sextile Uranus, which means there could definitely be a breakthrough that you have about partnerships. Here you're exploring what you believe when it comes to relationships. Maybe you're getting more clarity on planning a trip with a partner. Maybe there is going to be some changes going on in relationships, which is brought on by legal matters. Certainly Mercury retrograde in this house could mean talking to a lawyer, or maybe you're filing legal documents because you're wanting to change your name. That could be something else. I could also see this as like exploring new relationships with people in other places, especially if you're traveling. On the 24th, the sun will trine Neptune and Saturn. So the sun in the 9th house is trining Saturn, which could bring more stability when it comes to romance, creativity, and children, as well as Neptune. So I feel like this is actually pretty positive for Sagittarius. This is about grounding your beliefs with creative discipline and intuition. Beliefs about what? Beliefs about relationships, about creative projects, beliefs about education, about travel. Obviously, you know, Mercury going retrograde means that it's going to give you an opportunity, if you're single, to travel and connect with somebody who could be younger or somebody who has some of the same things in mind when it comes to what they're seeking in committed relationships. On the 24th of the month, you have the new moon. That will be in Leo in your 9th house. And this is where generally we set intentions revolving around travel. If we want to apply for school, colleges, start getting ready to publish a book, teach a class, look for a new teacher or a mentor. So you can do those things under this new moon. The aspects with the trine of Saturn and Neptune makes me feel like, especially if you guys are hoping to learn more about children, parenting, education, anything connecting to learning about the stock market, like trading. The only issue is that the new moon is going to oppose Pluto, and Pluto represents your subconscious fears and the issues that you have revolving around communication. So there will be some power struggles. I would set intentions, from that date forward to start planning trips or traveling. Watch for the power dynamics that are going to come up on the 25th, where the sun in the 9th house will oppose Pluto in the 3rd house, where I'm expecting intense communication can happen. There can also be some real struggles or issues revolving around traveling. There can be some shifts in how you learn and transforming your ideas through communication with another person. On the 26th of the month, you're going to see Mars will be at 23 degrees at the eclipse degree. So once again, Mars at the South Node. Now Mars is hitting the eclipse degree from March of 2025. Go back and think about what happened a couple of months ago in March, okay? Did you quit a job? Did you find something out about your employer? Did you hit a major milestone at work? Were you starting to think about looking for a new job? Mars hitting this degree again is going to reactivate that eclipse. And I think that what's going to happen is it's going to bring up potential career issues, and it's going to be pushing you to really act strategically when it comes to paving a new way forward and really focusing on doing work that feels creative, personal, and meaningful, rather than feeling like you're just aimlessly going through like your career and just working a day job. You know, Saturn and Neptune for some people in the 5th is like, I want to be a performer, I want to be an actor or an actress, I want to be a painter, I want to be a musician, a photographer even. And so some of you guys are realizing like, okay, I got to let go of what I used to do. I have to embrace something new. Some of you guys might be during the Mercury retrograde getting some kind of training, learning new skills or certification so you can make a segue in your career. Now, on the 30th of the month, Venus will enter Cancer. So it is going to go into your 8th house where it is more kind of private, intimate, more sensitive. It's also going to be kind of sexy. Venus might mean that there's a change or transformation that's happening with your healthier habits or your friendships, but access to other people's money, people being more generous with you. Good news for like debt and loan or anything in regards to inheritance. This can actually really benefit you financially. And then on the 31st, you will see the Sun conjunct Mercury in the sign of Leo, and that's around like 8 or 9 degrees. So if you have anything Sagittarius around those degrees, it'll trine you. But for the most part, Sun represents traveling, education, belief, or ceremonies, weddings, parties, and Mercury is people. So it can mean that you meet a new relationship coach, you meet a new wedding planner, you meet a new partner when you're traveling, you have a new shift or perspective in regards to your belief system. Something's going on there, clarity about beliefs, travel, or relationships, and then reflecting on those ideas. Personally, I would not book any, like if you need to book travel, you need to book it in June. You need to do it before we get to July, because once we get to July, Mercury is already going to be in shadow. So if you know you have to travel next month, book it in June so that way you have less issues. Otherwise, you really need to wait at least until because you need to apply for a program, to try to start a legal matter, to try to, plan a wedding or anything that's going to be kind of Mercury 9th house oriented. All right, so that's the month in a nutshell. Quite a month. Definitely a little bit easier for you to navigate, I think, because there's a lot of air and fire in the sky. But, you guys got to tell me what's going to happen. I mean, honestly, Mercury's tied to Uranus. Like some of you guys are in a relationship and you're like, my partner's being crazy or we're taking a break. And then you're going to travel somewhere and then you're going to meet somebody else and you're going to be like, oh my God, like, what is this? And then other people are going to spontaneously realize that they are getting married or there is some kind of change that's happening in their relationship. And then there's like the planning that begins. So, let me know what happens. Let's see what the tarot has to say for the month of July. Ooh, the Hanged Man. Take it easy. Keep in mind that this is very much like Pisces. So the North Node in Pisces is to your 4th house. So it's trying to get you to think about emotions. Where is home? Like roots or the past. This is a very much like don't take action type of card. It is also associated with Neptune. And the card says it's about sacrifice, waiting, uncertainty, lack of direction, perspective, contemplation. Okay. And so, it might mean you're surrendering to something that is bigger than you. It might mean that you need to reflect a little bit more. It might mean that, you feel like you just need to take some time to like let the dust settle and you're letting go of the need to control things and looking at things from a different perspective. So maybe you're looking at your partner from a different perspective. Maybe you're looking at education from a different perspective. This is less about action. It's more about reassessment. So it's really in tune with the retrograde energies that are going on all month long in fire signs. Try to be introspective. The time to be making moves is going to be next month for you. Okay. Let me know how it goes, Sag. We will chat next month in August. All right. We got Capricorn and Capricorn rising. What's up, Capricorn? How are you guys doing? I'm excited to chat with you about the month ahead. We've got a lot going on. Your chart ruler is going to go retrograde. You got a full moon in your sign. And you're finally out of the squares that have been happening where Jupiter has been squaring Saturn and also kind of like Neptune. So in a way, yes, your chart ruler is turning retrograde. So there is going to be a need to really reevaluate and reassess your personal involvement with home and family. But there is also this sense of feeling like there's less stress or tension than there has been in this last month. Okay, things will get easier. So, July 2025 is about getting grounded, especially with your chart ruler going retrograde in your 4th house. So it really wants you to it's urging you to reflect on your home and your foundations and your living situation and your family. Neptune is also retrograde in this house. So it's about clarifying family dynamics, and the full moon in your 1st house is going to highlight some of your personal achievements ruled by Saturn in the 4th. So what have you been able to accomplish in terms of home and living situation and family stuff? And obviously watch with both of these planets retrograde in your 4th for the potential for there to be delays in home, family, or domestic shifts. Now, ruling transits, okay? So on the 12th, this is when Saturn turns retrograde. Saturn represents like structure, home, family goals. And I think it's really going to prompt you to reassess foundations, literally or figuratively. Can cause delays with like renovations, building, returning back home, visiting family. And it does this intentionally. It's gonna be helping you build some resilience through patience, okay? Mars is also directly tied to Saturn and Neptune, and Mars is going to be going through the 9th house conjuncting with the South Node. So you may not feel capable of moving out of your house, or you may not feel capable of leaving the house, or you may not feel capable of traveling. There can also be some home or family property or kind of estate disputes that can be coming up relating to a home. So that's something else to kind of think about. I would say what you want to watch for is overworking or ignoring communication issues and balancing ambition with time for reflection. Now, the best dates for you this month are going to be July 10th and 11th, as well as the 23rd and the 24th. The challenging dates are going to be July 12th through the 17th, as well as the 25th. If we start at the top of the month, on July 4th, Neptune is the first planet to turn retrograde in Aries, and that will be happening in your 4th house of home and family. So, clearing illusions around home, your past, your family, helping heal old emotional wounds, reflecting on what home means, avoiding unrealistic family expectations, maybe creating a nurturing sanctuary, reconnecting with neighbors, friends, and relatives. It could also mean that there is potential issues with kitchens, water leaks, foundation issues, things like that. So watch out for that. And then also on the 4th, Venus will ingress into Gemini. So Venus will move into your 6th house where love is work, right? It's sacrifice. Maybe this means that it can be beneficial if you're looking for a job. If you're wanting to find a new vet or healthcare practitioner, this can be good for finding a new gym or investing or indulging a little bit more in health and wellness, sprucing up your office as well. And Venus is not just connected to career, it's created to your 5th house of creativity. So making more time for creative work, dating, and romance is also an emphasis here. Followed by on the 7th of July, Uranus moves into your 6th house. So this is interesting because if the 6th house is your work and your habits and Uranus represents money, some of you guys will suddenly have a job change. It might mean that you bring in a second job. Maybe you decide to start working as an independent contractor. Maybe you're going to become an entrepreneur. Maybe you have a more flexible schedule than usual. I don't know, but sudden work or health changes are likely. Now, Gemini represents the shoulders, hands, and fingers. Aquarius is directly kind of connected to the ankles and even like the calves. So these are the areas that you're going to want to be paying attention to health-wise, especially because Mercury is tied to Uranus and it'll retrograde in the 8th. So securing jobs with health insurance, right? Making sure you have some kind of coverage, especially if you need to do some testing or they need to analyze something that's going on with your health or even with your digestion or your gut. Now, on the 10th of the month, you get your full moon in your 1st house. So you're going to have to go back to the full moon that we had in Capricorn at the beginning of this year. That full moon is going to be in your 1st house. So it's going to be a personal kind of culmination. It's about shining and seeing some major change that you've kind of gone through over the last 6 months' time. Think about what intentions you've set. This trines Mars in your 9th house. So you're willing to maybe travel. Maybe you're willing to learn. You're willing to let go of things. Mars South Node is building. And you're also going to see that Saturn is the ruler in your 4th. So what have you been able to accomplish when it comes to your home, your family, the past, right? That kind of stuff. And it might mean that you're finally putting an end to things that have been kind of ongoing in terms of home, family, kind of domestic trauma, drama. And watch your health. I think with Uranus in your 6th house, especially if you're in an early degree, Capricorn rising, Uranus in conjunct or quincunx your ascendant is definitely saying like, it's going to agitate the Capricorn rising a little bit because you're going to have some inconsistency either with your work or with your health. And you really want to keep an eye on your health with those transits, not just physically, mentally. Gemini is a mental sign. So on the 11th of the month, you're going to see the sun trine the North Node. So the sun will be in your relationship zone, and it's going to trine the North Node in your 3rd house of Pisces. I like this because partnerships can align. You can find yourself communicating, connecting, matching, meeting the right person at the right time. It could be a coach, it could be a business partner, it could be a mentor, it could be a romantic relationship. Certainly Jupiter hanging out in your 7th house is good for potential relationship opportunity. That full moon shows that as well, with the moon in your 1st house in opposition to the sun, and it's kind of slightly in opposition to Jupiter also. So it can be showing where there's some kind of growth happening in romantic relationships. On the 12th of the month, Saturn, your chart ruler, stations retrograde in the 4th. Okay, so that basically means you're going to feel things slow down. This is about reassessing home or family foundations. Yes, there can be delays with moves, changes with your family, home, property, or real estate, especially buying or selling anything, developing or building. Saturn is also connected to your 2nd. So, if you haven't gotten the chance to relocate, sign a lease, move, just know it's going to take a little bit more time, at least until Saturn gets out of Aries. It's actually going to go back into Pisces at the end of August, beginning of September. And you'll have a couple of months with the eclipses where if you've been, thinking about, well, I want to move somewhere, but I don't know where I want to go. I know a lot of Capricorn and Capricorn risings have moved back home with the intention to save money, and then maybe move in the fall, or maybe they're going to move next spring. So right now it's kind of like feeling like you're a little bit landlocked, but having some appreciation for feeling landlocked because it's going to give you the opportunity to kind of have like a new launch later in the new year. On the 17th of the month, Mercury stations retrograde in your 8th house. All right, so Mercury is directly tied to health, habits, and routine, travel, education, legal matters, and it will retrograde in the 8th. And the 8th house is about financial or intimate relationships. This is going to be about the relationships that you have with your bank, with your investments. It can be, child support, spousal support, anything in regards to taxes and inheritance. And there can be delays with these things, okay? So there could be a decision that's about to be made about, settlements, about money that's owed to you, especially if there's anything going on in regards to like legal issues with employers, or if there's like injury on the job or wrongful termination. That stuff could be like settlement related in the 8th. And then Mercury is tied to the 9th house, is also saying like scheduling issues and issues either with work or health, which could actually affect your ability to travel. And you may have to give up traveling for some reason. And, you're like, okay, how do I get a refund for what I've had planned? So it depends on your chart, but I can just tell you that, this is about miscommunications when it comes to money. Check all of your banking, make sure there isn't double charges, double check your passwords, be very careful with security because the 8th house can be about passwords and seed phrases and vaults and other things, and like whether or not there is somebody or something that has access to some of your resources, okay? Revisit budgets here as well. On the 20th, Mars will conjunct the South Node. This happens in your natal 9th house. And Mars is about home and family. It's also connected to goals or groups. And it means that you might feel like you're wanting to disconnect, from your beliefs about home and family. You're wishing to not travel or visit home. Maybe you're giving up on a, aspiration when it comes to publishing or education or travel. And really this is about, I think, like releasing old beliefs, or different ways of traveling, focusing on growth. This is a day that I would not get on an airplane. With Mars conjunct the South Node, it means your ass shouldn't be at the airport, especially as it connects to Saturn and Neptune in the 4th. And the ruler of Mars is Mercury, and it's retrograde in your 8th. I would not be on an airplane that day. That's all I will say about that. Okay, so then we get to the 22nd, where the sun is going to enter into Leo. And this is really shining a light on confidence, Leo, in finances, intimacy, sexual matters, anything in regards to creative collaboration, maybe bringing in more money from gambling, speculative stuff, investments, that kind of thing. And whenever planets go through the 8th house, it's about a transformation. So Mercury is transforming your mind. The sun is going to be transforming your ego and also your relationship with intimate partners. On the 23rd of the month, Venus will square Mars. So Venus will be in your work zone, squaring Mars in your 9th house in Virgo, where there's tension in work versus beliefs. Also tension with health and traveling, tension with education and scheduling. I would avoid, ideological clashes, issues with, lawyers, problems with teachers or with fellow employees can kind of happen here. There could be some scheduling issues, I think, maybe with getting together with friends or traveling or like visiting as well. On the 23rd of the month, you're going to see the sun sextile Uranus. So the sun will be in Leo. It will sextile Uranus, which I feel like is a financial breakthrough, and it can be via work changes, Uranus in your 6th house, via health changes, psychological shifts as a result of letting go of certain habits, breaking certain habits about what you're consuming, right? Gemini could be what you're reading, what you're watching. It could also mean if you're smoking, like things that you're wanting to kind of give up, Anyway, experiment with some of these new health and work changes. I think it can be good for you. And then on the 24th, you're going to see the sun trine Saturn and Neptune. So the sun will be in the 8th house of other people's resources, trining Saturn and Neptune. And this might mean that finally you're starting to see like you're coming out of the other side of where there's been a lot of issues maybe with finances. Now you can feel like you're recouping funds, you're getting money back, you're getting refunded, you're getting something returned, a return on investment. It could also mean that this is a time where you're getting resources from other people, and you're going to ground out your finances with some kind of discipline in regards to your home and your living situation. And that's why I've seen a lot of Capricorn risings go, I'm moving in with my parents, I'm going back home, I'm going to be paying off my debt, I'm saving money. And like that's very much some of the trines between the 8th and the 4th house. On the 24th also, we will see a new moon that will be in Leo in your 8th house, where you're going to be planting seeds and setting intentions for finances, intimacy, and anything that's going to be revolving around change. Okay, so the moon represents relationships and the sun is going to represent change. So change in intimate relationships, romantic relationships, family relationships. I like a new moon here. The only thing is that new moon's at 2 degrees. It sextiles Uranus. It creates a yod to your ascendant. You've got to really pay attention to your health, Capricorn. You and Scorpio have this aspect this month. Good for like investing and saving money, dealing with a tax matter. The problem is with Mercury retrograde in your 8th, there is a back and forth that you're going on with somebody about what is owed to you or what is yours versus what is somebody else's. And the new moon is going to oppose Pluto, as will Mercury when it fully, when it goes into Leo, it will oppose. And then when it retrogrades, it's going to still be in opposition. So a lot of like the Mercury retrograde in Leo, the Leo stuff in general, represents that there is going to be like intense, I think, power dynamics involving finances and value shifts. And really, I think on the 25th, when the sun opposes Pluto, this is going to be major shifts revolving around your self-worth, where you're learning not to like let a number in a bank account dictate or determine whether or not you're good enough or successful enough. And a lot of back and forth with borrowing, lending, or other people's money. I think you're going to see that all month long. On the 26th of the month, Mars in Virgo will hit 23 degrees. So it's going to be at the same degree that it was at when we had the lunar eclipse in Virgo earlier this March. The positive is like, look, Mars trines your ascendant when you have the full moon in Capricorn. So you're like, I'm willing to travel, I'm willing to learn, I'm willing to fight, I'm willing to teach. But when it hits the eclipse degree, it's going to bring up some of the things that have come up, where you're revisiting some of the issues relating to education or travel that might have come up in March. And I would say act thoughtfully. Like I wouldn't, if you planned a trip in March, or if you started a legal matter in March, and then Mars hits this degree, you're going to see whether or not it's actually going to work. And with Mars conjunct the South Node and hitting the eclipse degree, it's like a breakdown. Could be a breakdown of your beliefs. It could be that a trip that you had planned is somehow kind of, changing, or it's evolving in some way. I don't know. You might decide that you want to drop out of your courses. You might decide also that there is going to be a theme in breaking away from a teacher or a mentor. Okay, that can also happen. And then on the 30th of the month, Venus will ingress into Cancer. So this is like you get a reprieve. Venus going into your 7th house is great for relationships, whether you're single or you're in a relationship. It's going to give you the opportunity to really, I think, feel love, companionship, togetherness with other people. Something you'll see right at the end of the month is even though it enters into this sign, it's going to square Saturn and Neptune. So there will be some tension in what is blossoming in relationships versus where you live, where you've been in the past, or what's going on with your family. Now, it's quick moving transit. As you get into August, you'll see Venus go through your 7th house. It's going to come into conjunction with Jupiter. Chef's kiss astrology in regards to meeting someone. So if you're single, just hang in there. Things are going to get better. But for right now, I feel like this is about, being open to relationships at the end of the month going into next month that are nurturing. And then on the 31st, you're going to see the sun coming into conjunction with Mercury. This is the Mercury Cazimi in your 8th house. Clarity in finances, midway point through the Mercury retrograde. So if there's been a negotiation, if you've been trying to reach a settlement, if you've been going through like a legal matter, if you're trying to get refunded or reimbursed for a tax matter, anything like that, that's when this stuff is going to kind of come about. So I would be reflecting on trust. And because Mars is kind of tied to Mercury, it's in a mercurial sign, it's going to maybe be about getting refunded or reimbursed for travel-related things, for education-related things. And also it could mean that, you're having to rely on some kind of insurance. 8th house can be insurance. And so just something to kind of keep in the back of your mind. All right. I know it's a lot. I hope you guys do well with Saturn retrograde. It's going to be only a couple months of that sign. So it will get a little bit easier in the fall when it goes back into Pisces. Let's see what the cards have to say for you. I'm hoping good things. You guys have this full moon in your skies. You might feel like, maybe it's just you against the world with Saturn in your 4th. But give yourself a credit and a pat on the back for what you have been able to achieve. Card that you get is the Knight of Pentacles. So slow and steady wins the race. Not unusual for this to come up for Virgos, Capricorns, Tauruses. This is about taking practical steps forward, being reliable, efficient, stoic, slow and steady, hardworking, committed, patient, and conservative. So looks like you have to kind of keep that show on the road with how you're looking at your home and private life stuff with this. Now, sometimes nights can be bringers of some kind of message. So it can mean that, hey, your hard work and your perseverance is going to pay off. You're going to be rewarded. You're going to see that there's opportunities for investments, which I frankly think could happen with the retrogrades and the planets going into your 8th house. You may actually be looking at investments or cashing out on investments. Sorry, guys, I'm plugging in my computer before it dies. The other thing is it could be a message about finances. So emails, phone calls, text messages, things about financial matters can pop up. And this is about being dependable, diligent, reliable, and willing to put in the hard work required to achieve your goals. Well, the 8th house can be where we cash out. So some of you guys might be like, hey, I'm now cashing things out, or I'm taking money out of savings or stuff that I've invested. So it can be a good sign, especially for anything in regards to finances. Equally, support from another Capricorn, a Taurus, or a Virgo can come along as well. Good luck for you guys. I will see you next month in August. All right, we've got Aquarius rising. What's up, Aquarius? Welcome to your July 2025 horoscope. I'm excited to chat with you about what's going on. My goodness. You've got so much happening. I think probably for Aquarius rising, it's a really interesting combination this month. From the traditional kind of perspective, Saturn turning retrograde is one of your rulers, which on one hand might slow down communication, ideas, and learning. But from the perspective of your modern day ruler, Uranus is moving into Gemini So if you are an early degree Aquarius, sun, moon, or rising, 0 to about 3-4 degrees, Uranus is in your 5th house of fun, and it's trining your placements and Pluto. You guys have to let me know how you're feeling with this. Get used to this energy. This is what's going to be happening going into 2026 as well, when Saturn and Neptune come back into Aries, and also when Uranus comes back into Gemini. But July 2025 is very creative for my Aquarius and Aquarius risings. With Uranus entering into Gemini, it's going to spark new innovation and creativity, as well as romance. Watch for unexpected connections with other people, new ways of expressing yourself intellectually, and unexpected pregnancies. Now, Neptune will retrograde in your 3rd house along with Saturn, and this is going to be about clarifying communication. Maybe you feel like it slows down learning projects, travel-related things, issues coming up with siblings or with neighbors. But I feel like this month is going to produce some sudden shifts for you. Having Uranus in aspect to Saturn and Pluto is very, very big for you, and I want you guys to get out there and play and have fun. Now, this will be on July 7th, and usually Uranus brings very unexpected changes. So these changes are tied to your relationship with children, romance, hobbies. It really encourages bold experimentation, and it's about being, innovative. But I remember this transit. It makes you a bit of a party animal. Doesn't really matter how old you are. Your love life gets wild. You want to get out and about. You want to do things. You feel restless. You want to have fun. And what's really interesting is that while it's in your 5th house, the ruler Mercury is retrograde in your 7th. So a sudden unexpected pregnancy could lead to a new serious conversation in relationships, or, love can strike very quickly, unexpectedly, and then you find yourself in the middle of a new kind of committed partnership. It's going to be different for everybody. And for those of you guys who have kids, it could be putting an emphasis on your first or your second born, actually. Right? So we'll see. You guys will have to let me know. Anyway, what to watch for? I would say ego-driven conflict can come up this month. Also, clarify, communication when you can. You're going to notice with Mercury retrograde in your 7th, your communication with romantic partners, creative partners, your children is a little stressful. Other people are going to be kind of out of it, and they're not going to communicate, or there's going to be a process of trying to communicate or get the point across to somebody, and there's going to be delays and misunderstandings. So best days for you guys this month is going to be July the 7th through the 10th, and the 23rd and the 24th. Challenging days are going to be the 17th through the 25th and the 31st. Okay, so if we take this at the top of the month, you're going to start off with Neptune turning retrograde on July the 4th in your 3rd house. What this brings up is, Neptune rules money, resources, and self-esteem, physical, tangible things. So with the retrograde in your 3rd house, sure, it can clear up illusions around communication, learning, siblings, and help you really focus on, choosing words that are authentic, that have meaning, maybe reflecting more on how you express yourself to avoid any misunderstandings, and really aligning with clear, inspired communication. The challenge here is that things can go missing, right? Cars can go missing, money can go missing, gadgets can go missing. So be careful, because it can be about losing or misplacing things, especially while you're in transit. So keep an eye on your wallet, your keys, all of your personal belongings. Now, on the 4th, we're also going to see Venus enter into the sign of Gemini. So you're going to have Venus going through your 5th house of romance, self-expression, having fun, dating. Listen, if you're single, get out there and mingle, especially with Venus going through the 5th house. You could meet younger people. More than one romantic partner can pop up. Can also be connecting with people who are culturally different, or meeting them through travel or education opportunities, but definitely charming when it comes to romance and connecting through play. On the 7th, this is the big day where your modern day ruler enters into your 5th house, and this is sudden creative or romantic changes. It's about embracing innovation. And while the Mercury retrograde is ruling that, those of you guys who are in relationships, relationship dynamics are likely to change. It doesn't mean that things need to end, and it doesn't mean it needs to be with a romantic partner. It could be a creative collaborator, it could be a business manager, it could be one of your children. But a relationship is going to change direction. So watch for that. And if you have kids, they might be a little bit more rambunctious and rebellious than usual. I also like the idea of taking on new hobbies. Uranus in the 5th house could be divination, learning astrology, starting a podcast, a radio show, anything where you can be really highlighting your talent in communication, and kind of, showcasing that. On the 10th of the month, you're going to see a full moon in Capricorn, which will be happening in your 12th house, which likely is going to have you feeling kind of in your feels, like you need to be safe and secluded and you need time away from other people. 12th house is about spiritual matters and something kind of coming to some major kind of culmination. So this is about grounding your energy, being introspective, taking time to work behind the scenes and not worrying too much about work or your professional life. You can do that with Capricorn in your 12th. This is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn will be getting ready to turn retrograde in the 3rd. So you'll be going over documents, reevaluating, having conversations with people professionally, maybe working late at night, doing some writing or some reading or anything that's going to be connected to new learning or media. Then on the 11th, you're going to see the sun trine the North Node. So the sun will be going through Cancer in your health zone, work and habits, and it's going to trine the North Node in your 2nd house. This is where work really aligns with your financial destiny. If you're putting in the blood, sweat, and tears, you're going to find the physical or the financial reward. Positive changes in your health and your habits that might be connected to what you're eating or drinking and paying attention to your emotions. Then on the 12th of the month, your chart ruler, Saturn, stations retrograde in Aries in your 3rd house. And it's going to be conjunct Neptune. So this is about reassessing communication, maybe learning delays, testing clarity, challenges in expressing yourself, delays with launching websites, problems with cars, communications with siblings, the list goes on. Now, something to think about is that this is connected to Mars, and you'll see some other Mars transits kind of going through your 8th house later in the month. Financial negotiations, tax documents, signing things that are going to be, bank-related, loan-related, debt-related. Be very careful, read all the details of everything. Make sure you thoroughly understand everything so you're not experiencing a potential loss, because that can happen. Now, on the 17th, Mercury stations retrograde in your 7th house of relationships and other people, okay? Mercury represents joint money. So if you're a partner and you have a joint account, it could be the bank that you bank with. It could be also money that you spend on, supporting children or, financing projects or something you've invested in. It's also connected to children. So some of you guys are going to be like, I'm having a talk with my kid. They're spending too much money on the credit card, or my partner's spending too much money, or like we've got too much expenses relating to travel or like playtime or entertainment. Like we got to tone it down. And Mercury retrograde is notorious for miscommunication. So there could be miscommunications between you and a romantic partner about how you manage children, if you want children, any issues revolving around, insurance or deductibles or anything in regards to joint finances. Revisit your relationship agreements. Yes, it's not unusual when Mercury goes retrograde in your 7th house, you hear from your ex. Like that's pretty common. So you might, reconnect with somebody that you knew when you were in high school, or you might reconnect with somebody you dated a long time ago. But if you're in an existing relationship, it's just time to be mindful that the communication isn't as clear, and like you need to be more attentive and in tune with maybe bringing a little bit more magic and fun and, spontaneity back to that relationship, and that can actually improve the partnership. On the 20th of the month, Mars will conjunct the South Node in the 8th house. And I would say, Mars rules your career. It's also connected to communication. And this can be a day where, there is an email, there is a meeting, there is something like a phone call or something that comes through that's like, hey, we're having to kind of cut back on expenses, or, we're cutting back staff, or we're having to let somebody go. Like something like that can happen. It can also be a time where you feel like something was not heard, like something that you were communicating or trying to kind of voice like flew under the radar, and now it's creating some physical or financial challenges at work. Expenses can be overwhelming. I like the Mars South Node conjunction for releasing old financial or intimate patterns and like focusing on trust. So it can mean that you're learning to trust the people you're working with. You're learning to, have more trust in how your partner is managing or navigating expenses and spending on joint accounts. It can also mean that you're working with a therapist. Actually, Mercury, is connected to the Mars conjunction, and it's retrograde in the 7th. So talking to a therapist, couples therapist, intimacy coach, also really good ideas. And learning to be a little bit more vulnerable and just watch for the impulsive spending, try to pay stuff off. July 22nd, Sun ingresses into Leo, and it's highlighting your 7th house of relationships. So there's more action, confidence, and I think warmth in relationships. Partnerships can really shine. So whether you're single or you're in a relationship, there's more focus on others. 23rd of the month, you're going to see Venus in Gemini going through your 5th house of romance and creativity, squaring Mars. A little bit of sexual tension here. It could be a little bit of good tension, a little bit of chemistry, tension in creative versus financial desires, wanting passion, play, and spontaneity, but being like, oh, is that too risky? Should we be more focused on work, or should we be more kind of conservative and responsible? Whether or not you take a risk financially or in love seems to be the theme of that square as well. Just watch out for power struggles that can happen with the squares. July 23rd, you'll see the sun sextile Uranus. So the sun in your relationship house sextiles Uranus in your 5th house. So your Uranus, sun in the 7th, it can mean that there is somebody coming in who could be a client, a partnership, a playmate, an opportunity for love and creativity to strike, and partnerships breakthroughs through creativity. Experiment with like new date ideas and new ways of being able to kind of like bring back the flame in your relationships. I think that's really the key. And then on the 24th, you'll see the sun trine Saturn and Neptune. So the sun in your relationship house will trine Saturn and Neptune in the 3rd, where, you're going to be focusing on being receptive, listening, hearing out what a partner or a kid or a, manager, somebody who's partnering with you has to say. Great communication day. You can really ground your partnerships with communication and discipline. You can really get the point across. You can really get the attention of somebody. There can be a sense of just common, like mutual understanding, which I think is really great with this day. And then also on the 24th, you'll have that new moon in Leo, which is going to be in your 7th house of relationships and committed partnerships. This is where you set new intentions in regards to partnerships. So if you want to meet somebody, you set intentions on this day. If you're wanting to find a new coach, a manager, a business partner, if you are wanting to, grow closer to an existing relationship, this is where you set intentions. Remember, Mercury is retrograde here, so you're still kind of working through some of the stuff that's going on with the changing communication with them. The only challenge is the next day, the sun, which rules relationships, will oppose Pluto. So a lot of like the new opportunities that come relationship-wise are going to be whether or not you and a partner can work together. If you guys can find the middle ground, if you can communicate, obviously with trines to your 3rd, and if you guys can find ways to not see each other as polar opposites. Pluto in your 1st house is very reluctant and unwilling to change, and you're going to see a lot of drama and miscommunication and back and forth with other people. I'm predicting intense relationship versus personal dynamics. This will transform your identity. Think about what happened with the Mars retrograde in, December into the beginning of this year. There was a back and forth with somebody, or an on and off, or feeling like there was pressure and somebody was unwilling to change or unwilling to kind of move out of their more dramatic ways. So it created some tension, and I think you'll see some similarities. On the 26th of the month, Mars hits 23 degrees, reactivates the most recent March lunar eclipse that we had in the sign of Virgo. So for you guys, you're revisiting stuff that's been going on financially since March of this year. Maybe there were some, unexpected expenses. Maybe there was some things you needed to pay off. Maybe you were reimbursed for something, or you experienced some kind of loss, or maybe there was like intimacy issues. So just act wisely. I think it's about communicating and talking about, what you have been feeling, or maybe what you're afraid of, or how to kind of open up and be more vulnerable. And this is also like connected, I think, to insurance matters. So like car insurance, life insurance, health insurance, protected gadgets and other things. You guys might have to be kind of following up on some of that stuff. And then on the 30th of the month, Venus will enter into the sign of Cancer. So she will go into your 6th house, where there is going to be more of a focus on things that are going on with health, habits, and routine. Maybe, because Venus represents your home, this is about organizing, cleaning your home, bringing in maybe some assistance with, gardening or caretaking, or, you've got somebody coming in who's fixing things in your home. And certainly, work, relationships are going to take a little bit more work with Venus in the 6th house. We can feel a little disenchanted with what's going on relationship-wise, and we're trying to kind of work out the kinks. This also means that you might be focusing on traveling or planning, a trip, or you're seeking somebody to help you manage finances. So if you're looking for like an accountant or somebody to manage your budget, or if you're looking to find somebody who could do like payroll, that stuff can also come in. And also indulging a little bit more, I think, on making the time to schedule, travel or education and maybe like luxury things that are also good for your health. Okay. So like healthy food, going to the spa, soaking, that kind of stuff. And then finally, on the 31st of the month, you're going to have the Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde. So this would be the Mercury Cazimi in Leo in your natal 7th house. So this is the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde. This is where now you're going to see like whatever has been back and forth with your communication with others. Now there's going to be better communication. Now you're going to have more clarity. I like this because it brings up clarity in partnerships. It does kind of let you know like what is needing to change or transform in terms of communication about intimacy or money with certain people and like people being transparent and kind of vulnerable. Equally, I think this is important because it is directly tied to matters of the heart or investing or taking risks financially. So whether you're working with, getting closer to a romantic partner or a child, or you're talking to somebody about your financial strategy, this is where they're going to kind of have some big ideas and information for you, how to navigate that. Great time to be working with a therapist or an astrologer, I would say, this month, because you're going to get a lot of assistance with some of the retrograde stuff in your chart. Okay? Focus on those bonds and let me know, do you guys end up hearing from your exes with that retrograde? Some of you guys are going to be like, nope, I'm done. I'm cutting them off for real this time because of the Mars aspect. And you're going to be like, I'm not even responding. Others are going to be like, I'm going to hear them out, but you might kind of realize or recognize that it's just the same thing that keeps like recycling through. So let me know. Let's ask the tarot, what does Aquarius and Aquarius rising need to know for July of 2025? Card that I get is the Five of Cups. We had a good run. This is a card that can be about loss and it can be about grief, disappointment, sadness, mourning, discontent, and feeling let down. There's no doubt about that. But when you see this card, something I want you guys to recognize, let me get that up there. See how there's three cups that have fallen over and then there's 2 cups that are sitting up? Don't stay here. Don't stay here and cry about what has happened, what didn't work, who disappointed you, who left, whatever. I really feel like the Mercury retrograde is about being like, no, I have to detach from that. That's not actually giving me security. They could be telling me one thing, but doing another. Could also mean that you're needing to create and kind of clear space to prepare for somebody new to come into your life. Uranus in your 5th house is going to create some changes for sure. And suddenly you're going to want to be wined and dined and having fun and more spontaneity. And maybe you realize you're outgrowing certain relationships. So when this comes up, especially in a relationship sense, there is this sense of like regret and maybe going through a period of solitude. But there's also this realization that if you let something go or someone go, it can give you peace and it can give you clarity. So you might be grieving a recent loss of someone or something. Maybe you feel let down by someone you trusted and you're focusing now on healing and self-care. So maybe think about what's happened recently with other retrogrades in your 7th house. I know that's a challenging card, but I also know that when you step back and you walk away from the 3 of Cups, which is what went wrong, you can see that there is a new opportunity for renewal in relationships or meeting someone new. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you, Aquarius. I'll catch you guys back here next month in August. All right, we've got Pisces and Pisces rising. What's up, Pisces? My last one, you guys are going to be getting my thoughts and predictions for July of 2025. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you. Obviously, I'm always going to talk about kind of the vibes and also your chart rulers. July 2025, I feel like is a time where in some ways you guys are going to feel like you're really taking stock in what you have and what you need with Neptune retrograde in your 2nd. There's also a real focus on passion, creativity, and fun with Jupiter, your other ruler, being in the 5th house exalted. But things get a little hairy or they feel a little hectic in the home department and in the relationship department. So, I think Neptune retrograde in Aries is going to deepen your financial kind of thoughts and also has you reflecting on self-worth. Neptune being there, with Saturn means that you got to get real about what you have and what you value and whether or not you believe in yourself. Uranus in your 4th house is going to spark some home changes and you're going to see some retrogrades that are going to be happening in your health zone, which is going to be changes to your health schedule or routine. Some pretty dynamic, dramatic relationship stuff can happen in your 7th. But for right now, let's focus on Neptune retrograde. That'll be happening on July 4th in your 2nd house. This really wants to help you over the next couple months clear any illusions revolving around finances and self-worth. And I think with Saturn there, it's really urging you to get serious about introspection on what you value, and also avoiding unrealistic financial expectations and trusting your intuition and letting them guide your decisions. Now, what you want to watch for is ignoring your intuition, because if you're ignoring your intuition, you're going to fall into the trap of having some financial, work, or health-related challenges. And you can avoid that by listening to your gut. Equally, you really want to clarify work goals during the retrograde in your 6th house, and you want to address any issues with either healthcare practitioners, with fellow employees at work, or romantic partners head on, okay? Like, deal with it. Even though the 6th house feels like it's a lot of work and it's messy, it's time to kind of clear some stuff out. Now, best dates for you guys for the month ahead will be July 10th and 11th, the 23rd and the 24th. Challenging days are going to be the July 12th through 17th period, as well as the 25th. Now, we talked a little bit about Neptune turning retrograde in your 4th house, in your 2nd house in regards to money, resources, and possessions on July the 4th. Now, this will lift a fog revolving around your self-worth, or maybe help you discern, your true values from illusions. This is the time to really reflect on your relationship with money and avoid impulsive spending, and really align with authentic, security and like kind of building yourself up. Also on the 4th, you're going to see that Venus will enter into Gemini, so it'll go into your 4th house of home and family. Venus deals with the 3rd house, like neighbors and siblings. It's also connected to change and transformation. So you could be having a woman come and stay and visit with you. You could have a sibling calling you. You could be maybe considering looking at new neighborhoods if you're thinking about moving. Maybe this means that you're just wanting to kind of update your home space and really focus on home and family bonds and like connecting through nurturing your home. Then you will see on July the 7th, Uranus is going to go into the 4th house. And this is why I think a lot of you guys are either going to be considering moving, or there's going to be a number of you guys that are going to like reorganize, redecorate, like renovate your space. Because Uranus means it's going to change everything. And specifically, Uranus is about maybe using energy, using frequency, using feng shui. It could also mean that, you're reorganizing your bedroom. Maybe you're tearing out all the closets and you're kind of gutting everything and, maybe downsizing some stuff if you are anticipating moving, or just decluttering and getting rid of stuff. Practicing more minimalism. I could see that with the sextiles to Saturn and Neptune. And this is really about embracing sudden home or family changes, okay? Uranus is also about electricity. I have Uranus in my 4th house, and needily. And I grew up in a place where there was like a lot of we'd have, from Tucson, Arizona, we used to have a lot of monsoons and storms in the summer. And so, when we have torrential rains, we'd have power outages sometimes because the storms were just so crazy. So I've observed having that there natally, I've had electrical issues in the house. I've also had unconventional living situations where I've lived with friends. I've lived with family. I've moved around a lot. There has been this sense of needing to kind of uproot myself, and also the family kind of chaos and drama that comes with that. So I just tell you that because you may start seeing some of these things. Certainly because Mercury is tied to Uranus and Venus, and it's retrograde in your 6th. This is about organizing, clearing out, spring cleaning. Maybe it means that you're cleaning and organizing your kitchen. Maybe you're getting a second property ready, Gemini. Maybe it just means that you're creating a new office space. But there's going to be some changes on the home front. Just watch. On the 10th of July, you're going to see a full moon in Capricorn. This will be taking place in your 11th house of friends, goals, and allies, putting an emphasis on friendships, groups, networking, and focusing on dreams or social goals coming true. Now, it's friendly with you. It kind of makes aspects to your sign, also to the North Node. It will also trine Mars in your 7th house, activating relationships, especially with clients or professional relationships, Virgo. But a full moon in the 11th house is goal fulfillment. This is ruled by Saturn, which will be in your natal 2nd house. So this is about financial goals, what you're hoping to build, what you desire to have, what you want to possess, and feeling like you can kind of forge your own way forward financially. So maybe, you're kind of hitting some of those professional goals. You might see that around the full moon in Capricorn, as well as in Aries in the fall. All right. So on that full moon, there could be a party, a gathering, a get together, some kind of celebration. I would say go, and it might mean that you need to go and you can't go empty handed. So you have to pay to be there. You have to bring a gift. You have to bring food. But I think it's worth the experience. And then on the 11th of the month, the sun will trine the North Node. So the sun's moving through Cancer in your 5th house of creativity, children, dating, and romance. And it will trine the North Node in your sign. Well, what is the sun? Health, organization, productivity, being of service. So your home will align with your personal destiny is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. I could also see this as a time where, there is like this focus between creativity, children, and, authenticity with yourself. You're expressing what's in the heart space. You're expressing how you feel. You're expressing some new kind of creative project. You're, connecting with romantic partners, intuitively navigating some of your romantic and creative projects, I think is really what I would say here. Then on the 12th, Saturn is going to station retrograde in your 2nd house. So it's going to join Neptune where they retrograde together in your financial zone, or you're reassessing finances and values. Yes, there can be some delays or some tests that can kind of come up. That's really testing your discipline when it comes to valuing yourself, getting your worth, investing some time or energy in budgeting, and doing with less, okay? But who knows? I think maybe the retrograde actually, even though it'll kind of test you, sometimes it's easier to have Saturn Neptune retrograde in the 2nd because financially you have more clarity and you feel like there's less kind of blockages. So you guys will have to let me know. On the 17th, Mercury turns retrograde in Leo in your 6th house of health, habits, and routine. Here, there can be work or health miscommunications. Specifically, getting back to the doctor, seeing a doctor, scheduling issues, making sense of health results, keeping an eye on your health, the health of your pets is something else I would say, particularly felines or cats. Mercury is connected to relationships, so it can be a time where you're trying to work out relationship issues. You're trying to work out issues with people you work with, trying to overcome some communication or scheduling issues. Mercury is also connected to family. So this is also a good time with Mercury retrograde where you're like, focusing more on getting my home organized and in order. Maybe I'm having to kind of readjust my schedule to do that. Maybe I need more support from my partner. If you are partnered, likely you're not going to feel like you're getting a lot of support. You might feel like you need to hire, a dog walker, a personal assistant, or maybe even, like bringing somebody in to help you clean or declutter or organize if you feel the lack of support from someone else. Then you will see on the 20th of the month, okay, Mars will conjunct the South Node in the 7th. So here's what's interesting. Mars South Node is going to be about releasing old partnership patterns and focusing on balance. Yes, somebody from the past can come back, especially if they need to give you something that belongs to you, or if you owe them money, if they owe you money. It could be somebody kind of coming back, trying to fight for the relationship or being kind of aggressive or being confrontational. You may decide to break up with an astrologer, hopefully not me, a therapist, a business partner of some kind, or there could be just more tension in an existing relationship. Mars is going to be over money, resources, and values. So you could squabble with people over money, food, resources, your value system. And I would just say, this can be a time for some Pisces and Pisces risings between the 20th and also the 26th. There's a lot of reactivations of the eclipses that you had in March. So, it could mean that if you went through a breakup or a separation, then, you're kind of still going through the motions of that, or you're working through it, or, you're trying to learn how to build your self-esteem again, outside of feeling like you need to be reliant on another person. Could be financially as well. So watch for, releasing old patterns in relationships, nitty gritty, people kind of being really critical of you is something else that you can kind of notice here. Now, on the 22nd, the sun enters into Leo, putting a spotlight on everything revolving around your work, your health, your habits, having more confidence in your work, having more confidence in your routines, really shining when it comes to being of service. Then on the 23rd, Venus will square Mars. So Venus is going to be hanging out in Gemini in your 4th house. It's squaring Mars in your 7th house of relationships, where there's tension between home and partnerships. Venus wants a pleasant, comfortable, beautiful home space. Mars wants conflict and agitation. Not the best day to be inviting an ex-flame over to your house or be trying to talk to your family about reconnecting with an ex-partner. You're going to find that somebody is going to not be super pleased about something going on in a relationship dynamic that's close to home. On the 23rd of the month, we will also see the Sun sextile Uranus. Sun in the 6th house of work, sextiling Uranus makes me feel like another day where you can kind of clean, organize, totally change and transform, and definitely have an outlet for any internal frustration or kind of dealing with change. Just do what Mars in Virgo does. Just stick to a schedule, get on a routine, focus on productivity and health, get things clean, and use that as the outlet for some of the frustration that might be kind of coming up for you with Mars in your step. Avoid conflicts between home and relationship partnerships in the 23rd, 24th. And work breakthroughs via home changes can happen with that sextile on the 23rd. Now, on the 24th of the month, the Sun will trine Saturn and Neptune. And this is pretty good. Because, well, Neptune is one of your planetary rulers, and the Sun in the 6th house trining Saturn and Neptune means that, you can have major groundwork that can kind of be laid when it comes to your financial discipline and also your intuition. I should or should not be spending money on this. I should or should not be, getting organized at work or changing my schedule or maybe asking for more money. Cutting something out of my diet, improving my health. Literally, Saturn and Neptune in the 2nd house is like you're trying to do anti-inflammatory. Maybe you're cutting back on drinking. Maybe you're cutting certain people off that you feel like aren't helping you or actually creating almost like in a way that you're regressing with some of your health or your habits. And you might realize that certain schedules, maybe don't help you focus on your health, or certain relationships bring up a lot of stress or unhealthy habits. Anyway, this is a good getting work done type of day, and then staying super in tune with your intuition and also being disciplined. Now on the 24th, you'll see a new moon in Leo, which will be in your 6th house of health, habits, work, looking for a new job, looking for a new gym, looking to find a new doctor, looking to get organized, commit to your goals. Yes, Mercury's retrograde in this house. So, you're still kind of going through the motions with that until August, but you can set the intention for, I'm getting back to the gym. You can set the intention for, I'm making time for creative projects, or maybe time for dating, or, hey, you know what? I can do a little bit of organization every day for the next month and see where it gets me. So I really recommend setting intentions for work or health. Keep in mind that on the 25th, the Sun in your 6th house will oppose Pluto, and the 6th and the 12th house are very mind, body, and then this is spirit. And so you're seeing where you need to change your physical routines to improve your mental or emotional or spiritual routines. I'm predicting intense spiritual or work shifts and transforming your routines with some of those oppositions to Pluto. Think back to the Mars retrograde earlier this year. Likely there was either some health or work changes that were happening and creating some tension. You're going to see some similar things. Now, on the 26th, we have more kind of ghosts from the past. Mars hits 23 degrees where, if you were having some tension, stress in a relationship, ending of a relationship, thinking about severing, breaking something off with someone, charging people more money, or giving people a piece of your mind, that lunar eclipse in Virgo was a pretty defining moment in relationships. So Mars is coming back to that degree, which means now there's going to be action, reaction, sometimes conflict as a result of things that happened several months ago. My advice is just to really revisit what happened. If there's been partnership issues, this can feel like it's an act 2. If you met somebody around there, this could be where things are speeding up, or you're deciding whether or not you guys are a fit. On the 30th of the month, Venus enters into the sign of Cancer, moving into a fellow sister water sign in your natal 5th house. Great for children, great for creative projects, hobbies, having fun, any domestic projects, or even home projects you could be doing. This is also really good for home or family, bonds. It is in Cancer, and also for dating. So if you're looking to date, you want to spend more time with your kids, if you're interested in getting pregnant, something to think about is Venus going into the 5th house can bring opportunities, not just for romance, but also for children. Venus is directly tied to transformation, joint assets, as well as communication. So there could be more kind of intimate conversations with people about your feelings, vulnerability, your childhood, your upbringing, and how that's impacted you in terms of how you look at dating. And then finally, on July the 31st, you're going to see the sun coming into conjunction with Mercury in your natal sixth house. So the sun is going to be highlighting, obviously, this continuation of reworking something about your confidence with your health, your work, and your habits. And the conjunction with Mercury could literally mean that there's clarity in work or health matters. Maybe this is like the turning point where you kind of realize how you should be working, how you should be eating, how you should be managing your schedule. Obviously, Mercury does rule relationships and it does rule home and family. So it can mean that you're trying to better a relationship with a roommate, with a sibling, with a romantic partner. But truth be told, because Mercury is connected to the South Node with Mars, I feel like with a lot of people, you've given them a lot of chances. And I don't know if it's a romantic partner, if it's somebody you work with, if it's maybe a doctor you've had issues with, maybe it's a gym that you've been going to for a while and you're just like, I don't like it here. You've given someone or something a lot of chances. And now you're kind of like, all right, maybe this isn't working. Relationships go to die in the sixth house because it's 12th house to the seventh. And with Mercury tied to the South Node, if you're somebody who's still grieving over an ex, if this has created health problems and work problems and all kinds of things, now is the time to be like, okay, it's time to actually really finally set them free and let them go. Okay? But hey, Jupiter's well aspected. You guys are really going to like, I think, the end of the end of July going into August. Like when Venus is further in the fifth house, when the retrograde stuff is kind of going on, next month will get a little bit easier. But I'm curious to hear, look at this. The South Node Mars conjunction is at 19 degrees. So what happens around that 19th, 20th, Do you have a falling out with someone you work with? Is there somebody from the past that comes back and says, please, let me fix it? You guys will have to let me know. All right, so we're going to ask the tarot, what does Pisces need to know for the month of July 2025? What is your advice for them? King of Coins. I like it. This could be you. This can also be somebody else who's coming in. Keep your eyes out for a Taurus, Capricorn, or Virgo. I love the King of Pentacles. I feel like this is about getting solid. And this is symbolic of Saturn retrograde in your second, where you're like, my mind is on my money. I'm only investing in things that are good for me. I'm only investing my time or my energy in things that are going to better, my lifestyle, my job, my health. And obviously it can be about Virgos. I'm looking at this Mars transit. But abundance, prosperity, security, ambition, kindness, and protectiveness, a businessman, provision, sensuality, reliability, and safety. He is my favorite king. Wealth and stability. You've achieved financial success through hard work and investments and are able to provide security and stability for yourself and other people. So, you got a Capricorn full moon that's going to be happening in your 11th house of, friendships. Maybe there's success there. Maybe it means that you have a leadership opportunity and that any investments that you've been making in yourself are now actually getting ready, I think, to start paying off. But definitely look for business opportunities, leveling up in your career. Sure, that's part of it. I think for a lot of you guys, you might be changing either locations of where you're working, or maybe you're looking for a new job because you feel like you need more money and you have a lot to bring to the table, and you want to be at a place where not only you can be better utilized, but you feel more confident in being given the freedom to kind of lead, right? I think that's part of this as well. So I hope that's helpful for you. My Pisces and Pisces risings, I'll catch you guys back here in August of 2025. All right, guys. Well, that is everything for me. Thank you guys for watching. I know some of you guys watch all your sun, moon, and rising. You send it to friends and family. Please give me a thumbs up if you like this video. Make sure you consider sharing with other astro-minded friends. Share this if you want on your socials. Don't forget to leave me a comment below. Let me know what you think of the predictions. I get a kick out of reading them when you guys come back the next month, and let me know how they played out. Once again, happy birthday to my Cancers and my Leos this month. Please do not forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Sharing is caring, and give me that thumbs up. And check out all of the links below. So if you want to book a personal one-on-one reading with me, you can find my information below at beyondtheveiltarot.com. Once again, I'm here every Friday doing live readings at 4 o'clock Pacific. That's 7 p.m. Eastern on Friday night, tarot or astrology. If you're subscribed, you're going to see those links that are going to go out on my community tab on Friday mornings. Whew, so excited for there to be different astrology. So curious to see what's going to happen with these Mars aspects and Uranus and Gemini. So it's going to be wild out there, but I think finally we are dealing with some new astrology. Let's kind of cut ties with the old ways, guys. We have to let things go, not be so critical, and be more kind, compassionate, and sensitive. And with that being said, I'll let you guys go. So enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the month of July. I hope it's beautiful, and I'll catch you guys back here in August. Until next time, you guys take care. I'll see you soon.